Are we already live? Sounds like we're already live. Let us go. This is the VGC stream. So, here we go, everybody. We are doing a post stream right now. Let's get a couple things up first. Let's close anything else that isn't this. Just close down everything that's not relevant to the stream right now. I have a feeling that we'll probably be putting a lot more Unite on than VGC. Co-streaming Unite and VGC. It's kosher this year. I'm using OBS, not science technology. We're doing gaming. These tags are wrong. Pokemon, Unite, VGC, Pokemon VGC.
Pokemon Unite.
There we go. Here we go.
Today,
That's what I
we
did.
continue the action to whittle down the top trainers until just the very best are left to face off on Championship
This mixing is
Sunday.
going to be rough, and I'm sorry.
In
ahead of time.
Pokemon TCG, trainers Xander Pero, Jeremy Evans, Juan Andre, and Rafti Atarico may have led the way in day one, but now players like Pablo Meza and Tord Reklev are waiting to be unleashed with their day two invites.
Okay, let me quickly
In
pull up.
Pokemon VG, players Alex Gomez, Gabriela Gatti, and Kaito Ari are waiting to flex their Pokemon teams and take on anyone in their path.
Let's go.
Pokemon Go has trainers It's Axon, Wadaj, and Valiant Vish
Okay,
looking
I'm
to
just
stay
gonna go
out of the losers bracket and
much as I
stay in the
can
running for the grand
pop
finals,
out the
which
chat
will
so I
take
can
place
see y'all
tomorrow on
the
Championship
entire
Sunday.
time.
And teams
down.
MJK, Luminosity, and 00 Nation from Pokemon Unite might be one of the first teams to crown themselves a world champion, as their grand finals will take place later tonight on this very stage. I cannot wait to see how this weekend shakes out, and I bet you can
I'm a
either.
plant? Yes, you are,
Before the
Paladin.
action
Hello,
today,
hello.
We want to extend a big thank you.
I'm going to try
all
giving
the
as much
staff,
commentary as I can about what's
judges,
happening in
production crew, and more
stream.
who are helping to put
I want to
on such
rebalance a lot of the
memorable event
audio.
this weekend. Let's hear it for
I'm going to be
them.
doing this on the fly. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, I'm not going to lie. Stream a little
All
loud,
right,
can't hear you. Does this sound any
trainers,
better? I've
are you
got to
ready?
do a lot of
You
mixing on
look
the fly,
ready to
so...
me.
Hello,
Masters,
Mr. Soup.
Over to you.
I'm going to pop this in...
It's Championship Saturday here in Yokohama,
in the
Japan.
esports channel. Okay, but
Pokemon
it
Unite
is.
World Championships is coming to an incredible
Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna
finish
shoot myself
for
promo.
season 2 as we are going to be crowning our year 2 world champion.
Awesome. So we're going to do Unite and
Yesterday,
VGC.
we
I'm going to
had
do both.
28 teams arrive here in Yokohama, Japan to compete for that very title. And after
Man,
just
I'm
one
so
day
excited
of
for...
group stage, we are
Let's
down
see this.
to a
What's that bottom right? Oh, that's the VGC. We're going to be toggling between Unite and VGC, depending on what's active and what's on. We'll be focusing primarily on Unite, but... Zoinks, dude! Zoinks, dude, Kella, and Spraggles.
Fantastic, Zoinks. Yesterday was an amazing show, and I bet they are going to pull out all stops today to put out another amazing show. It has to top it, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's been an incredible weekend. Let's take
Hey,
a
come on,
look
we
at
got to
how
pay attention to
today's gonna
VGC.
play
Like,
out.
VGC is
They'll
important
break
for the
down the
development of
format.
Pokemon in general.
So,
That is their, like,
for the
air quotes,
format
main
for this
format.
weekend,
So,
we had the eight
Hypnotization and
group
both screens at the same
round
time.
robin, which was a
God,
best of three.
I
Now, obviously,
am so excited to see
20
this
teams
VGC format.
got chopped.
I did
We
not
had those
watch
eight, and now they are
any
going
of
to head into
the...
a
Let me turn down the
double
volume of the stream a bit.
elimination. Also, the best of
I
five
didn't actually follow
grand
the...
finals. If you make it all the way there, it is going to be a best of 5.
But yeah, I didn't watch any of day one. So because I didn't watch any of day one, I have no idea what the meta is going to be like for VGC. I'm very excited to see. Top 16 is getting some payouts. What's that? 5,000, okay. That's all the same.
That's a whole lot of money for being good at Pokemon Unite.
That sounds
Can't wait for Unite to become main format. Oh yeah, one day, you know, every MOBA eventually becomes that company's biggest thing, you know? I'm sure that'll be the case with Unite. $100,000 for winning though is a really hefty thing. But like, if you make $5,000, like that'll pay your trip to Japan. I think that it's worth the experience to come top 16. I wouldn't say it'd be worth it to do anything other than top 16 at Worlds, but you know. Okay, Peru, Double O Nation, Obsidian, Luminosity, Skill. Yeah, so it's a shame that TTV, Team Peps, Nouns, all of those underperformed. How did Orangutan beat out Rex and Nouns? Was there like a tiebreaker? Because they have a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing going on there. Okay, Luminosity's against Orangutan. Should be a win there. Luminosity versus Double O Nation or Obsidian. I mean, I don't know any of the other teams, honestly. I know Orangutan is like the only other team on this list that I know. I don't know any of the other ones.
Can I just say, that is a fantastic way to start off the day. I cannot wait to get these matches started.
It's gonna be amazing all day long. We have really gathered the best of the best in the world for Pokemon Unite right now. Of course, that's gonna all start with Luminosity versus Orangutan.
We're starting with Luminosity.
Of the Asia Champions League earlier this year, and of course, Luminosity Gaming, your champions from last year's World Championships in London.
Yes, that is so hype, but we do have those teams getting ready, cracking those knuckles, making sure to warm up their bodies and get these matches started.
Yeah, TTV was unfortunate. Hey, Numtoro, how you doing?
Orangutan is ready to go. They did make it out of their group on tiebreaker, so their destiny wasn't in their hands for that final game, so I know that must have been a little bit of a frustrating moment for them. They're looking to have a better performance here in a top.
I sound like a nerd? Well, I am a fucking nerd.
You're going up against one of
How dare you?
Best NA's last hope in the top 8 bracket, and of course last year's former world champions in Luminosity on the other side.
Being called a nerd is the least of everything. You know, having a B stream before Unite is nuts. Before VGC. Well, yeah, I don't have the B stream up right now. Because I didn't realize we were actually gonna be getting a B stream. Let me see if I can probably grab it. Honestly, I could have both down there. Day 2 B stage. Okay, so there's nothing there right now, but I'll add it. I'll add it to the Unite one. I'll do add browser. I'll call it Unite B stream. And just the URL. They're going to be playing absolutely perfectly all day long. And I mean, I gotta get the proportions again. I can never remember what the proportions are for this. 60.
World's best have been gathered here to make it to a top 8 bracket out of 28 teams. That is one of the most difficult feats that has ever been presented to a team in Pokemon Unite, and only these 8 teams are able to brag that they have done it. We got a cool little graphic here, actually, of players to watch here for this day 2.
Alright, we can see that BKZ from Orangutan, Lapras, Overlord. I must say that Venusaur was incredible. This player can just play so many different Pokemon. And then we have P on the Urshifu from Oyasumi Makaru.
I love that. Also showed the Luminosity.
You think about YouTube streams, you can YouTube rewind pods. That's what I'm gonna do. If I miss any if I miss out on any
still putting up 100,000 plus damage all day long. You'll love to see those numbers.
But if I miss out on a replay, I can just go back and tab back a couple times. Then it's going to be huge.
Player on the other side in this first game, BKZ from Orangutan has impressed.
There we go. It's now the exact same size.
They look fantastic.
I will copy the Unite B stream. Plop it onto here.
Was something that really caught my eye. But I mean, you're going
so I should be able to toggle between them depending on what we're looking at. I am going to interact with this to remove that and that.
Is going to shift, or whether we'll end up seeing a lot of these same picks.
Yeah, one of the biggest notes we saw about the game yesterday.
I want to remove the subtitles because it's
this Pokemon was
be a little distracting.
Not as many teams as we maybe expected. However, its success rate looked pretty fantastic. Sometimes teams had a hard counter, but if you were putting that many resources into shutting down that Pokemon, you're of course giving
so good thing about YouTube stream, because if you want to pause it, somehow nothing happened to VGC, you can do that. Exactly, that's what I'll probably end up doing. I'm gonna make like a thing where we can like live tilt between different things. I'm gonna make one last. Let's quickly do.
Our World Championship Series. I cannot wait. Orangutan gonna be in that first pick position.
I want to change it so that I can see where is the preview.
It's crucial. Are you going to end up getting some respect bans here? Or are you going to play it safe and just ban something that has been really strong throughout of yesterday?
Wow, we were just talking about the two players to watch in Overlord and BKC, and look at these targeted bans from both sides going after their iconic picks in both directions. Orangutan making sure that Overlord Zoroark will not be available for this game number 1, and Luminosity.
Let's go. Okay. Urshifu and Zoroark, decent choices. With Urshifu and Zoroark both being gone, interesting who we're going to get first pick. A lot of different options for them, depending on how they want to try. Let me go pull up a quick thing so I can get analysis on these teams. Of course it's Lapras, because Lapras is the stupid OP mon of this world right now, because Mewtwo's banned. Okay, right now, let's see what right now they've got. Orangutan, active. They got BKZ, Ikura, Shindy, Ice. Ooh. And ZZ Ray. What happened to Wusaha?
Orangutan, though, have the chance to grab the Slowbro. With Zoroark,
well, I guess he's gone. I don't know what positions these guys play, but I'll figure out. There's Zacian. Interesting. Luminosity's going for an Umbreon and Snipe Shot, motherfucker. Okay. I like this team comp for LG. That's interesting. Orangutan has like a couple really strong picks. That shutdown with Slowbro is gonna be really brutal. If they can, ooh, that's interesting. What are they gonna take to get as their last pick then? Are they just gonna go for like a really hard top laner, really hard attacker rather? Oh, okay. So they're trying to go for like bulky offense. That's kind of what it looks like. They've got that Inteleon. It's gonna be really solid for the Mewtwo hover jump scare. Yeah, the Inteleon's gonna be a really solid DPS kind of focus, and the rest of the team is like really defensive. So I think that it'll end up being pretty good. But on the enemy team, they just have good stuff. It doesn't really feel coherent as much. I don't think that Orangutan is really what I'd call a cohesive team. It's just kind of like that 5 just feels like they're just generally all good stuff mons that don't really work together or try to do anything together. The more I'm looking at this, the less I like that Slowbro pick. I don't think the Slowbro. I think that the defensive pick is just gonna. Spriggles do that doing the live stuff. Hello, Spriggles.
I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here.
Yeah, you are.
Spriggles, and I am joined by the one, the only, the legendary Doob Snacks.
Doob Snacks.
I am excited. It's like the calm before the storm. I feel like I could run through a wall, but it's not ready to empty the tank out yet. I can guarantee you 2 things. 7 of these teams won't be a world champion at the end of today, and I will no longer have my voice.
Okay, I want to quickly swap this. It's going to take a second. Sorry about this.
The best matches of Pokemon Unite that you will ever see as we head into game number 1. Here we go. Orangutan, your purple team. Luminosity, the world champions.
I'm sorry.
Hoping to be the 2-time world champions. Your orange team. And it's been so amazing seeing all these teams through their group stages yesterday. Teams from every region, all over the world, making it here to day number 2. North America's last hope here, Luminosity.
I don't know why this isn't working.
Team.
Luminosity, again, world champions. They had a rockier day
there we go. Okay.
than anyone would have imagined, to be quite honest.
Good enough, good enough.
On the other hand, you have Orangutan, who
I
actually
think very similar. So, getting a little bit of early game scoring. Are they going to get that kill on LG? Of course they're not. With the early game flank from Zacian, they're poking down, but ooh, was that a steal?
Champions right here, and obviously they've got a tough road
Nice.
ahead of them. There are just so many amazing teams.
Venusaur flank doesn't really do anything right now.
Top path, we talked about it a little earlier on draft with Kello and Zoinks here.
I mean, there's not much else you can really do at the moment with the Venusaur, right? There's nothing else on the field, so.
Work yesterday for
Zacian's gonna go grab a little bit more.
if they can replicate that here
It's gonna be an
today.
interesting, interesting bot lane contention right now for. Ooh, gross. Ooh, that was a nice chunk of damage back. That's that gonna be a kill? Ooh, it's very close. Didn't quite kill. Ooh, but right now, looking at top lane's gonna be a lot more brutal right now. Looks like the Umbreon might fall. Probably not. Nope. Okay. Umbreon is still doing pretty decent. You miss seeing Blastoise? Yeah, we all do. Quickly chop to get the beat stream back up. I don't know why this is broken. What in the world? There we go. I gotta bring this down. There we go. Make sure that this all works. Okay, everything works right now. Yeah, everybody. It looks like there's gonna be a big brawl coming out at the moment. Looks like that LG is winning this brawl right now because if they can get down Zacian, then they just win the fight. Oh, okay. They're trying to go focus now instead on. There we go. That is a KO down. One down, many to go.
And look at this, though. Even though they were able to run out of there, they did get KO'd. It looks like Orangutan got a lot of that central area spawn there at 8 minutes.
I don't know what that sound was.
Some of it picked up on the side of Luminosity. We now have an Inteleon on the side of Luminosity, which is huge now that it's hit that massive evolution.
Yeah,
I don't know why the... Whatever, it's fine. So yep.
Of course, we talked about BKZ's Lapras, but really,
oh, it is them.
right now are just trying to run interference for Z-Ray and getting that KO immediately from Curio.
What in the world?
And now Ice is the next one on the chopping block. They're eating a ton of liquidation.
Okay.
Cut off by Akura to make sure that Ice can stay standing.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear that, but I can.
A very successful Seashad goal zone. They're playing pretty conservative, just getting any points in, not trying to overstay their welcome, and then peeling back to their side of the map and getting all those wild Pokemon.
I have to remove all those because they just were not working for me. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure out all of the. Oh my god. Move. Yes, there we go. We're not getting a B stream. Sorry about that. This is a very good start for Luminosity. They've got a significant level lead. If they can grab this Regirock, they'll have a significant leg up. You also can't hear anything? You can't hear anything at all? You could hear me, right? Or you couldn't hear the... Yeah, you couldn't... Yeah, you can't hear anything else because it was playing through, like, through my desktop. For some reason, it wasn't going through the audio mixer, and I don't know why. But it was really annoying because it means that I was hearing something and I wasn't able to listen to the mainstream. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Looks like that they are gonna be able to grab the Regieleki, but you couldn't hear the weird thing I had. Yeah, no, I know you couldn't because it was only on my desktop. It wasn't going through OBS. That's why you couldn't hear it. Yeah, you can hear me. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Perfect. Good. So look like they're going to be successfully fending off the Regieleki, which is a little disappointing because it means that they can't get the big scores they were otherwise looking for. Now it's interesting. I'm not sure whether I can actually say Luminosity is like definitively winning right now. Because, like, oh, never mind. Luminosity is now comfortably in the lead. Yeah, this is going to be this is destruction. Oh, wait. Oh, that was so close. What a brutal fight there. Are they going to be able to kill?
That was an amazing push, exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, so that was just telekinesis. That's going to score of 34. They might even be able to kill the Slowbro for this. Probably not, actually. Looks like it's not actually going to kill the Slowbro. They're backing away. They got what they could. I don't know why they left a bunch of those points behind.
Take a look at this. 65 for Orangutan, 183. That's our scoreline right here as we head into the half. 65 to 183. There's a ton of points right there just lying on the ground. I guess you don't really need to worry about grabbing those if you're already ahead, right? No reason to greed out. Let's take a little glance over at the VGC right now and see what they're... Whoops. Let's see what they're showing right now. Got a Tornadus versus Goldengo. There's the Tornadus. So we're probably going to be getting little Tailwind. Urshifu, but so Urshifu can't fake out the, Urshifu might fake out the enemy Tornadus, because, oh no, is he faster? I don't think he is. That's back to Unite. They say Venusaur's Unite's poster child for competitive always wrangles way back to being meta. Venusaur is so weird. It's gone from being the best character in the game to the worst character in the game to being pretty good to being pretty bad to being where it is right now. And it's been like at important points in the community timeline, it has been every single viability point. But yeah, right now, Orangutan really needs to do something. They are
falling quite behind. They've got a significant level disadvantage right now. Yeah, they're right now like an 8 level deficit. So, oh, it's going to be the big fight that's going to decide it, I think. That's, oh, just barely doesn't kill the Venusaur. They just barely didn't kill him. The Venusaur's going to get all that damage coming back in. That's going to be LG. Luminosity Gaming is going to take that significant push. They just gained so much space for that. 2 more free kills for absolutely nothing. Very, very clear. Let's swap over to VGC right now as we go take a look over at, oh, did they take down the... no, we swapped out the Urshifu for... Interesting, let me just swap out Urshifu on round 1 there. Goldengo. I mean, I guess he's just worried about, like a Magma Storm doing 1 billion damage. Brambleghast. Yeah, I've heard about Brambleghast being relevant now. Because if you do Brambleghast plus... Oh, Taunt. Interesting. What was he planning? What did you think the Heatran was going to do? Going to use Air Slash. Would kill the Brambleghast, except he's got a Focus Sash. Good stuff. He tried to use Heat Wave. Yep, very... Oh! But because that Heat Wave is a wind move, so he's immune to wind-based moves. Gross. Brambleghast is a very, very solid Heatran counter. So now, if Tornadus can get a Tailwind up at this point... Oh, he's just going for Bleakwind Storm. That's disgusting. Let's swap over back to Unite so we can watch the last big fight that's going to happen very shortly.
That's how keys work, ladies and gentlemen. Put them in the lock. Boom! Doors open right up. But we don't need to explain.
We got 20 seconds. 20 seconds in Unite and then 30-second move timer. Brambleghast is such an interesting choice because it's so bad in terms of stats, but it's just got a very relevant ability that makes it very difficult to deal with using all the things that are good in the current meta.
Any player is more well known for Bliss. It's Slash and it's Cookie Dough.
There's only 2. One of them is a world champion, and they're out here right now playing that Pokemon in the final stretch.
Yep, everybody knows. Everybody knows the Blissey.
Obviously, Orangutan is looking for their moment. They can't make it happen on score.
That actually kind of hurts a little bit. You got
far behind. They need
think pretty hard there.
Fight right here. And the question is, where do they engage? We're watching Elo, of course, because these 2 frontline defenders often call what is happening right here. We can see a liquidation as Leafeon is just peeling out of this situation. Right now, Orangutan is burning time, and they don't have a lot of it. 1 minute.
Yeah, right now they need to go. They need to go for a rake. If they don't get rake, they just lose. Luminosity is just very much just holding this back. This is the big fight that determines the game.
There we go. The telekinesis pulls in Overlord. That was the engagement.
75 seconds left. LG 1 down. Oh no, that's not LG. That's Orangutan 1 down. 2 down, 3 down. And now they can focus down Rayquaza so they don't have a chance of coming back. But there's a chance to flip. Nope, not even close to a flip now. There's nobody alive from Orangutan. That is a very clean... So they can just go do a super dunk and they just guarantee they win. That's an easy... Tele into Venusaur feels awful. Oh yeah, telekinesis is very much like a... You want to use it on like their support or their big hyper carry. That's why I said I don't really like the Slowbro pick here, because Slowbro was picked a little too preemptively. It's really good for shutting down things like Urshifu or Zacian, but it just doesn't work for Venusaur. Look at that, he got another little kill there, and he's out for the rest of the game. Now at this point, there's not even really a point in fighting. You cannot score 700 points. That was a very domineering game 1. Oh, and are they going to get another 2 kills just for the sake of it? No, they're just going to get 1. Brutal. Let's hop over to VGC so we can take a quick look at what's happening right now. Oh, geez. What happened?
There are a lot of Orangutan fans out there also that would love to see them win this thing.
Well, Orangutan fans, you better throw all your strategies you got towards these kids because they're going to need some help. That was a tough one to watch if you're an Orangutan fan. LG, like I said, looking in peak form, looking to do it on the world stage and off to a great start.
Speaking of needing some help, I think you and I do. Let's throw it back to Zoinks and Kello here to break this thing down.
Hey, she's going for Terra Ghost.
Is here to play. What a dominant game number 1, Kello.
Oh my god.
Bleakwind Storm.
Clean. And I think he nailed it. Nail on the head there.
Terra Ghost. Terra Blast on who?
Just say that Venusaur Overlord was very well protected.
That gonna kill? Oh my god, that kills Heatran. Wait, is Bleakwind Storm considered a win move? I think it is.
they can try to
Air Slash is not, though.
healing, but Slash and Overlord's health
Okay,
regeneration
I see what
there
happened
was
now.
just
That makes
absurd.
sense.
Literally unknockoutable in these KO fights.
Milanella Tio.
Even in these final team fights,
Oh, look at that.
every
Shiny
Unite
Fluttermane.
orangutan thrown at
Booster
the
energy
team
for
of enemy.
photosynthesis.
Did not care. Completely repelling every
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think it was a +2.
Venusaur from Overlord, 152,000.
I think it was a +2,
Unbelievable
+2
from this player.
Terra Ghost, so.
Just wants to
So Terra
follow
Ghost is
those
all because
steps.
Bramble also Ghost type, so it's a ×2 for stab and ×2 because of it was +2, I think.
200,000 went, right? We are waiting, Overlord. We are waiting. Oh my word, I can't wait to see more of this match. I mean, we have so
Funny how
many
air slash is a
videos.
wind. Yeah, it's a flying type move, but it's clearly not wind itself that's doing damage. You're slashing, you're slashing in the air. I think is the flavor of it.
Having a pretty fantastic game. Just have both those tabs open
Oh.
for us, folks. That would be fantastic.
Okay.
But this game itself, the former world champions in championship form, if I have ever seen it. Luminosity game.
Liquid Storm, yep. And now if this Misdreavus attacked into the Tornadus, ooh.
They didn't have an answer, but as you mentioned, it's only game 1. There is still
Tailwind's
a
petered out, so now
comeback,
Tornadus is
right?
gonna use Tailwind again.
Sides are going to be switched over. There's going to be those different picks. You can steal each other's Pokemon and come up with all of those strategies. And you know what? If we learn anything from yesterday, there were a lot of game 3s.
Yeah,
Top 8.
that's
Hey.
That is true. Orangutan is not out of this fight yet. However, we want to talk about a really cool promotion we got going in-game, and that, of course, is the lucky number. So if you got those tickets in-game, you can check that lucky number. We're going to be revealing that right before the grand finals later today. You cannot miss it. You got to make sure you get
That's the game was just solid.
in-game. It's the place to be. Also,
That Tornadus used Trolley on first, which means you lost the speed tie, therefore you win the speed tie, therefore you win.
Tied 1-1 against Peru.
Oh wait, no, because they both use it at the same time, because it does make a difference. They both have priority. That one goes off first. Nice. Yeah, lucky number. This is a full-on mirror at the moment. Well, in terms of like what they currently have on the field, oh, use Shadow Ball. Really wanted to kill that Tornadus. Does he not have? He might not have Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam would have been the correct choice. Air Slash, just like the math board discussions. Oh yeah, we've talked extensively about that kind of stuff before.
And then one-handedly. I mean, we didn't see the stat screen in that game, but I'm not sure if Orangutan had over 5 KOs in that entire match. I'm not sure if they had over 3.
No, but I know that Overlord there did get a few KO streaks. But you know what? You're talking about delivering. They are delivering the goods. That Blissey, the eggs, they were just popping on off. They were right by their side, making sure that they were well.
Yeah, that Unite game was just very much a clean sweep. Very, very simple. Very textbook, not simple. It's not what I'm looking for. Is textbook. Very clean win if we're looking for anything.
Pokemon Center just a couple of days ago. Let's take a cool look at that.
We'll pull up the math board chat to see what we're talking about.
Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models.
Okay.
Here today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles.
Parawater
Cowboy,
Earthstroom?
Aspiring magician.
Is that gonna does that kill?
Now we are going to find
Oh.
some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for
my
Pokemon
Fluttermane.
thing.
I've heard there are some of those in there.
Now, what does Goldengo do here?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Does Goldengo get a kill? No. Shadow Ball? Oh, he's gonna take a significant hit here. Still alive. What does Goldengo do? Shadow Ball? That's gonna kill. Now, who's faster between Goldengo and... Something tells me TPCI and TPC love Dupes and Spriggles a lot. Dude, Dupes and Spriggles are the best. Like... The whole casting crew is just really nice. They're the best people in Unite. Like I know that I'm also biased because you know math board and all of that, but like they're better than all the math board people. They're just the best people in the freaking world. They are the kindest, most knowledgeable. Well, I mean they've taken from us. Of course, they're the most knowledgeable, but like very outwards open, accepting people in the community, and I really respect it. I love that stuff. No, I've been watching the whole thing. I've been watching the whole thing. I don't need to ruin the Unite thing. I saw the poses. I saw the poses. They're all very cringe, I get it. I saw the start of the commercial. Yes, I saw them. I saw the whole commercial. I was watching. The skin is absolutely adorable. Like, yeah, I don't know why, but like the novelty of this year feels like way more ramped up than previous years. Like the idea that it's just like way more high effort, just meant to feel good, as opposed to just like, hey, it's a competitive event. It really has that kind of charm turned up to 10 this year.
As well as the best shoppers in the world.
Best casters in the world? Hard agree.
Well, a lot of fun
Hard
indeed.
agree.
And might
Nobody
I
else
say,
can
that
come anywhere
drip,
close.
It is looking chef's kiss.
Except maybe me, you know.
And get all those plushies as well.
I was gonna say which one, but honestly, those two really trying to collect everything in that entire store. And obviously, Pokemon putting out an amazing pop-up center full
So,
of
with
incredible
VGC at the moment, I really should remove, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to move
I know
this
these players have had the chance to
to,
do
like,
so as
over
well.
here.
They're going to be spending all of their tournament winnings,
So it won't be
and
in the
they're
way.
trying to get even more. Earn yourself another trip to the Pokemon
So many unique
Center,
touches
because
here. Yeah,
you
like,
already
all
have
the
$5,000
artistry this year is just so
top 18,
gorgeous.
but
All of the
every
little
single
side
win
events
is
are
gonna
awesome.
appreciate that, and then
I know that they've done the
you're
orchestra
already putting up
before,
your placement,
but
even
it's
that
still, like, you know, great.
$5,000
I love all the
Can
little
I
skits
just
they're
say
doing.
that
Like,
is
just look at the
not a
backstage.
bad
Look at the
shopping
backstage
spree.
of this.
I think you could fill up
They've got,
two
like,
maybe three,
little
maybe
cherry
5
blossom
bags
trees.
of
That's so
Pokemon
cute.
gear.
Absolutely. I know that these teams have been having a whole lot of fun. I mean, it's
Does VGC? Yes, they do.
Into
Absolutely.
Eric's Tornadus. It does mean that it's not going to be able to use the Tailwind. And you might be able to get it set up once again, but especially when the Surging Strike is going to go into the Golden Go. Golden Go is going to take that very nicely, and Emilio's Tornadus is still around.
Yeah, doing about 50 damage each hit. This is, of course,
Yeah.
the Choice Scarf Urshifu.
Goldango's taking a significant hit there. Choice Band does a lot of damage. Thunderbolt's gonna hurt Tornadus quite a lot, but it's not gonna kill him.
Survives!
No
Oh my
way.
gosh, that's not even with
Ladies
a
and gentlemen, it survived
focus dash.
that
That's
Choice Band
just 1
Thunderbolt.
HP.
That is absolutely wild.
Dude, that's gotta
That
be
is
spec'd
the
for that, right?
testament again into the bulk that this Tornadus has on Eric's team. This is not the first time
That's
we've seen
so
critical
cool.
survival
That
from
has to
this
have been
Pokemon.
teched, right?
And so you're still
Holy
able
shit.
to go for something like an Air Slash if you want to, but the very first thing on this turn is going to be that pivot from the
Heatran, the rank master.
Heatran.
Yeah, this is one of those situations.
And
where
now the
the
Tailwind gets to go on for
surviving
free.
is a little bit awkward
Hey,
because
Lucidus, how you doing today?
you are taunted at this point,
Who needs a
right?
focus
So
band?
you're
Yeah,
not
who
going
needs a
to
focus
that
band when you can
Tailwind off.
just
Your best bet is to
instead
Icy
tank
Wind,
the
maybe
hit?
slash the Tornadus. It is going to be the Icy Wind option. So it's a little bit
Icy
valuable,
Wind,
but
yep.
yeah, this Specs Thunderbolt
It's
honestly
not gonna
did
do a
lot of
ton,
work. I think
but it's a
Shadow
little
Ball
bit.
may have
We're
ended up being a
not
little
quite in
better
draft yet.
this
We're almost
scenario
there.
where Tornadus ended up surviving, but I was expecting Tornadus to go down there pretty much 100% of the time. So once again, a test
Are we already
to
at,
Pokemon that set is running because that's wild. And this
Yeah.
time around,
We're already caught up.
Bramblegas a really nice switch in. Yeah, you can just go for that knockout onto Tornadus, conserve your Tornadus to get a potential second Tailwind up in the end game.
Go for it. Make sure that you have that speed control for later. Bramblegas hitting the field. We're hoping it's going
There
to be
we
able
go.
to pay off in another big way.
Wind Rider because of
But it's going to
Tailwind.
be a switch from the Tornadus as well, so not going for the air
I'm
slash
doing
like
pretty
we saw
well.
last
Thanks for
time,
asking. I mean,
as
I've got some
Fluttermane now
horrible
coming
things going
back
on in the
out
world
onto
around
the
me, like my
field.
basement just flooded
Heatran
recently,
just
which really does
protecting.
sucks, but
Wants
besides
to
that,
play it safe, but that does
Heatran
make
Protect is a
this
good call, but we're
Fluttermane
gonna see if
vulnerable
Golden
to
Go
this
goes for...
Thunderbolt coming out from the
Oh!
Golden Go. And
Ow.
that's still going to be a good chunk of damage.
That is
for both
20k
Pokemon.
Twitch viewers?
Really decent damage
That's
across the board. I don't think
insane.
I've ever
Holy
seen
cow.
Choice Specs Golden Go use so many Thunderbolts into every Pokemon, basically. So
Dude, Choice Specs Golden Go is doing so much work this set.
We are seeing the potential Ghost Terra immediately onto Bramblegas. We know that the Heatran slot just protected, so it's in an awkward position right now. And
Oh, dude, this is the situation where Heatran might want to double protect. I think Heatran does it. I think Heatran rolls the double protect.
Absolutely. This Thunderbolt could be really huge because we already
Come on.
saw that Heatran took about half
I believe.
damage when it did end up switching into the field. And
We're gonna swap over to have Unite up on the front here, but I really want to see that Heatran try to double protect. I think that's the play here.
Right now. I don't think
'Cause if
there's
he
much
nails
that
it, then he
Eric's
wins
gonna
the
be in
game.
this situation that's going to be able to take it super well, but maybe you do end up throwing something like the Tornadus in there. It's already really low.
Okay, nope,
to
he's ended
sacrifice
Tornadus.
it.
Yeah,
He's active
absolutely. I think
Tornadus.
one of the other interesting things about this position is, yeah, do you feel forced to go for the Terra here, right? Because the Terra on the Fluttermane
It's a reasonable choice to do
cannot
that,
use
but
yet. It's already the Terra
still kinda
on
sucks,
Fluttermane
right?
Urshifu's end, but the Terra Ghost here is
Especially if that
valuable
Bramblegas ends up
to
dying
get
for it.
more increased damage, obviously, and get that Terra
Mhm.
toss up, but doesn't get baited. Wow,
We're
Bramblegas
drafting.
here, just going for the
Have
Terra
that
Dash, no
luxury.
protect.
Do they go for that top tier attacker, or do they grab something like the Lapras, which I truly think
Okay,
has
so
been
Tornadus
dominant
dies.
all weekend long? We're gonna have to see. Fans, I wouldn't be too surprised if they remain the same on both sides. Luminosi's sticky to it. Orangutan's
Shadow Ball's
having a bit of
hitting.
a split decision.
Yeah, a split
The
decision
Bramblegast!
here, not really sure
Oh,
what
he
is
lives.
going to end up getting picked, but it looks like they have decided on the Inteleon. And I must say, it makes sense, but there are so many different attackers.
If they'd
that
done
they
it the
can
other
pick
way
up. But
around,
just to
then-
remind you, if Luminosity end up winning this match, they progress through and Orangutan get knocked down into that loser's bracket.
Yeah, into that we're in double elimination time right now.
Yep,
So
Urshifu ban and Teleon ban. Once again, first pick Lapras. I think it's just Luminosity would now. Like, Orangutan lost despite having Lapras. They are in a bad position. Look at that, they're basically just mirroring the exact same pick as last time. Slow, bro. They're doing the same thing. Ooh, A9. They're taking an Alolan Ninetales. That's gonna be juicy. I feel like it's a much better option than Zacian in the same kind of situation.
One thing I absolutely love to see is a long.
So they're doing the exact same pick ban right now.
The
Mew.
crowd control that this Pokemon can provide,
Interesting.
especially on those squishy ones. The Blizzard is actually insane.
Interesting. Are they doing Mew instead of Venusaur? Like a bulky but very strong attacker? Oh, and there's Zoroark instead of Inteleon?
I mean, they put so much weight behind
That's
this
nasty,
composition.
dude.
We've seen this composition work. We've seen this
A9
composition
gatekeeps
fall
half the
short
roster?
from time to time.
Basically.
It's gonna be
The
up
fun
to
thing about
Orangutan
A9 is that you don't
to
have to
try
pick A9.
find
Just the
that
existence of
recipe
threatening to pick
shutting
A9.
down LG's
Really
power
strange
combo
drafts.
of Elo and Overlord on this Cone Face
Glaceon,
V31.
okay.
You honestly thought Zoroark was scary.
I'm a little bit
on
worried
its
about the
own.
Glaceon
You
pick,
pair it
but
up
I
with
think-
a Pocket Comfey.
Yeah.
Oh, they are coming for you, so you better watch
This
out.
is
Otherwise,
a,
Shinji picking up that Glaceon there as they get
very,
the preparations
very
underway, making
aggressive
sure these
team.
builds are correct, making any
Like,
necessary
Luminosity feels,
switches.
once again,
Interesting.
reasonably defensive.
Attacker or double mage style gameplay into a Zoroark is an extremely large risk from Orangutan. They are trusting Shindy and
So when he
Z-Ray
says
to have
extremely
a
large risk, he
huge
means
impact on the
this was
game.
a
That
stupid
was
decision.
to play elusive, to be avoiding a player like
Just so you're aware what
So
what
I mean,
they
this
said.
is a lot of
You know what'd be
confidence
nuts
for
here,
Orangutan.
actually?
They're drafted
What,
team
score
number
comp?
2. We're gonna have to see
AV?
where the results lie
Actually, wouldn't
as we
AV really?
head into
Wait,
our
actually, wouldn't
second
AV be
match
kind of nuts
between the former
into?
world champions and the APAC
Wait, are they even taking AV?
Orangutan. Dew snacks, right?
No, somebody take
It's your
AV.
turn.
That's
Someone take
right.
AV.
Luminosity,
No,
Orangutan
dude,
back
this is the
at it right
exact
here
situation
as we
where
head
draft is used
into
for,
game
because this is
number
exactly where you would use
two.
Assault Veil,
Absolutely.
Assault
Looking at
Vest.
this draft from Orangutan, I feel like this is a pretty
No,
solid
Assault Vest would be
draft for
amazing.
Luminosity,
Dude, the
especially
enemy, like,
stealing away
the-
that Blissey that is
Freaking
without
Orangutan
question
is
one of
4
the
special
power
attackers.
Pokemon for Luminosity and probably Slash's best Pokemon.
Yeah, so if
Am I
you-
wrong about that? Am I evaluating that
You're
incorrectly?
Orangutan,
I don't think I
you
am.
actually are trying to bait LG into Zoroark Comfey, which sounds counterintuitive because obviously Overlord and Elo are insane. But it becomes a predictable factor on how to build your team.
Yes.
So then you can have really like
Yeah, that's-
mean look
that's,
Umbreon, you have Surfstoys, and then
oh,
you
no,
can have
Umbreon is a
Electro
physical
Ball
attacker.
on Mew, and then like Icicle Spear on Glaceon, and really just throw everything in the kitchen, sing it Overlord as soon as they go in. Then you
But
get the Comfey for
there's
free. Deal
wait,
with the rest later.
each of
Yeah,
them
that's
only
actually
have
funny. I was
one
thinking
physical
the same thing.
attacker.
It felt like when I
And
saw
Umbreon-
that Zoroark
Umbreon is physical attacker, then you don't really care about.
Man, this feels like exactly what Orangutan wanted
This is-
you to
this
hit
is-
in this moment. Then again,
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
if you're running Vests
really upset
on
once you see what
on
that
LG's
turned
team,
into, 'cause we've
multiplied with
seen
Aurora Veil, you can get a
devastation
lot
from
of
this
stupid
combo.
damage
Not
in
to
here.
mention that we also have Rin on this Lapras, which I assume is going to be brutal here in this match. Nice job stealing the berry there. We'll see if BKZ can take another. They cannot. as they
No,
go down here in the
that's
top.
a death. That's
Quick
a very
opener,
easy.
of course, for LG, but worth the stacks in my mind for that Blastoise, and I believe Orangutan.
That is fair. Is the Blastoise running
too much in the case
running
of
Cookie or
giving
something?
KO to Rin there, and
Also,
you
I'm
get
gonna
to
move
execute
this
some
up
of your
here
game
so
plan.
it's not
That's
blocking.
right. Blastoise takes a long time for this
I'll do
Pokemon
this stuff.
to come online. So if you're able to get a few stacks early, that's really, really helpful. As we see Overlord heading up into this top path. The Fade
Ooh, are
attack
we
is
gonna see an
coming out.
Urshifu
They're looking
versus
for another
Urshifu
KO.
final for the
Overlord gets
VGC?
evolution, but they still hit it with that massive combo.
Yeah, actually, that's Skull Bash to try and get out of there. Chips into the wall, just like a Talonflame Unite move, not going anywhere, and they get gobbled up real quick. That's the problem with this
Easy
strategy,
free
though.
scores.
It only starts working when you're team fighting. Until then, and if you let Overlord do
Yeah,
it,
I do actually want to see
every
rewind.
single member on your team, one after another. Quickly, the Elo lays down the slow smoke to get out of dodge. Overlord already did their damage, they took the buff, and now they're going back to their side of the map.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but Elo is just one of the most incredible supports out there. The unsung hero sometimes of Luminosity.
This is once they killed the Bramble Gas. Center of Urshifu takes out the Heatran, I'm guessing.
From Slash and Elo.
That's the most grief
So they
thing
take
of
Golden
Elo
Go.
being on Comfy is there's no skill expression anymore, and Elo is so good at this game, and they are fun to watch, and literally a clinic is put on every time they play.
So we know that we're faster now.
Quickly dodges out, and that KO streak of 2 for the Mew. Zoink said they need to
There we
carry
go,
some carry
yeah, that
their
makes
weight in
sense.
gold here, and they're certainly doing that. Quick 2 KOs. Now they're all over the slow bro, and they're going to go
this
down
is
quickly. Of course,
oh.
Elo's going to get caught for free here as well. And
Oh,
now, all of a
that's
sudden,
a fight that
Orangutan
went
is starting
towards
to
the other
see their
side.
strategy come together. And then
We're gonna quickly go see that
to
fight.
get out of dodge. Overlord already did their damage. They took
one of the most incredible supports out there.
That's why it says special
Unsung
attack spec
hero
spoon focus.
sometimes of Luminosity. But you can see these massive damage numbers, but you know that is because of the defender play and support play coming from Slash and Elo.
That's the most grief thing of Elo being on Comfy is there's no skill expression anymore, and Elo is so good at this game, and they are fun to watch, and literally a clinic is put on every time they play for all the support players out there. Quickly dodges out, and that KO streak of 2 for the Mew. Zoink said they need to carry their weight in gold here, and they're certainly doing that. Quick 2 KOs. Now they're all over the slow bro, and they're going to go down quickly. Of course, Elo's going to get caught for free here as well. And now, all of a sudden, Orangutan is starting to see their strategy come together.
And this is what we talked
Finally.
about. This is the, the plays that they expected. That mean look shutting it down very, very hard. And it's interesting we're seeing a Scald Bro on the side of Luminosity. It feels like Surf would be maybe not a better choice. It's going to do probably less damage, but it's also going to displace your enemies a bit more to make sure that, it feels like Overlord can do exactly what he needs to do in some of these
That was
fights.
cool.
Now you go song ticks on boards going for the engage. Ice is getting shredded. KO streak of 2 for Overlord. Tons of pressure being put on as Occur is spacing back and just trying to keep Overlord from scoring. In the meantime, though, Slash was working on Regice the whole time.
I think there was a moment there, I don't know if you heard me, I audibly just went, ugh, because I just saw what Overlord was doing, just jumping in there.
Yeah, that's
This massive amount
pretty
of damage,
nasty.
the back and forth with that combination. Incredible stuff, diving into the back line, taking all of the KOs that they want. Nice objective secure here for Luminosity. However, it does feel like the start of this match a lot closer than game number 1.
Yeah, this is definitely. I would definitely call this significantly closer. But on the other hand, a close game with these, with this team draft, I don't know. It's not the right thing. I don't know.
Just make sure
It all kind of depends on how much Orangutan can scale into scoring. Like, I don't think they're going to. Is Zoro still a dummy thick mod? Yeah, dude. Zoro is
a pretty good
crazy.
strategy here, but I think they would want to probably win as well. Interesting seeing this Comfey on grass, not, a
Yeah,
lot of
LG's
players
behind.
still playing Magical Leaf when they pick up.
Sorry,
this
not LG.
Comfey.
Orangutan is
Grass
behind
can set up
by like
some
a pretty
amazing
significant
plays.
margin
And
right
if
now.
used correctly, when you talked a little bit earlier about skill
Like,
expression, this
by
is
like-
probably
by like
the
2 levels
most
at the
skill
moment.
expression you can see on a Comfey that is not running Sweet Kiss. If they nail this grass knot, hit 2 Pokemon from the opposing team and sort of
I wonder if
one
Zoro
line
losing
with
mean
it,
look?
they pull
I got
them
no
together,
idea.
do extra damage and set up a beautiful
Maybe look into
combination
it.
for Overlord.
And that's the way you have Elo. So, nice Hydro Typhoon chips up. Are they going to be able to protect this goal zone? The Regice is coming. Comfy Unite is out. Big Surf to pull back the rest of the Orangutan back onto the girl pad. And the Unite move comes out. And they're trying to find Parasongs are ticking all over.
Very,
the
very
place.
clean
Nice
fight.
Surf back out just to get space off the Regieleki. 2 players down from Orangutan, but they still managed to get Curios, which at least is a consolation prize.
Yeah,
Overlord
consolation
is
prize is
going
right there.
insane. KO streak of 3 for them, and they are out. I think they're fine with the
That was a
work they
little
just did
brutal.
there.
Yeah, incredible work. A lot of KOs. They don't get punished for it at all. In fact, while that was all happening, Slash just kind of walked up there with the slow bro, scored a few extra points while it was all going down. They recognized the Regieleki's not going to go in, but they took an incredible fight.
I don't know if they can
That
lose
is a
the mean look.
level
I think so.
12 Zoroark right now here at about the 5
Oh God,
minute
Zoroark
mark
is
in this
so-
match. Very scary.
Yeah, that's kind
It's so
of the
over-tuned at the
counterpoint to
moment.
Orangutan's
Like, not
strategy.
over-tuned,
They
it's
need
over-
to get that
overfed at the
Blastoise
moment.
online because it's your frontline defense to chunk the damage and eat the receipts that really are supposed to be insulating your Mew and Glaceon. That hasn't quite happened yet, which is why Overlord has just ticked over to level 13 with 4+ minutes left. And now it's so big that it doesn't necessarily matter what you do.
Yeah, this is just so incredibly scary. But
Yeah, that
however,
Zoroark
if
is
they
just
can shut this down, if they can
hard
mean look it,
committed.
if they can Hydro Typhoon, if they can throw everything at this Pokemon, the catch-up experience that goes the other way would be massive. Here comes the Lapras Express.
Uh-oh.
And the Glaceon Unite follows shortly after Mew is going down.
This is a
Still,
really
they're trying
interesting
to
fight right
back
now because
through
like,
this thing.
it's like a
Ice is
3v5 right now.
Elo, and more
Oh
players are
yeah,
getting taken.
Orangutan got
The whole team is
destroyed.
ahead.
Turns out the
Holy smokes, Overlord scoring. They're
The overfed Zoroark really doing some real damage.
Incredible stuff, and look at the math right there, grabbing a few extra points to finish it off. 283 to 62 right now.
It's going to come down to whether they can get to whether they can survive the final fight.
The orangutan is on the ropes right now. They need a big time rope-a-dope. They need to lure this Overlord in.
They can
take this Zoroark out somehow, because if
that's going to be a kill on the. Oh, maybe it's not. Is it going to be a bait?
Every player from Orangutan is together, and it just took them 16 seconds to take KO a slow bro. I mean, it's rough.
It's true, actually. Sobo's really tanky. Oh, and there we go.
Everybody's getting some now. KO streak.
This is why you ban Zoroark against Luminosity.
I mean, you've heard of Tom Cruise's Maverick, but I think we got a new Top Gun.
You've heard of Tom Cruise's Maverick? We got a new Top Gun. I like that. That's a very.
Elo has to be Iceman in this scenario, right?
Well, I'm thinking Ice would be, right?
Well, I mean, but
Orangutan.
But they work in tandem at the end for the big win. 2 minutes 30 seconds.
They work in
Let's figure out our Top Gun reference while this match continues here.
We'll do it on break. We'll do it on break.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out, everybody.
We got 30 seconds till Ray. Right now, they're really far behind. They've got almost 2 months not only at level 15. It's going to be very solid endgame advantage.
20 seconds now until Rayquaza, and this is a Rayquaza that Luminosity must be feeling great about. Even if they lose this thing, they're up by almost 300 points.
Yep, and they're also up by 7 levels.
Rayquaza, but every single member of Orangutan is going to get KO'd in that effort, I can assure you.
Basically, the only way this works is if somehow Zoroark gets locked down early.
2 minutes, final stretch. What can you do?
He's not going to, because you got a Comfy on him.
Obviously, they need this to stay inside the winner's bracket. They are not eliminated if they lose this match, but they head down to the loser's bracket.
Finally got your bingo card ready? Oh, yes, I should have been making my bingo card. I forgot about the bingo cards.
Room for errors. We see Overlord going in on this fight, but still pulling back right here. They do not have a reason to really go in and do anything foolish right now. They just need to keep their lead. They need to run out the clock. They're way up as Rin is putting another 82 points in this bottom goal. The slow beam on the Glaceon. Here we go.
The Mew Knight was forced out to get a quick KO on Curious. Maybe they can flip the script here. Bliss Assistants right into the middle. They're trying to sit on top of this Blastoise, see what they can do. Hydro Typhoon chips up 3. Tons of damage getting rained in. Served on Overlord. They're at half HP. They're kind of getting buckled. There's no follow-up. Nobody else from Orangutan is there, so Overlord survives.
There you go. Orangutan is down.
Now the pressure continues. There's 2 players down for Orangutan. They're on the hunt. Ice is the next one on the chopping block, and Slash wants that one for
not
themselves.
Quite killing that that Umbreon.
Rin is also level 15. A sliver of HP, but that's a constant.
Oh, is it going to kill? It doesn't kill. Oh my god, Overlord comes in and just wipes them.
And now, Lord, this is going to be our 3rd ace of the game. Overlord says, I want it. Give it to me now. Let's go, baby.
Solid
ace.
Again.
Might as well start scoring. Might as well do whatever you want. Thea Sky Ruins belong to LG in this one.
Incredible stuff from your world.
Thea Sky Ruins belong to Luminosity. That's very much too. Like, this Zoroark is just so nasty. His Zoroark is just actually disgusting. Very strong. Nothing will compare to Spraggle. Someone called Nurse Joy, tell him we got bodies coming. That's a really good line. Oh, Zoroark said.
First, maybe second time this game.
They don't have enough time to be able to score too many points, but they could maybe do 400. Like, if they were really lucky, they could score 400, but no.
Straight to the goal zone, chip up 3. Let's get in more points. Why not? LG wins this one 2-0.
Overlord getting KO'd right.
You're down by way too much.
Obviously, he is washed. Unfortunate performance from Luminosity, but
is that it, eh?
Of course, what an absolute clinic from the world champs right there. And they are looking like they
Baston and non-ping is insane. Zoro was free to walk in. They have nothing for Zoro, honestly. You look just to check what companies with the Zoro. Yeah, Zoro is just too consistent of a threat.
Being true to form. This is the LG that we remember that dominated in the World Championships last year.
Yep, this is the LG that won last year.
And they're looking to
that honestly wasn't even that close. Like, there was like that second game was a little closer than the first game, but not much. Like, there was like basically Orangutan won 1 more game than otherwise. They got slaughtered by, I think, who's going to end up becoming world champions again. If LG become world champions a second time, jeez.
Unfortunately, I don't think they realized what exactly they were summoning right there, opening up Pandora's box, and it was just devastating.
Yeah, I mean, again, on paper, you can see what they were trying to cobble together on the side of Orangutan. And you have to give them credit. You found a strategy, you try and execute it, and you find that that's your best chance. I mean, that's what SAUL
But that game
said
has a
yesterday. You saw
pentacle.
in game 1 against LG.
Zacian was
they
not
had a
kicked or
strategy,
banned.
They executed and it worked.
That
Let's
was
take
definitely a
look at
Timmy
what this
balance
would look
moment.
like here in game 2.
Yeah, obviously
Spraggle's
a
hype?
better start
Probably.
here for Orangutan in game
Yeah,
number
he didn't
2,
say anything that was
but we
like
still have
super,
that classic
like quotable
Luminosity
super hype.
domination,
This
especially these
right at the end of
huge
that game there.
moments.
Every
You have a
EV
Zoro
appears
and you have a
once.
Comfey together,
We
making
didn't see
sure
any
this Pokemon really
Espeons
can
this
never
set,
go
so we're not
down,
gonna get
as
that.
it
We don't get that
performs
row.
some of
That
the most
row.
incredible
Advent Pause,
maneuvers
no.
inside the
Defender
game.
100k
One of the
damage.
most skill-intensive
No.
Pokemon in Unite
Ooh.
without question.
Yeah, you want to talk about skill expression.
Maybe that Blastoise?
Elo may have had
That Blastoise?
a little
Or
bit
not
less
Blastoise,
of it,
sorry,
but Overlord
Lapras?
had all of it, and
Lapras
they
is
were
a
looking
defender, right?
phenomenal. That's the thing with the strategy of Orangutan. You can see what they're doing. We talked about it over and over again.
Yeah, he's
but
clear
the thing
defender,
is they need to get together.
That
team
Lapras,
fight,
one of the
but by
Laprases
time
might have
they
done
got
100k
to
damage.
that
We'll be
point on
looking.
their side to be
Umbreon
able to
steals
do
a
it,
massive
Overlord
shield.
was so
Yep.
far ahead that it just
Shiny Echo's
didn't
cameo.
matter
No, we
anymore.
didn't see
The
any
gap was too
Sableye.
big to close, and
Support objectives.
It
Okay,
showed.
but then
Yes.
score comp.
And you can see
I
even
call
in
this a score
fight
comp.
where
Orangutan was running a
moments
score
right here,
comp,
they
I
caught
call
a couple
this.
members
Team with the
of
same battle
Luminosity.
item.
Obviously,
I don't think their
Luminosity's
entire
playing
team was the
so
same battle item, but
incredibly
maybe.
patient. They're okay
Technical
with
difficulties,
someone
no.
going
Okay,
down
so not
as
that
long
row
as they're
either.
still in a position
Comfrey
to not
Blissey,
lose
first
the
pick.
entire thing. And then, of course, this
No,
incredible moment right here
actually.
where somehow
So none of the
Lapras
rows.
lives.
that patience that you're speaking to is the
Wild
difference between
Monteo.
LG today and LG
I
in
got
the
Footwork,
regional
no.
finals.
Double beam comp.
Overlord was just buckling in,
Nope,
trying
we
to
didn't
go
get
in,
that.
trying to carry the team,
Math
not
Cord,
relying
API
on
member
the other members
photobomb,
as much.
maybe?
And
Actually,
now
that might
they
have
peeled
happened.
back, went to safety.
Match
you
remake?
See Rin
Nope.
being able to step up,
Moist
take
Bear,
over the game,
MIA?
and have phenomenal performance
Nope.
on Lapras.
He's
Yeah, I would
was
say MVP from performance
banned,
absolutely. You saw
so
all
not
the
MIA.
moments, you know, Rin
Had the
is one of
stolen,
those
yeah,
players
okay.
where
So then,
they are
yeah, we didn't get any
always
big goals on this set.
away from some of the big fights. They are away from what is happening, putting pressure on different points of the map, and then they come in.
Imagine
with that
NA being
Lapras
world champs
express
twice and
out
still
of
not having an
nowhere,
off
and
season.
just absolute
Oh, it's
tandem
ridiculous.
moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, without
all
a
the
doubt.
pictures
I
are
mean,
great.
Rin is not
God,
seen,
look at the
but is
outfit
still
matching.
doing work. And that's why when Overlord
God,
hit
these
level
guys are my spirit
15,
animals.
Rin was at level 14 silently on the other side of the map. So when they join the fray, no chance, man.
And you know what? We have some incredible stuff for Pokemon Unite happening right now. Pokemon Unite is turning 2 years old. What a cute little baby!
Turning
Use the
Turning.
gift code second anniversary
Turned up.
inside the game.
That's
Head over to
fancy
the
now,
events
right?
page. Head down to your daily events. Scroll down there to the gift exchange
I get
and
it.
put this in right now. Pokemon
God.
Unite will give you a Mew emblem. They will give you a Mewtwo emblem, platinum by the way, and you will also get to try these 2 incredible Pokemon for 3
Moist Bear MIA is more of a water
days.
sheet will not be used once.
Look,
I
Pokemon
mean,
Unite
I guess that's fair
turns
then,
to
because it was
Mewtwo.
banned every single time.
Oh, we're going to be right back with more hot Pokemon Unite action. Do not go anywhere or I will be mad at you specifically.
I'll be more mad though.
I'll be the most mad.
Nope.
No, it will be me.
God, I love the way that all of them bounce off each other is just so good. God, I like Spriggles and Dupe Snacks are just so good. I keep thinking that if I had tackled the way that I approach Unite a little bit differently, then I'm thinking like, oh man, maybe one of those could have been me as well. Or maybe I could have been one of the people who are called over. Because so many of my colleagues right now are all at Worlds right now. Even though like I was, you know, I'm one of the people who brought them all together. The idea that like so many of my close colleagues are all in Japan right now. A lot of them there because of Math Cord and what we've done. You see the accidental Blaziken, by the way? What do you mean by accidental Blaziken? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like they were showing it in one of the promo material by accident? Let's... Yeah. It's really funny to look back and say that, like, 2 of my advisors are pro analysts. You know, a handful of the content creators that we grew up on are at Worlds right now. Some of which are at Worlds as players. Some of them are casters as well. Like our partnership with Spraggles was a very good long-term benefit for both of us. It's really funny to look back and just see like the impact that Math Cord ended up having on the whole Unite community as a whole. I'm really happy with how we've all kind of, done stuff. It's really nice. We DM'd it. That's funny. Cool. Let me open up back to the esports, the Yokohama thread. Imagine being on Curly's stream and... Oh no, but he's probably there in person. Yeah, Lazarus, she's probably at Curly Q's stream, like actually there in person with everybody else there. Actually, we didn't have PTS or leaks, so they just showed that on stream by accident. That'd be really funny, but everybody knew that point ticket was already coming. It would have been, yes, that'd be absolutely, sure. It'd be really, really funny. We just flip over to VGC and we'll just swap the...
Just in Game 3, I tried to do something different to maybe do better than Game 2.
Was the Brambleghast the biggest surprise for your opponent? Was there anything else that surprised you about their team?
I think it's the Bumblegast, yeah, because the other stuff is pretty standard. So Bumblegast with Terra Ghost is, which Focus Shot is, I think for me, the most strange thing about him. Yeah.
Well, your team is looking very strong. Do you feel like this is a good start to what could be a winning run for you at Worlds?
I hope. I've been playing 10 years of Pokemon and have been top 8 at Worlds, top 6.
I think it's as we get gaming news during closing now. Yeah, I agree. Having everything like all done at once means that people can tune in for specific things.
Someday the World Championship, so hopefully.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about your history as a Pokemon player. You've been favored to win Worlds before.
Yeah, I won the international last year and also a regional. So I was one of the favorite players last year, but it didn't work like this year because I was playing a standard team that I feel comfortable all the year. I didn't test a lot at the end. So this year it's a new format, so didn't have a standard team to feel comfortable. So I started working really hard with friends. And
okay, let's do the Squirtle.
Supporting me and help me to tournaments. And I think I made a really strong team, and let's see how it goes.
What were some of the inspirations for your team? How did you figure out some of these really cool ways they could work together?
I was thinking about the metagame, the start of the metagame, the Urshifu teams, pretty standard, and I tried to stop all the standard things with some strange items. But I think at the end, the standard teams are way better than strange teams. But if you can try to build a standard team with strange items to beat the other standard stuff, I think this is probably the most perfect team.
I love that. Now, you mentioned practicing with friends. Is there anyone you want to say hi to or thanks to while we're here?
Yeah.
Whoops, not what I wanted to do. Not at all what I wanted to do, actually. What in the world? Very much some misclicks.
Have been supporting me all the time, also to the Spanish players, Spanish community, and my Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much.
And thank you. This has been a fantastic game. Best of luck as we continue in the tournament. And we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with
How do I add the multi-view in preview, right? Scene preview somewhere. I will find it. No!
Hello,
oh, we're back.
As at the beginning, but I must say, these matches, they are starting to get spicy. Maybe we might get some spicy ramen from the Pikachu.
We may get some spicy ramen from the Pikachu. I'm on camera, I can see myself. Here we go. Let's take a look at our bracket right here. Kello, break it down.
All right, we can obviously see that Oyasumi Makaro, they have taken 2-1 against Peru. And the game we just witnessed here on the main stage, Luminosity sweeping 2-0 against Orangutan.
Yeah, and of course we have.
What I'll just do is I'll add
right now. Both of these teams going 3-0
window capture
from Korea, MJK hailing from Japan. This is going to be an insane
a little
game.
dangerous,
and while
but
that is taking place, we have 00 Nation and Obo Obsidian on our B stage, which means you can watch that stream on the B stream on
there we
YouTube.
Go.
If you
Cool.
need to check it out,
So I can bring this down here and you can see my
an amazing game.
Daily
Definitely
Squirtle
going to be
today.
an amazing
Wow.
event. Axial versus MJK. As you mentioned,
Well, nothing
not
else, like,
growing
notable
the
was
set
happening.
yesterday, 3-0. MJK, they sweep their group 2-0
So what's that Pokemon?
against each of those teams.
Any Pokemon, so let's do a Gen 4 Mon that's not multi-type. Let's do... What's a good Gen 4 Mon?
Experience, but at the
Yalva.
same time was so
So it's a higher gen, so let's go to Gen
I don't think a lot of
6.
people expected that much out of
Tapu
Korea
Koko?
here at Worlds, and now we have Actual coming in, and like you said, just sweeping the competition.
It's even smaller than Tapu Koko.
The unexpected, okay? We
You
do
do
not
text- you
know.
text
It's a very, very
every
small
morning.
Mon then.
Why?
Yeah,
It's a Gen
exactly.
5? Gen
Well, we
5
obviously
small
see these
Mon.
teams are looking fantastic. They are
Um,
looking fierce. They are ready to rumble.
What's,
Incredible stuff here, and then obviously we have MJK.
Is
There
Thievul?
have been
I think
some
Thievul.
amazing Japanese teams here this weekend, but my
Thievul's
money
Gen...
is
Oh,
on
Thievul's Gen 8.
MJK.
No, I'm not thinking of
Really, I
Thievul. I'm
have to
thinking
mention
of,
I have no money on any of these events, but if I had to put money on these events, I
what's
think
his name?
MJK is hands down one of
Aquarat?
the best teams in the world as we head into our draft.
You spent it all at Pokemon Center, right? Is that
Spent it
right?
all-
Yeah,
I spent it
that makes sense. All right, here we
Packrat.
go. The band phase.
There we
can
go.
Obviously, see they are.
Okay, so
hovering
Gen
over.
5,
To get
normal
the
something
same
type.
band here.
What's
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Gen
question is,
5
are we gonna keep
bird?
seeing a lot of these Pokemon banned? Are we going to see Lapras
Is there a
banned
Gen
out? Are we
5
gonna see
basic
Urshifu
bird?
banned out? It looks like a lot of players don't want to run into these Pokemon. But as we talked about many times, there are still so many power picks inside of Unite right now. Zacian, Inteleon.
So it's a slightly taller, but
90
later.
defenders that are scary to deal with, and one that has actually been doing incredibly well this weekend that I think maybe a lot of people didn't
Pidove?
expect is Trevenant. Trevenant has been
Gen 5,
extremely
normal
popular
flying.
and a
It's
huge
too
difference
short.
maker in a lot
What's
of these
Pidove
games.
evolve into?
Oh, well, you know what? We have said it's a defender better after all. Having those two defenders, just that tanky front line and allow that back line
It could
to get
be
those shots
Tranquil,
in from long
right?
range. It's all about that protection, especially with those supporters.
Yeah, absolutely here. As we're going to see what
No,
these
'cause it
teams
actually weighs
do
too
on
much
the
now.
draft as they move forward.
Tranquil weighs
we've
too
seen
much.
A lot of very skill intensive.
I'm guessing
play
Unfenced
from
probably
all
weighs
these
more than that
teams,
as well.
Pokemon like Urshifu, Pokemon like Zoroark, and then we've also just seen some incredible play that maybe doesn't get highlighted enough, like we said, from these defenders and support players inside the game. A supporter that I feel like is getting picked on and off that I think is really interesting is Clefable. There are times where I feel like Clefable is amazing, and there are other times where I feel like Clefable is a little bit of a dicey pick for some of these teams.
I guess that's the thing. It all comes down to these Pokemon picks, but then it comes down to how these players actually play them. All about that positioning, that team communication is so key in these matches. You know, you can pick up whatever, but if you don't have that team communication, it could all crumble right in front of you.
And you can see it in some of these teams. You can see those moments where you know the way they play this combination, the way they move through this is absolutely perfect. We're going to take a look at our B stage right now for 0-0 Nation versus
Normal
Homo
something.
Abyssinian while we get ready for our main
Gen
stage
5
game.
normal something.
Here we are. This match is starting. Nation, your purple team. Obo Abyssinian, your
What
orange
gen
team.
is,
Oh, I must say, there's some interesting things. I like seeing
Rufflet?
Fennekin go into that central
No,
area.
'cause we need
Hooper is
taller than
making
that,
its
so
way
Rufflet
across
still
that
isn't the right
middle path
choice.
there and is looking for invade.
Yeah, this is that classic invasion strategy.
What other
Heading
mons
into
are
the
there?
enemy central area and seeing how much time you can waste, how much
gotta
experience
be close,
you can
right?
steal.
Is it-
Is there any way that you can pick up a KO? It's really hard to
Also
deal
not
with
Archon, 'cause
Pokemon
he's
like
0.5
Hoopa or Snorlax
meters.
moving into the central area. Looks like they missed the secure right there, and there you have it. Hoopa taking that
I
buff
don't know
right
who else
there
it
and
could
actually
be.
pushing them back. Delphox in a lot of trouble right here. Oh, getting
my
caught,
gosh.
and there's the big KO.
That is huge.
I'll shrink this
for
just
that
while-
Hooper there. And I feel like the secure on Fennekin early
happening.
game is just not there.
think
Going
of
up
also
against
the
the
V.
Hooper, but otherwise we have taken a look at that bottom path. We have the A9 that is online along with the Leafeon as it charges that Solar Blade.
Yeah, looking
So
incredible
it's-
here. Obviously, Leafeon just gets amazing at level 4, and then they are able to take all of the experience away from their opponents in path. It's pretty incredible. As we see, Hoopa is still in that central area of 0-0 Nation, along with a Glaceon right now, as they continue to try to steal away these buffs. We can see up here in our top path, we've got the Lapras fighting.
Oh, is
here
this,
with the Blastoise. Blastoise feeling, you know, a lot of times like low rent Lapras.
No, that's Gen 6, not Gen 5.
You can't have, you know, Lapras, you get Blastoise. It's the Blastoise we
Rig.
have at home.
I thought that was it. I was really confident for a moment. But I don't know the difference. Like Gen 5 and Gen 6, I'm just mixing up.
Send it back home, get some HP regeneration as they are putting the pressure on. They are using that water to just push him back, hopefully get a KO. But this sustain from the Lapras is too insane.
Now, of course, this
what's
is from
Rockruff's,
our B stage right here. We're going to get back to our main stage soon. You can watch the entire stream of all of our matches from the B stage at youtube.com/@PokemonUnite.
All right, here we go. We're heading into that central area. It does look like Oma
Double
Emerson
pop.
was
No,
able to
I'm-
soak up all of that
Third year?
experience for themselves.
Now
It's
we
that
see
and
scores
that and
going
nothing
in here
and
in
nothing.
this
It's not
spot path.
Rockruff.
Obviously, it's just 1 point, so we know that this Umbreon is stacking up either an attack weight, an Aeos cookie, maybe both. Both work great on an Umbreon, especially depending on which build they are trying to play with this Pokemon.
Sui and
We can
Zorua?
see
Yeah, but
right
it's
here,
not Gen 5.
Umbreon back down to this bottom path just to get a little healthy.
Hisui and
I think a lot of
Zorua is
people are
a
putting a lot of hope into
Gen
0-0
8 or
Nation
9
here,
mon, depending on how they
especially
count
after
it.
we saw them yesterday take down Tally, Bobo, Believers. But again, if you
Well,
want to
what
see
about-
that match, that is on our B stream. It is live
Squawkabilly
right now,
fits, doesn't it?
youtube.com/@PokemonUnite.
All right, let's bring it back. We have
Does
Actil
fit.
versus MJK from Japan.
Okay, so now we've
as
got-
we head in
it's
into
a
this
0.6
phase,
height
we're going to
Pokemon.
see what these
Okay,
picks are going to
that's
be. And you know what? I
information.
think this looks really interesting. Lapras.
Okay, I know that's Gen 9, but I don't know who.
It makes sense, right?
I don't know who it could be in
Now the question is, what
in
does Actual want to do
this
with
gen,
this,
so-
power pick right here, the first pick, and they grab Inteleon. This Pokemon has been picked up all weekend. As we say, MJK right here, they're taking two massive all-rounders, Zacian or Shifu back to back.
They are taking those back
Yep.
to back. Interestingly enough, I feel like
That's
usually
Zacian
teams have been
and
picking
Zacian and
those
Ursula is gonna be
defenders and those
brutal.
supporters
We're still
first
getting like the
along
same
the
team
Intelligent
comps,
behind
man.
those on
At least
the back.
Lapras is
There's
banned,
two
right? That's
powers that
something.
you want to have on your team.
Take a look at Actual right here. They say we are still going to be able to run Double Defender, and we are relegating you to picking Trevenant. If you want to run another one, I guess it would be Snorlax right here. But they're saying, nah, I don't think we need that. We're going to bring out the Comfey right there. Comfey, oh, they move it over to a Blissey. We almost had Comfey Zacian.
Interesting.
Which is just a horror story from Solo 2 earlier in the year.
No, please. do
Yeah,
not
everybody
nightmares.
remembers
I'd
and
like
loves
to
the,
see that Agile is hovering over the Clefable.
the
We did
Zacian
mention it
plus-
earlier, it can be hit or miss, but I guess being up
Plus
there
Comfey.
in front of a Slowbro and a Blastoise
Actual
by their side,
goddamn
hopefully
horror
is
stories.
able to utilize that AoE healing to the best.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they are able to do right here. It's interesting seeing, I think both Delphox and Clefable are these hit-or-miss Pokemon. They can really do some amazing stuff, and then other times teams are able to shut them down pretty hard. Looking at this composition here from MJK, I feel like it's a little more fierce. It's a little scarier than what I'm seeing from Actual, but Actual also has some huge power Pokemon, and if they're able to make sure that Inteleon
Weighs too
can
much.
land
Oh
those
my gosh,
clean
what
snipe
other
shots or liquidations all
normal
match,
type
then
Pokemon are there?
MJK is in trouble.
Yes, but we can see they are going to be a wrecking ball, possibly sticking together. But you know what? I think we need to
Normal
throw it off
X.
to our casters for this match. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two.
I have no idea.
Wow, Wonder Chef, we got an exciting one to kick off our first game of this best-of-3 set. Oh my word, I mean, Delphox into the Venusaur, looking pretty okay from where I'm standing.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Comfey there. That's like the optimal Comfey team. It's got like 3 of the best targets possible. But I'm so excited to watch these teams. Look at this. Of
What
all
other options
ages,
are
the
there?
fans are coming out to cheer for these teams. The Japanese crowd in particular has been amazing. They've been loud just throughout the entire venue. Again, there's the B stage, there's the A stage, and they have been cheering on both sides for every single Japanese team. Just watch the Oisu macro from the crowd, and I actually can't hear you. I'm going to need to speak up because now I'm deaf.
Yeah, exactly. The crowd loving this. MJK and Actual, I mean, we were talking about, the analysts were talking about a little bit before we started this match. Both 3-0 in their groups.
Think about it while
That's
watching.
Impressive. I mean, the laundry list of teams that includes and defeated is amazing. MJK took out teams like Team Peps, Team MYS, TTV, Actual defeating teams like Amaterasu and Fusion and Brazil. So many solid teams defeated in these scenarios. I mean, these two teams have earned it, maybe more than any other squad in our top 8 bracket.
Right, and not only so dominant, but probably not expected to be that dominant by any means from most people. Of course, everybody was wrong. If you say that you had an accurate prediction bracket, you are lying, or you're you're like a contrarian, and you just did everything opposite. But that is just so impressive from both these teams. I've been very impressed by them, so we'll see how this match goes. Right now, this Squirtle just trying to stay up. This is going to be tough. I mean, having to deal with this Zacian early on in that path is not going to be the easiest thing. A little bit of a fight. Who can take this blue buff?
Oh, that's a tough one, but wow, a boosted auto attack is going to be grabbing it for the Kung Fu, and Luca Poe evolves into this urgent.
Yep.
This
Bye-bye.
is my player to watch, by the way, for this matchup. Yesterday in group stage, Luca Poe was smurfing.
Actual just takes a nice, a small L there.
I cannot wait to see what they get.
I just put in Deer Leg.
Already looking pretty good, I'll say. Did you get that stack in? All right.
This is the current setup right now.
A little bit right there. It's like, oh, yeah, keep trying, keep trying. Oh.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's, oh my gosh, 2 going down now on the side of Okjil.
Yeah, Okjil and check putting in by Epe to get that knockout on the fans up, which is really solid. That defender is going to be playing from far behind, but everybody else getting knocked out by Luca Poe. So really good exchange there for them. Now, Sona, another player we wanted to talk about to watch, mostly because MJK Sona has had a lot of success this year, not just on this team. They actually participated in the National High School Unite Championship just last weekend.
That's right, yeah, that just ended. Very impressive to be so young, but again, you know, like we saw from some of the fans out there right before this match, it's all ages, and also going all the way over to the old
for fuck's sake.
Exactly.
It's Mellowetta.
Luca Poe looking for a bit of an engagement here.
That's
able to
gross.
make it away, and everybody else at check buttons. However, great shutdown there by the Trevenant to make sure that stoppage happens.
Bunch of Gen 4, those are the ones I know the best.
Read that blank.
Just more pressure on this bottom tier 1. They have really just been kind of putting in like a linchpin. This is a very scary situation, and they're finally going to take it down. Yeah, stacking is 4. Going to take the Fable down on top of that. Great timing as well.
The Gen 1 Mon.
Away from the first Reggie
Bigger.
It's going to leave a lot
Not
more
monotype.
safety if they're going to try to prioritize that base from Reggie.
And in Western regions, a lot of the time, a strategy that is employed is saving those goal zones to a little bit later for bigger overdumps and to remove that experience from the other side. In the East, that is strategy.
Hey, I got it in 2, guys.
It is all about breaking those goal zones as quickly as you can, because these teams like to invade so frequently. It doesn't matter. It's actually just more available experience.
I think I'll just take my lottery ticket and go now.
When as strong as Zation is in the mid game, it's a pretty solid opportunity. Registeel is going to easily go over to the side of MJK, and great spacing is going to try to steal the Regieleki, but Actual is able to take that mule with a great little play, and they get the secure. I actually think they took the basement Reggie as well. I believe Slowbro got the last hit on that one. Yeah, they got a Registeel buff right now.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that turned everything around. I was about to say, look how amazing it was that they built all that space by taking that first tier 1. It gave them the Reggie, but then they didn't get it. So Slowbro, great, amazing play, turning things around. And they do need to turn things around. There's still a level deficit for sure for Okjil. They're sitting behind, but if they can scale a little bit later into the late game, they will be looking a lot better.
Citrus Berry.
The War Turtle hit Blastoise, the Delphox has hit Delphox, and that Unite move is going to be super key for making these team fights go in Okjil's favor.
It's one of the best defenses for a goal zone there. And great gravity play by Fable is going to shut down the escape for Luca Poe.
Turn off Firefox and keep watching.
I think that the move is going to take out S4L from range, though. Amazing shot there from this Venusaur player. Incredible aggressive play here. Chaos Ring gets 2 from the Zasha, but so many of those
putting on my massage chair right now.
Solar Beam plays.
That was a split right there. That was 2 Pokemon that weren't even next to each other. Amazing stuff from that beam, and that's going to be finally the other tier 1 going down as well. MJK with such an incredible early lead here, 177 to Goose Egg, to 0 points on the side of Okjil, and on top of that,
yeah, right now there's a significant lead. Actually, it's not that significant. It's actually only like 2 levels on the part of MJK. This is probably going to come down to a big zap, sorry, not a big zap fight, a big
could really be a dive threat to you. If something could jump on top of Venusaur and make that a little tricky, you want that
a big rake threat, because really rake is going to be the big thing that's going to flip this here.
And really slow pushes forward. You're not really worried about that. So instead, just go for the bigger damage play of that sludge bomb, and it will provide a lot better results.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, they're trying to get that 5-man bot just to get any kind of presence here, but they're gonna end up giving up a lot of points up top with for that. Oh, they got there just in time to stop the free push.
Essentially of MJK, and the Unite's going to come from the Blastoise. is not probably going to be enough.
Is that gonna go in? They've managed to keep off the Regieleki.
Oh my God.
They're keeping the Regieleki off right now.
This is a tough push. I mean, there's jump pad available for Axial, so they're able to defend this goal zone rather quickly. As you see, member after member is jumping in, but MJK wants to.
Oh, can they get the kill? No, they just barely lose it. And then they do get it, and they manage to get the easy dunk on it and break the friggin'... Oh, that was beautiful. That was a very, very cool fight. Very, very terrifying. That could have really drastically changed the pace of the game.
As I think finally Axial is going to find some semblance of a victory here, but it is not going to come easy. And Chobo again, and Lucapo turns things around and gets a KO, gets the shielding from liquidation of 3 members of Axial, and is going to use that to escape.
Wow, even after all of that, they weren't able to find that KO on Lucapo. That's incredible. I mean, that was like something like 6 or 7 KOs for MJK, and Axial got maybe 2, and a lot of them weren't even the biggest targets. I think Sona was the biggest target that maybe went down within that. So you can see that even the return EXP from that was not super huge, and the lead has built up to 281. It looks like they really want to fight their way back in by trying to secure this bottom objective. It might allow them to get some of the points in on the tier 1 as well. We're going to see the spacing coming out from Blastoise, but the deny on the score from the solar beam. I don't know if this is going to work, though. This is a very deep dive.
What'd you miss? You just missed probably the best fight so far I've seen so far. It was a long, extended, prorated fight with Regieleki up top. It was a really good T2 push with Reggie.
And actually use it in sort of picture-perfect composition there. And finally, Axial is on the board. Both these teams are 3-0.
You like the Sludge Bomb? I don't mind Sludge Bomb. I think it's fine.
Had the keys to the kingdom in this matchup.
This would be okay. That is a ridiculous.
I don't think it's that big of a deal, all things considered, right?
We saw that even attempted because we knew that it was going to go down the moment that it didn't work or even did work.
Now,
Like,
you do get a little bit of
Giga Drain is nice, but I don't think that it's like so vital that it ends up making a significant difference in this kind of setup, right?
But of course, it is predictable in that area of effect. If you can try to avoid it, dodge that initial stun from that Pokemon, it'll be a little bit easier to deal with. And look at this aggressive positioning by MJK. They are not letting Axial have any real estate around this Rayquaza pit.
Forcing them to have to engage in one of these 2 main choke points is just the worst thing in the world for the team that's trying to push in. And of course, having the score lead on top of that, this is
They're gonna have to take a fight at some point.
For MJK. Nobody is out in a weird place.
I just don't like it. You know that feeling? I know what you mean, but I don't think that that's really anything. Oh, that Blastoise coming in. They've gotten a little bit of a leeway, but there's 30 seconds of being easily burned off that timer. A little bit of HP is off.
It seems like Axial managed to push in a little bit more. There's going to be more of an even position for the start of this fight.
Oh, big push in by Sona. Unite move.
Ooh, that Trevenant's looking a little risky. Ooh, they got Zacian. This is gonna come down to a coin flip. Are we flipping right? Bad macro turn to flip right? No, it's not. It's Inteleon versus... And Urshifu. Why is Urshifu still attacking it? You do not need to attack this right now, Urshifu. Oh, yeah, they'll be able to kill Rayquaza fast enough. It's Urshifu, I guess, yeah. And there we go.
Lucapo said 4 is not enough. I gotta get to 5. Who's left? Rayquaza's left. I'm taking it. That was looking actually so scary for MJK. But hey, you called it perfectly.
Dunka 50. Dunkaroo, motherfuckers. Dunkaroo to 581. Are they gonna really just overkill it that hard and just gonna get even more points? There's like, nah, winning by 500 points isn't enough. Let's just keep going.
Lucapo obviously proving they are world class because on the back of them and Pinty's Blissey Unite move, they completely turn that team fight around, and MJK takes a 1-0 lead.
Urshifu, we get rid of win con, best win con, exactly. Your best win con is to make sure your opponent is to have 1.
This is where we're gonna start to see
exactly.
These incredibly high levels of
if you want to make sure you win, make sure your enemies don't, right? The easiest way to win is to start by making sure your enemies lose.
Of this finals bracket.
I cannot wait, but I also can't wait to hear what our analysts have to say. Kelosaurus Spraggles, break us down.
MJK won.
Yes, they did. And
Broke
might
it
I
down
say-
pretty
yeah.
pretty well, I think. I mean, MJK won from top to bottom in that match.
And you know what? It's just a reflection of how they played yesterday. They didn't end up dropping any games, and we'll have to see whether they're going to be able to keep up that momentum and get that.
MJK definitely has the momentum and strength to be able to win. Like, they clearly have the micro. They did throw a little bit there by turning what should have been a very clean Rayquaza defense into a 1v1, leaving Urshifu alive. If that Urshifu wasn't as fit, then they might have just lost that whole fight.
Throughout that match, but it got a little scary.
Dark Knight
here
in
at the
chat?
end as Akcho really came back here, caught 2 at the start
And what,
of this
the,
fight. Nice big slow beam into another
Mathcord
KO,
chat?
and we've got the slow motion for you, so I will slow down. No, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
I'm already slowed down.
And there's the Blitz assistance rocketing in to save Urshifu. While that is happening, Urshifu starts cleaning up this fight in a massive way. Huge solar beam.
Urshifu
Inteleon
OP.
jumping in with that acrobatics actually gets caught partially by the solar beam, but I don't know if it would have mattered because that was a full HP Urshifu. I remember when he started hitting Rayquaza here, I thought, why are you starting this Rayquaza? You're already winning this thing, but there was plenty of time on the clock for that to happen. 123,000 damage here from Luca Po, our player of the game.
You know what? They were the last man standing, and I think they definitely deserve that player of the game.
Hey, you know what? It might have been that Bliss assistance right there. The shields, sharing that with the Blissey, also the damage amplification that you get when they throw Bliss assistance on you. Huge moments. And I have to say, I thought Actual, they really had a tough time getting it together here in this match. I was talking about it before. I wasn't in love with their draft. I didn't really love their team composition. And throughout, I really felt like they had much weaker picks than the side of MJK, and it seemed to play out in that game.
Yeah, well, definitely they did have that rough spot in the beginning, flatlining that big donut. It was very nail-biting, but they were able to get in some dunks, but it just wasn't enough to take on MJK, especially after that team wipe. It was clean.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from MJK, and I have to say, I think for me, it's the Delphox. I'm not in love with it. I think it's an amazing Pokemon, but I'm just not seeing it be the difference makers. In fact, as we mentioned before, we have a stream of all of our teams on the B stage. I just watched 00 Nation versus Omo Abyssinian. 00 Nation had a Delphox, and I was also not really impressed with its impact in a lot of these big moments.
Look, they just want to bring the fireworks, okay? This is why they are choosing that Delphox. They want to make a show and make this stadium sparkle.
Of course. And we have exciting things happening in Unite. Not only do we have the 2nd anniversary, but we also have the lucky number draw inside of Unite. Stay tuned. The lucky number will be announced later today. And I've been told even if I win, they won't let me win, which I'm mad about.
Then Unite is something that needs to happen more. Sometimes your picker been different. Oh yeah, 100%. Every League of Legends player will tell you that. Like, the reason why Lee Sin sees so much play in professional League of Legends, but not in is because ping. The moment you have a little bit of ping, Lee Sin plays completely differently. But being able to continually have like perfect aim and not needing to predict anything.
Just like that,
Yep.
because they are looking like champions up on that stage. As we talked about earlier, so many great teams from around the world. We have 2 from the Japan region. MJK is incredible. For me, I feel like they're the best out of Japan, maybe the best team in the world right now.
Well, they are the 2nd seed for Japan. Secret Ship being number 1. So whether we're going to end up seeing MJK versus Secret Ship later, oh, actually, no,
Well,
they're
Secret
not.
Ship?
They're not. Yeah.
They were knocked down
No, that's
already.
right. Yeah. So they were actually number 2, and they overcome them. Well, I mean, you know, obviously in groups they did in person, but you know.
That is how we explain
Yeah.
groups a lot of the time. They were in groups. Now here they are in day 2. Taking a look at the crowd right here, obviously a lot of fans of Pokemon and a lot of fans of Pokemon Unite, and a lot of fans specifically of these teams. Whenever there is a Japanese team on the B stage or on the main stage, you can see the crowds flock to it here in Yokohama. People are so excited to watch their region compete.
Birds of a flock, cormorants maybe. I don't know, how would you describe them? I know Chef is rocking a wonderful cormorant suit today.
Yeah, Chef looks incredible as always. You know, Zoinks has a sparkly gold vest today. I think the crew's looking pretty fantastic, yourself included, Kello, as we get ready for our draft here for game number 2. MJK already up 1 game. If they win 1 more, they send Aktual down to that loser's bracket, and MJK will
it's gonna be exciting. I think MGK have this in the bag, but it'll be really interesting to see what comes up. Okay, so AK's banning that Urshifu.
Like they are hovering over that Urshifu. It was that last man standing in that last game. They do not want to come across it. Otherwise, Leafeon being banned as well. I must say, this evolution, it has been fierce this tournament.
It has. It gets so good so early. At level 4, it's just an absolute force inside the game, which is scary. They got rid of Urshifu on the side of Akjo right here. Not surprising after the performance we saw last round from this Pokemon. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a couple big first picks here from Aktual after Lapras is taken away by MGK. Let's see what they bring out. Ooh, they take the Zacian this time. They take Slowbro.
I think 2 very good picks on the side of Aktual, but coming up against that Lapras, that is going to be scary. Obviously, that Sacred Sword, I just, nope, I do not want to be caught out in it. But you know what? I like this, an A9 pick along with an Umbreon. So the suppression that these 2 Pokemon provide, but even if it ends up going the Wish, the healing, the mean look, oh my goodness.
The look is incredibly mean there from Umbreon. What an amazing start here for MJK's draft. But I have to say, the draft we're seeing from Aktual, night and day. So much better than what they had in game number 1. I think they grab the Blissey right here. They grab the Inteleon. These are huge pickups for Aktual as MJK is hovering this Hoopa. Could be a possibility. Clefable, another one. And we may see a Scizor or Scyther on the main stage.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
That's
This
exciting.
is what I love to see, those out of meta picks, right? You don't see
That's a very
often.
interesting
One of
pick.
the matches that I like. I'm
How often do you
really
get to see
interested
fucking
how
Caesar
Lucapo
play?
is
Where's
able
Caesar
to
on our list right now?
utilize
C tier?
this game.
That's
We
bingo.
saw them play a mean
Everybody
Urshifu.
mark your bingo cards for a C tier or lower on Unite TV, seeing play, and
Obviously being able to split that at level 5.
Yeah, the real question is what Pokemon are they going to bring out inside this match? Most of the teams I've saw have brought out Scyther, which plays a lot more like a speedster than it does an all-rounder. We're going to
That's
have
really
to see what
cool.
they want to bring.
That's going to be a really interesting pick. I think they're going to see. You're going to have a lot of.
You can dive into that back line and you can gobble up that Inteleon. I'm sure that.
I want to say more, but like right now, the whole like everything that Spriggles is saying is just right. Like there's not much I can really add right now.
That Blastoise, especially if it is Spinstoise, it does have those special attack specs, the Slick Spoon, so they might be spinning to win.
Absolutely, and we are going to see who wins this one as we hand it on over to our casters extraordinaire, Wonder Chef Zoinks. Take it away, gentlemen.
Wonder Chef, we get the opportunity to see Lucapo's Scyther again here on the main stage. Last time they played it, they looked incredible, and I actually got the chance to see them play it a second time on the B stage. They look unstoppable on this Pokemon. It looks like a brand new addition to Unite with the way it's playing.
Scyther has been a really interesting pick for me over the course of, I would say maybe the past even like 3 months, where it hasn't gone through any changes, but every time I see it picked from a lot of these good teams, it has this really great effect, and it's so hard to answer. But you have to be just an unbelievably highly skilled player to make it look that way.
Scyther has one of those kind of dualities to it that it is so strong when you are higher level than the enemy team. It's one of the best snowball Pokemon out there. However, the opposite is also true. If you were behind even just one level, it feels almost impossible to get a knockout on the other side. So Lucapo is going to need to be playing picture perfect, as S4L is going to be playing this station and bring it into that enemy central area. Oh, also, quick update, tournament optics-wise, if MJK wins this next game, their round matchup in the winner's semis will be against
the Lapras walking up and getting a free goal was just the vibe. Oh.
Wow, then we're going to have the crowd cheering both sides. Oh, the invade.
Ooh, the Zacian stole from the Scyther.
This is a lot of bullying, and this could be a great way to start shutting down that Scyther. This was actually what I was literally about to say.
That's brutal.
It's going to be very tough for this Scyther to not even if it's not in like the initial range, to just kind of go down to collateral damage from the Zacian.
Yeah, what did we just say about how it's early is strong if it's got that higher level? Well, no better way to prevent that than S4L with a amazing invade. Zacian's clear of the central area is so absurdly fast, it gives you that opportunity to just rush over and steal away a blue buff after you've already cleared both of yours. It's just a ridiculous pace that this Pokemon plays at.
Zacian's pretty good. You know, I think Zacian's a little bit good. But no, honestly, we've been seeing such great performance of that Pokemon from a lot of these teams that I was excited to see how it actually work out competitively. Ooh, this is pretty far forward positioning here, trying to just get that last little bit, probably some stacks in. Wow, just barely made it.
Blissey's going to find one. Mule's in a tough spot thanks to that mean look. However, they are able to escape because the rest of MJK's attention was onto that Blissey. So, unfortunately, MJK's Nary going to be, or sorry, not Nary, getting caught out there PT on that support Pokemon.
I said it before, but if you're not inting for stacks, then you're not playing the game.
Correct. Thank you. That is absolutely correct, Wonder Chef. I love to hear you agree with me on that one. Double Defender is a composition that can really put the hurt on Zacian. Those S4L having a
Yep, Double Defender is a really good way to be able to prevent a non-defender eater from being able to eat well, right?
When MJK brings a full 5 to that central pit.
Yeah, you can see that Lapras with the Perish Song is a really big deal for that Zacian. Not going to be able to burn it down super quickly, or I should say the Zacian can't burn down Lapras, but we'll see if they clash again soon. Right now, it's just most of the team.
Oh, they got it really out. They got that. Oh, why would they break that like that? That was a waste.
Down, this Scyther's trying to pop up a little bit. Actually, just going to back up, realizing, yeah, the position was very unsafe to a push.
Doesn't really think that's best for the fight right now.
Scyther, it might still be a Dunzo Scyther, but they're going to turn around, try to take down that Zacian. No,
They did a lot of damage to the Zacian there.
Look how good that Alolan Ninetales gameplay is from Nary. They put down that little combo that we see all the time.
It's gonna be really interesting bot lane.
Just get pushed out of completely. If you stay within it,
Bot lane duel here.
knockout the other direction.
Bot lane brawl, I guess.
High-dive Pokemon, really the cornerstone of that strategy, making it so hard for S4L to find any way into the back line.
Oh, look at
Is this gonna be a who's gonna steal the Registeel?
from the back with the spin.
Registeel.
And we're going to see one Umbreon
Nope.
there trying
Orange
to get
got
that
it.
steal. Not going to make it happen. And now
Actual got it too.
buff on top of everything else and the numbers advantage.
Oh, very close. Lapras is barely alive. Lapras is still alive, and he manages to escape. Is Lapras able to do anything here? Oh, the Clefable and the Lapras are both low. But, oh, the Lapras can... Oh, they're also all low. Oh, and the Bless is coming back in, healing them all back up. Keep everybody up at a nice, healthy,
damage to actually find it, and MJK had a chance to sort of bring that fight back. Lucapo got one traded out in that initial engagement, so it sort of made things
That was scary.
Speaking of that, we were in a tie game of 87 to 87 at this point. Actual definitely bringing a much fiercer game to game number 2. Their draft looking amazing, grabbing a lot of power picks, and really this Blastoise with his rapid spin from Mule has looked to be the secret key to shutting down MJK's backline.
Oh, they are going to be targeting this Regieleki, but there's 3 members of Actual just sitting up here, not able to get the steal. There was definitely potentially there. Looks like the spin maybe was on cooldown, so now they're just going to have to deal with it. There's not going to be too aggressive.
Yep, so MJK managed to get them. It's a little advantage back towards them right now. They really need every little boost they can get because they're quite behind at the moment in terms of EXP. That Zacian's going to do a lot of work. So, oh, yeah. Zacian being level 11. Are they going to ace here? They're going to wipe them all out? Maybe not. Oh, maybe they're going to kill that Blastoise? Nope. Nope. They all die.
I do think that's a 2 or 3 KO streak for Lucapo the other way, but great
Decent
play
score.
from Chobo to immediately shut down that threat.
It's like on the other hand, the Blissey did get a bit of a revenge score down bot, so
Those Unite moves won't be online for this next Basement Reggie fight. Second Basement Reggie is one of the most impactful objective fights of
Basement,
the
I
entire
like.
game. Set the pace
I think they're calling it
on
Basement
series to
Reggie.
be The difference between a level 12 or a level 13 or 14 in the end game.
And look at this, we're just barely getting to these Unites on the side of MJK. We just had 2 members hit 9.
We grab my phone so I can check Pokemon Sleep.
One more still needs to even hit 9 potentially. And so we are just not at a great level, and there's going to be the Zacian. Yet so hard to out-secure that. This team is going to have some very, very strong secure. Wasn't even all that much of a challenge. A small attempt, but whoa, right in the Lapras. They're going to go for the counter engage. And this Perish Song might be taking something out, but a great coordination on the side of Actual. The Zacian is going to go down. It's going to be a lot of great return EXP for MJK. But this is going to be a brawl in a few different areas chance here as Lapras is going down as well.
That is a behemoth of a blade. Great play from S4L, really setting up the rest of the team. This fight is dragging on quite a long time, but Efe is doing a great job of cleanup. This Inteleon liquidation has been relatively untouched in the
This is a very close game. Probably the closest game we've seen so far today. It's kind of tough to see who's actually going to win, because although Actual does have a significant leg up, I think it's still going to end up coming down to a coin flip that big final fight.
And making sure that it's really tough for them to get knocked out by their positioning and by using their moves in perfect timing.
Raw 50 going in the bottom tier 1. That's going to...
Oh, that Raw 50.
Literally exactly 0. Just trying to make sure that is broken down as much as possible. Get that little bit of a lead. And so there's going to be an aggressive push from the side of MJK. They are going in. And they've done a lot of AoE damage themselves. Splitting up the entire team of
Uh-oh.
Only 2 left, but he might only need 2.
MJK just completely took back that fight.
Finally, though, going down. And this was a huge team fight for experience. We saw 1 or 2 levels jumped.
They failed on numbers.
Yeah, Sona coming away.
They could have gotten a nice chunk of score there, but yeah, that's 13-13, 10-10, 13-13, 11-11, 12. So even still with that fight, Actual's still ahead in terms of value. But their big hardest carries are about even right now. Although I will say A9's a lot farther behind than I think I'd like them to be.
They used that Unite move extremely early before the Blissey Unite move, so great job from the other side to hold that move until that time. However, MJK spending a full 5 Unite moves earned themselves a great push, and actually, Actual's not going to be able to respond in kind until that final stretch. BZ with a bit of an overextension is going to get knocked out, but, well, I mean, Zacian is 14 now, so that could be back to the drawing board for them.
Yeah, level 14 Zacian is kind of terrifying.
If they do manage to pull this one off, it was that last team fight because they really did jump forward a lot of levels. You mentioned the level 13, that Lapras was level 11 a second ago. So now we'll see. I mean, they're just still continuing to fight, and this is a little bit scary. Once again, there's not all that much left at this moment to gain, but the longer they delay these KOs, the longer it's going to take them to come back. And now at this point, even Umbreon won't be there for the exact 2-minute mark. If they want to burn it down, Actual has that option.
Sona owes Hagu King some plushies from the Pokemon Center there. So Hagu King having to dive in and defend it, but there we go. Actual pulling full attention to the Rayquaza, going for the full rip strategy. MJK is going to be rising up to the occasion, though Hyper Beam rolled on the Clefable, and they're going to secure it. Hyper Beam roll on the Unite move. What an
Jesus. That was a brutal fight there. Yeah, MJK just completely turned that around. Actually had a pretty good solid position there. And that's just, you know, macro into Rayquaza. That was beautiful. That was a lottery win, yeah. Slots. Hell, even if they like all die right now, that was just like a free 100 dunk. So unnecessary.
This is a full moral victory for sure, and I don't think there's any way to come back into this game for Occhill. MJK, what a comeback.
What a play from Beansy there. And I will say they rolled a block on that final Reggie fight when they were going for that last hit secure. So, you know, they got all the bad luck out there and then instead pushed for all the good luck they found around that Rayquaza fight. Well, with these final moments happening, Luca Bo going to try to put on a bit more of a highlight reel. But MJK
gotta go check my live.
Down to the losers bracket, moving them into a winner semifinals
no worries
match
right now.
against the other Japanese representative. We're going to have MJK versus Oyasumi Macro here at Worlds. Unbelievable stuff.
Easy.
Not only is that going to be what is looking like potentially the strongest scene in a match against each other, it's going to be our first regional mirror match of the entire weekend. And well earned from both those teams as MJK 2-0 moving forward.
Very clean. That was a bit of a risky fight. Like that could have been significantly. That could have been a flip. It all depended on that last final fight over by the both by the Reggie Lucky up top and the one by Rayquaza at the end. Both ended up just completely turning everything around. That was interesting. That was a really good game. Really fun to watch.
aggressive in that team fight and not really fighting back too much. And, well, they didn't get that extra fight, and unfortunately, they're going to take that L here. Let's take a look at our score graph for the matchup so we can talk about the storyline. So close all the way out until that final stretch.
Yeah, this was a close one. Multiple times we had, well, at one point we actually exactly tied score, and then it grew a little bit, but then they kind of caught back up. But it really was going to come down to the final moments one way or another. We can take a look at how much damage each of these Pokemon did. I expect we're going to see some pretty high damage from Zacian. I think this is going to be a pretty high damaging game in general because we had a pretty good amount of brawls. And actually, whoa, you know, we see the highest damage in the game, Mule on that Blastoise. And I was going to say, we had earlier what was the call? It was like a low rent Lapras sometimes, but coming from SoCal, I love low rent.
Oh, sure. Well, Soda absolutely popping off. Let's take another highlight reel of this game because it was all fights all the time. That's why you saw those damage numbers so astronomically high from both sides. And Lucapo proving that this Scyther can still be relevant in a Worlds caliber match. Really was so amazing with it. I know it was on the B stage yesterday, but MJK versus MYS, I think, was defined by Lucapo's Scyther play. It was absolutely ridiculous, unstoppable, and no one is expecting this pick either. How do you have practice against some of the best Scythers in the world? Maybe North America has it, have a trainer playing that Pokemon, but outside of that, I don't know. An amazing game here. Actual definitely showcasing the Korean region is strong. They're not out of this tournament yet, though, Wondershep. They are just going to be heading down to the losers bracket.
Oh, I'm very excited to see how else it's going to be going up. This is a very interesting world. Let me pivot over to VGC again.
Playing this one really well.
Yeah, Fluttermane, such a powerful Pokemon, you know, on 271% of teams.
What? No way.
You know, it's threatening not enough damage, right? It's not going to one-shot either of these Pokemon, most likely in the situation. That Landorus is intimidated, so it's not going to dish out a ton of damage the other way either. You know, maybe you could try to get a double target out of his Iron Hands, but
I think it could kill the Gyarados one hit.
Be threatening, I assume, a fake out of its own.
It's going to be the switch out for the Landorus, though, so being able to save that Intimidate for later would be nice to land that on both of the Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field, as his own Iron Hands takes the stage. The Gyarados, the Intimidate on Gabriel's side, leaves the field trying to land a better Intimidate later as well, as the Amoonguss comes back in at full health and full special attack. Fluttermane will protect itself this turn, so this is going to be what we can only describe as a slow one. Heavy Slam goes into that protect from the Iron Hands, and we're right back to the same kind of position where we're just trying to find an opening. Both trainers needing that one turn to be able to push on.
Yeah, I love this pairing of Pokemon Gabriel has had here. It doesn't go for the fake out there, although it's just as ineffective as if he had. But it's nice to have these two out together, right? Where now threatening either a Heavy Slam or a Spore into that Fluttermane spot, so something bad likely to happen. But the substitute will block any potential Spore, so a great adaptation on Alistair's side to help deal with this Amoonguss.
Yep, the Iron Hands will flinch. The Amoonguss
Spore will and Spore hits.
Iron Hands.
Ooh, Iron Hands.
Good bit of targeting there, but that's just a free substitute for the Fluttermane. I think when you're down a Pokemon, you need that extra bit of wiggle room. Giving up 25% of your health seems like a decent trade for that one in my book, and now this Fluttermane feels in a much better position.
Yeah, I think that's really important here, where Fluttermane is going to have to do a lot of work in this matchup, where there's now a sleeping Pokemon next to it. The Landorus has been significantly weakened. You've got to do something to try to get going here. There's been almost no damage dealt to Gabriel's side of the field because this Amoonguss is healing up the Regenerator ability. We're going to have to see a lot from Fluttermane if Alistair wants to win this first game.
It's going to be a long stretch, and now the Iron Hands is going to be the first Pokemon terastallizing in this set. Both trainers holding on to find the most opportune moment to use that. Is going to be Gabriel going with it first, making sure he's the water type now, as Fluttermane keeps up this defensive act, throwing out the protect, trying to see what may be coming that way. Got to imagine there's some potential large damage in its direction. That is going to be the Iron Hands remaining asleep, so no shock there in this turn, as the Iron Hands on Gabriel's side will Drain Punch it for quite a significant amount. Feeling pretty good about that one, and making
he's gonna heal himself up to full too.
To full health.
All the way back up as if he wasn't there in the first place. Leaf Storm doesn't quite kill.
In this case, will drop its special attack and will not get the
I think Amoonguss is gonna swap out now at this point.
Definitely in range.
Actually, Amoonguss probably stay and pop another Spore, right?
Yeah, that's a big deal, right? I mean, probably a little more damage they're used to seeing from these two Pokemon onto an Iron Hand. But with the critical hit and this more offensive Amoonguss, I kind of like it, right? Where, you know, it's not like it could do anything else in this turn. You know, Spore wouldn't be able to be effective on either Pokemon. So, hey, you know, this offensive Amoonguss is looking pretty good in this match.
I'm feeling it. I think it could be one of those nice adaptations. I mean, thinking about it, this is definitely a solid answer to something like Urshifu, right? That would take a lot of damage from the Rocky Helmet, and then, of course, just get easily knocked out by a response Leaf Storm. But there's no Urshifu in this game. There is a Terra Fairy Flutter Mane, though, as it terrestrializes, then goes back behind its sub, only to pop out moments later with a Dazzling Gleam. So just trying to get some damage down. You said it had a lot of work to do, and if that's the damage it's putting down, Scott, it is going to take a lot of turns to get there. Iron Hands remains asleep for Alistair, and the Iron Hands Heavy Slam will break that substitute. So making sure that that's a little more vulnerable. What the Amoonguss gets up to, I think, would be really, really important here for setting the tone of the end of this game.
Yeah, we see the Spore coming down, and the Flutterman going to put that to sleep as well, and that is just terrible for Alistair.
Yeah, making sure that that Spore hits was big. Being able to catch it out of its substitute, it's not able to throw another one up, at least this turn, because it's asleep, and you've got to imagine that that Iron Hands is feeling pretty good about its opportunity to Heavy Slam. Will be the switch. I think the Amoonguss pivot and the Gyarados swap in and out feels really good. This is about to be an even better turn for Gabriel. The Landorus comes in. Okay, you're going to get the Intimidate down onto the Iron Hands. Okay, well, the Iron Hands is still doing a huge amount of damage as its attack goes down, but Amoonguss leaves the field. Gyarados will take its place and get an Intimidate down onto that Landorus, trying to keep it in check a little bit more, and of course, not be vulnerable to Stomping Tantrum as well. So certainly limiting options here. There is going to be that turn of sleep for the Flutter Mane. Not able to do anything on this turn, and Iron Hands gets the Heavy Slam in there. Easy knockout. Intimidate isn't going to slow that one down, and it's going to be 2-4 in Gabriel's favor.
Yeah, just an excellently played game so far by Gabriel, making it look easy in this round.
It really has. This is going to be the reveal of the Iron Hands once more from the side of Alistair. It is still asleep, so it's definitely in a sticky situation, but I really don't see a world where these two low-health Pokemon for Alistair are able to fire back and win him this game number one.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of forgot about the Chiyu, right? He showed up at the beginning of the game, pieced out, let his friends handle things, and that is a decisive victory in that first game of the set.
Landed a Dark Pulse. I don't know what else you want. It did a little bit and then left. It's a pretty fair trade for Chiyu, and Gabriel just showing how good he is with these teams that rely on switching, rely on board position. I think, honestly, there was a couple of slow turns in that game where it could have gone either way, but I really like the way Gabriel played it and was able to bounce out and make sure he always had the upper hand.
Yeah, I thought it was just a perfectly played game. You know, he's showing why he has all those championship points, why he's the top player, in a very hotly contested region. And yeah, I think Alistair's really going to go back to the drawing board here.
We can take a look at the key moment in that match as well, being able to really understand where this game took a turn with our replay here. It starts right at the top. They're both getting ready for it, but there's the Spore on to the Dondozo. That slowed that one down. There was a nice sub. I think this was like the beginning of the fight back, trying to be able to get through this one, but this Terra Water, Terra Fairy came through, and at the end of the day, the Heavy Slam was able to connect because once that Flutter Mane was asleep, it felt like it was
I'm already
really
tired, Dutch. Just
in
already
the
exhausting just watching.
Yeah,
There's so much going on right now,
in that game was just he never got greedy, right?
and I'm
He
just
wasn't
so
able to
woefully
him. He didn't go
unprepared.
crazy trying to over-target the Flutter Mane when it was sort of like the last real threat on the opposing team. He waited for the appropriate time where he could safely break the substitute, get the Spore down, not do anything too crazy. Just a smart, well-played game. And I think that if you're on Alistair's side of the field going into game two here, you've got to change things up. I think, you know, maybe you can somehow avoid getting controlled like that, but I think you made a key point in the game, right? Spore is much quicker than Yawn is at disabling teams. If you just have a bunch of Pokemon out in the field who aren't really exhibiting any offensive pressure, that's where Amoonguss thrives. It is great there. I think that Alistair's going to have to find a way to speed this up a little bit because I don't think he's going to win the slower game if they just keep fighting with the same combinations of Pokemon.
I wasn't particularly impressed with the Dondozo. To be honest, it was nice to see something a little bit different, but it didn't feel like it applied much pressure anywhere on the board. It did just kind of get worn down. Took a lot of damage from that Leaf Storm as well. So there's the adaptation. We want to go fast. We've got a Tornadus on the field. Iron Hands and Amoonguss. Iron Hands and Tornadus. So the Iron Hand's big for both of these trainers. It's consistently been in the lead and just consistently trying to get that board position.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the adjustment a little bit here. I mean, you know, certainly Tornadus versus Amoonguss is a positive type matchup at least. But I hope it's just an indication that Alistair's going to try to play this one a little bit quicker.
I think he has to, and getting some more damage down early, something like the Bleak Wind Storm, maybe the Tailwind to help out as well, could be really, really big. Just able to kind of speed up the game and try and play this one better. There's going to be a fake out between the Iron Hands, but it's Alistair's going first.
Yep.
Tornadus landing that vital taunt onto the Amoongus, so Amoongus very
And Amoongus is
what
gonna
do right now. Iron Hands flinches, and then Amoongus can't spore, so
doesn't
this is a
spore.
much better start for Alistair. He's won the speed matchup in the fake out. And
Yep,
he's
he
got
won the
Amoongus
speed
in a
tie.
really sticky situation.
Yeah, the taunt's a big deal here too, right? Where sort of limits the potential bad.
That's an example where like a speed tie makes all the difference at the beginning of the game.
Threat of the wild charge in, but Amoongus, despite having that Leaf Storm, it's not like it's not an offensive Pokemon, right? It's just a little more offensive.
No.
Of a twist.
He does have Pollen Puff as well, which would be really nice in some circumstances when you're taunted, but it's not really relevant in this specific matchup. Well, not this specific like setup right now.
Either of these Pokemon on the field right now.
Yeah, this is a tough one as well. I think both, once again, have it in game number 1 as well. Both these trainers want their Iron Hands to land a big attack into a premium target, and it's all about calling that switch. There is going to be the Intimidate from the Landorus onto the Iron Hands on Gabriel's side, so that's going to be a problem. Wild Charge into the Amoongus, expecting it to leave, but it's not. It's staying the
He was
course,
expecting
and
a
he's waiting
pivot.
once again for that Gyarados to come, but it wasn't available to him.
That was a really interesting read.
Turn 2 from game number 1. Apart from this,
Pollen Puff.
Amoongus
I did
does
mention
go
that.
Pollen Puff this time, healing up that little bit of damage on the Iron Hand. So very, very similar indeed. But, Wild Charge is not into premium targets.
Yeah. One of the fun
Oh, he's swapping out the Iron Hands for the Gyarados.
Move, it is an attack, so you can use even though you're taunted there. Clever move there not to just make the obvious switch. We'll have to see if this time Alistair can call the Gyarados switch in.
Well, there's the Gyarados with its Intimidate, getting that down onto 2 premium targets in the combination of Landorus and Iron Hands. Landorus has gone for it again, stomping.
Oh my god, get red so hard. Oh, but he doubled into it.
This time. Gyarados gets caught by the Wild Charge.
That was a really good play there.
Came into the field.
A great pin there with 2 different moves. It would have been super effective on.
But now you send back in Iron Hands. Leaf Storm.
It does
Yeah.
take a good chunk off the Landorus, but
It's a nice chunk of damage.
as it did against that Dondozo. That said, the taunt is now over, so Amoongus is back to full power. All of its moves are available for it to play with, including that ever-present Spore. Chi-Yu being asked to do a little bit more work in this game as it switches in and lowers the special defense of everything with its Beads of Ruin. Certainly going to help out against something like that Iron Hands, which is relying on its Assault Vest to be able to cause some problems.
I think another key thing to keep in mind here is the matchup between this Amoongus and the Landorus. We didn't see the interaction that first game when all those Pokemon are falling asleep, but that Landorus is holding the safety goggles item, so it will be a bit of a problem for this Amoongus.
Oh man, if yeah, because he knows what his opponent's running, because it's open deck list, right, or open teams. So he's gonna have to spore directly into the.
Very good Pokemon. So the Amoongus being asked.
Oh, Rage Powder.
If it's going to try and slow that down, Landorus will buy.
Yeah, that'll work.
Time, though, with the Protect here, wants to make sure that it can maybe see what's coming out from the side of Gabriel. It is going to be the Rage Powder now available since he shook off the taunt. Chi-Yu will Heat Wave, so it's not going to connect with the Landorus, and it's going to try and get some
Decent,
good damage
decent.
down onto the Iron Hands, relying, of course, on the Beads of Ruin to help
Doesn't
out.
kill.
And there is
But
that
a burn.
crucial burn. This Iron Hands
That's a very important burn.
not able to be very threatening with this Drain Punch.
Does basically no damage, gives basically 0 healing.
Absolute pittance of damage and not really
Massive.
enough enough.
That burn really matters.
Rocky Helmet and the burn should end it for Iron Hands.
Wow.
That is a massive turn for the Chi-Yu.
Yeah,
That is so big. Holy cow.
Certainly, Alistair not anticipating it would have been burned, but hey, maybe this is the 9,000 ELO move where he gets the free switch to the Tornadus.
Let's actually just Giga Brain.
Perhaps allow Landorus to
Very fortunate situation line up there.
Yeah, the Landorus probably in range to be quite threatened, I would imagine. So being able to deal with that problem, maybe getting things a little bit faster with a Tailwind, and then of course being able to land a big knockout on the Chi-Yu would be huge. The Chi-Yu carrying the choice specs, not able to hang on with something like a Focus Sash, so a Stomping Tantrum would be absolutely
we're back.
fantastic there. Of course, the
Oh, this is the previous game.
Situation. One Pokemon on the other side of the field has safety goggles.
That's the replays.
The other one's at least threatening taunt, although the only way you could use it on this turn if you're making a pretty hard read. And Amoongus just getting out of there.
Yeah, it has to. Doesn't make sense. And of course, we'll be able to get some Regenerator going as well. Iron Hands comes in. We'll be able to slow things down next turn. The big thing, though, is the Chi-Yu is kind of stuck in this situation. Doesn't have a choice. So there is the Terrestrialization onto the Landorus. It is going to be Water Terror, so maybe trying to help out a little bit, but does awkwardly make itself vulnerable to this Iron Hands and its Wild Charge. Tornadus will fire off the Taunt. That is going into the Iron Hands, so was trying to get the Amoonguss there. Of course, Landorus trying to keep himself safe from the Heat Wave with this Terrestrialization, but it's just not able to really stop big damage. Anyway, a Stomping Tantrum goes into Chi-Yu, and definitely feels like this has been an interesting one. You know that Chi-Yu is locked into Heat Wave. You are keeping yourself safe from that, but I think Tornadus needs to definitely try and help out the Landorus. The threat of Fake Out is a problem, though.
Exactly, and now it can't, right? Where the Fake Out
Yep.
can come down in either of these Pokemon and create some serious problems. And not picking up the knockout on the Chi-Yu there and not getting the Tailwind up in that turn is going to be really costly. Landorus is protecting, hoping for a Fake Out, but I'm not sure it's going to work out.
No, the Tornadus doesn't have access to Protect. It's got Sunny Day, Taunt, Tailwind, and Bleak Wind Storm.
Ooh,
so
no
it's just
Protect.
not able to do that, as Tornadus will flinch. Chi-Yu's Heat Wave obviously going into the Protect of Tornadus. Tornadus needs to dodge this one. It's not going to, though, as it is felled, and that one little bit of remaining health has been able to take it down. So now it's just Landorus and one mystery Pokemon in the back, unable to outspeed the Chi-Yu because of the lack of Tailwind. The Fluttermane coming to the fore, obviously Alistair banking on that one to be his end game win condition, but he's certainly going to be up against it. He needs to get a lot of damage down very, very quickly.
I mean, the Fluttermane in a much better position in that previous game. Still not looking super decisive or anything, especially with that full health Amoonguss in the back, but at least is able to check the Chi-Yu to help Landorus out. Could perhaps succeed where its friend Tornadus failed, and at least prevent the Chi-Yu from threatening a knockout on Landorus for the moment.
Yeah, that's certainly something that can force some switches, and the Amoonguss is going to be the big problem. Being able to just come in, potentially put it to sleep is going to be huge. We have talked about multiple times, making sure that Alistair ups the ante a little bit, and I think, honestly, Gabriel has the option to slow that down. You really want to try and pick up the Chi-Yu with the Fluttermane, and then get a good bit of damage down onto the Iron Hands, then finish it off with a follow-up. Not able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge Terrestrialization coming in here. Iron Hands previously looking down a very disadvantageous type matchup with the Ground-type Landorus and the Fairy-type Fluttermane. Feel like, I think it'd be a lot better if
Terra Water.
I think I'd just prefer to be neutral to everything and instead use my own super effective attacks to take advantage of the type chart.
Well, Iron Hands takes that
Nice.
really, really well. I don't think the Stomping...
Oh, is he going to survive?
Absolutely
He does
not.
survive very comfortably,
Iron Hands
actually.
will take advantage of Landorus's type change.
Yep.
Which is just punishing immediately
Yep.
with that wild
Nice,
charge,
nice,
as
nice.
Landorus is felled, and it's all on the Fluttermane right now to try and win this game. I just don't see a world where Fluttermane is able to take enough health out of this big old Amoonguss, which is a full health. And at some
Yeah,
point,
the
it's-
Amoonguss is just too strong of a threat.
Looks like a really tough spot, right? There's a bunch of different potential solutions to this game. I have to worry about the Rage Powder, so using the Dazzling Gleam, I don't think that's going to be enough.
It's not enough on the Iron Hands nor the Amoonguss, and Iron Hands is just going to tidy this one up promptly. Put Alistair out of the game at 2-0. Gabriel Agati making a bit of a statement here at Worlds, to be honest. Round 2, that is a comprehensive win. I felt he was just comfortable throughout the whole set, but 2-0 on the day, picking up where he left off at some previous events, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for the second round in a row, I feel like we're seeing a player who I think we all expected to be in contention for the World Championships crown and show why we all believe they were so powerful. Just an excellent game there. Played so strong, really dominated a match against another one of the top players in the world. Gabriel's going to be a player to watch. Just excellently played match. Even when it seemed like he was kind of falling behind there a little bit, able to avoid giving up that tailwind and then take control of the game.
I think in both games, there were some really key turns where it was just, okay, we were at a bit of a standstill, we were in a lull, we were taking a moment, taking a beat, and then Gabriel just found that moment and found that way to pivot situations. There was definitely a couple of turns where I was like, okay, the prediction is wrong from Alistair. I liked his change up in game number 2, but not able to really, get that damage down as much as he liked. We're going to go all the way back to game 1, just remind ourselves what happened though. There was some really good trading early on, but as we pointed out, Spore goes quicker, and that was a big thing in game number 1. Even though Alistair tried to play the slow game, get the substitute set up, just wasn't able to get a handle on the game, and once that substitute went down,
went the wrong way.
Sleep, he got taken out by the Iron Hands. The big thing here in game number 2 is we had this adaptation to the Tornadus. Then it was going to be the Amoonguss. Yeah, it wasn't able to get sporing on
all you can do.
one, but it still felt very valuable. He did manage to catch his Gyarados on the switch in. You felt the momentum was going back his way, but he just wasn't able to do enough against this Chi-Yu, and I think that turn where he taunts instead of Tailwinds was absolutely massive for me, because that switch was great by Gabriel. You can see, once again, this terrestrialization to the water type on the Iron Hands, dropping those 2 weaknesses as well, was absolutely massive. And honestly, the terrestrialization to the water type from Alistair came back to haunt him in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a great play by Gabriel as well, right? Where, that the knockout on Gyarados is huge, right? I think it was a great job of setting up that pin where likely to get a whole lot out of that turn either way. Gyarados is the big prize, right? That's the best way that turn could play out. I think at that position, Alistair has a huge lead in that game. However, I think what Gabriel did there is great, and I think that players can kind of maybe learn something from, right? Is like, well, you're in a losing position. You've got to make plays that can get you back in the game, right? Just like slowly losing less doesn't do anything for you. I think if he gets that turn wrong, where, if it is the tailwind that comes in, he probably kind of just gets stomped there, right? There's a world that it's a 3 or 4-0 the other direction, but it's worth it, right? Because, who cares if you lose 1-0 or 2-0? You got to win. And he's able to do that with the move he made.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the gameplay throughout. And of course, the best way to figure out how you make those decisions, those crucial, tough decisions to keep you in the running here at the World Championships, is by talking to Gabriel himself. So we're going to throw it on down to the stage, have a chat, see what he's thinking as he stands at 2-0.
Thank you so much, Adam and Scott. I am here with Gabriel. Congratulations on that last win. It was really convincing fashion. How are you feeling after that last match?
I'm feeling really good. Winning is always great, especially on stream. And yeah, I'm just really happy.
Yeah, it's a great start to the day. Obviously, 2-0, and you're hopefully going to continue that on. The interesting thing that I really wanted to ask you coming into this tournament, it is Regulation D, but you're not using any of the new Pokemon that we've got access to, any of the Hisuian Pokemon or any of the other Pokemon that we now have, like Landorus or the Genies or anything like that. What was your thinking behind that for the team and not really integrating any of the new options that we have and kind of sticking with what we saw in Regulation C?
To be honest, I saw the Xenon ladder and I thought it was pretty strong. I really wanted to use Chiro forwards because I think it's a good call. And yeah, I mean, Gyarados is just really good. It's the best Intimidate user, maybe because of Urshifu, right? So yeah, using both Landers and Chiro is hard. So yeah, I saw the Xenon ladder and I just took it. Did some changes. I changed some moves and I don't know the spreads, of course, so I did my own, but yeah, it's really good. So thanks, Jude Lee. You are a great team builder, yeah.
You've put your own kind of spin on it as well, which is really nice to see, and it's obviously working out for you today as well. That core of the Iron Hands, the Amoonguss, and the Gyarados, obviously in EUIC we saw you kind of piloting Palafin to really good success, getting to the finals in that game. But with the Gyarados and that core, where you've got that Amoonguss for the ability to kind of have that interchangeable team where you can kind of switch around quite well, and you've got that defensive core there paired up with the Chi-Yu. It must be kind of, it's not something that probably a lot of players were expecting to see coming into today, when you're expecting to see a lot more.
B-stream now, I think. Oh gosh, okay. check, I think, for Pokemon Sleep. Da 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 da.
World Championships are still underway in top 8
Really on
bracket.
top of things. We're kind of seeing what that's turned into for him, and I wish him all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I'll take my lumps. Honestly, I don't get sold on things till I see it on a big stage. I'm not saying that you can ignore like a scrim result, but it definitely doesn't feel as good until you see it like masterfully handled like that. And I think that's something interesting. I do think Alistair, we've obviously been talking about Gabriel a lot. I think Alistair really did show that there was a lot to that team. But in this case, like maybe Yorn is a bit too slow, and I wonder how that's going to serve him over the course of the day. Obviously, being dropped right in at day number 2 does give him a certain different perspective on the tournament. So I definitely thought that was a good game. We're keeping it up, we're keeping it rolling here in Yokohama. We're going to throw it on over to the guys in the lounge. They're going to have a little chat about what they think about the day, and we'll be ready for round 3 real soon.
Thanks so much, Adam and Scott, and we are here to bring
Here we
you
go.
some
More people.
in-between match content. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I am joined by the Aaron Cybertron Zhang and the Ray Rizzo, and we're gonna play Guess That Pokedex. Are either of you prepared for this?
I'm prepared to expose how bad Ray and I are at this. So let's see who's worse.
Aaron, don't speak for me because I know you got the best of me yesterday. I'm coming for my revenge right now.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Cool.
Aaron,
Okay, let's go.
you were able to beat Ray Rizzo on the caster battle that we had, but we're gonna make this into like a best of 3, right? Like you win the caster battle, but Ray,
Okay.
I think you could come back here with the Pokedex entries.
Okay.
I think so too. Thanks for believing in me.
Got your back. Well, let's go ahead and start with the very first Pokedex entry, which is its flame sac is small, so energy is always leaking out. This energy is released from the dent atop its head and flickers to and fro. What are you thinking?
Who's going first? I've got a guess.
I've got a guess as well.
You guys want to say it at the same time?
Sure.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Cyndaquil.
Those are good. I feel like it has to be a fire type, right?
I would hope so.
All right, we got Litwick and we've got Cyndaquil. Show us the answer.
Come on.
Oh, it's Fuecoco.
Fuecoco.
You're both wrong.
Okay. Well, I was close. I guess the starter Pokemon.
You did.
like half
I
a
feel
point,
like
right?
that's a half a point.
Okay, I'll take it.
Nah.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna give Ray half a point here. And we've got another Pokedex entry, so let's see.
Okay,
Aaron, come
so let
on,
me see if I
speed
can
it
guess
up
this
a
one.
little bit,
I'm
right?
paying attention.
It chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers.
Deep, nightmarish slumbers?
Dark,
Yeah.
ghost kind of deal.
Yeah,
Spooky, kinda
this,
scary.
Yeah, exactly.
Darkrai?
I think I've seen this one before.
Talking about, yeah, I think I read this one. This is Darkrai, right?
I
I
feel
have
like
a
I might have
guess.
two.
Because I'm thinking of, Bad
They might
Dreams.
both be wrong.
Okay.
I was thinking Darkrai. It's known
That-
for giving nightmares.
Yeah, but
I'm thinking this feels kind of like a ghost type, so I'm gonna go with Haunter.
Haunter. You think Darkrai's the bait? Like
think
like
so.
Nightmares is the bait here.
Nah, I'm waiting for
What do you
Darkrai.
think, Aaron?
I was gonna say Darkrai. I'm gonna go with Darkrai.
Okay,
And
so
if it's
Bad
right,
Dreams.
then,
It's Darkrai.
Thanks for the answer, Ray.
then right through. So it's gonna be Haunter and Darkrai. Let's see if it's right.
Gosh.
Come on!
Right, you got.
Get outplayed.
That
Get
felt like a trick
absolutely
question 'cause
got
Darkrai is
on.
Too obvious.
Right?
way
It's
too
way too.
obvious.
Yeah.
I
like.
agree.
I think the Haunter guess should get a point, honestly.
I agree.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you half a point.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Okay,
We're
so-
tied.
Okay,
So you guys are
okay.
tied
I
up
haven't got a single
1-1.
one right.
Let's go and see a next one. We've got this Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. Plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused.
I
should
have
just-
a guess, but I don't know if it's correct. I have 2 guesses.
Yeah, you go first so I can steal
Okay.
the other one.
I'm going with Abomasnow or Snover.
I like that.
Okay.
That's a good guess.
I'm actually not going with either of them.
Really?
Yeah, the play around innocently, leaping in and out. I like what you're thinking with the snow warning. I'm actually going with Vulpix.
Ooh, like a lowland Vulpix.
Oh, I think you're right.
That's a really good guess.
I think you're
Steal
right.
my answer?
No, I'm sticking.
You're locking it in?
Locking it in, yeah.
All right, we're locking it in.
Which one? You going with both?
Snover.
Snover. Okay, Snover,
Yeah, it
a
is
lowland
cuter, so-
Vulpix.
It's the innocent part. You
Yeah,
were right.
yeah,
This
you're right.
Abomasnow doesn't look innocent.
I
It's
know,
so
it looks
evil.
angy.
He gets Earth power now too.
What? Okay, that wasn't what I was thinking.
Chien? What? Excuse me? No.
Destroys everything. Focus Sash, Dragonite,
Dragapult?
I don't.
Urshifu?
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah,
I'm not-
Chiampa's kind of evil. Maybe a little evil.
This is the problem when you make competitive players guess, because we only know these Pokemon in the context of competitive, and there's nothing innocent about Chiampao in the slightest in competitive Pokemon. That thing is not innocent.
I agree with you on that one. I do. Although I do also see Chiampao as an Ice Weasel. I know it's not, but it looks like an Ice Weasel to me. I think it's a Snow Leopard, though.
Okay.
Jury's still out on that one.
Okay, well, it's innocent. I mean, I guess we learned something today.
We did learn something. Yeah, Chiampao's innocent.
I guess it's supposed to be. Jury's still out on that one, but it is always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it is thinking about.
Uh-oh.
It is good at fishing with its tail.
Okay, I know this one.
Yeah?
This is a softball.
An easy one.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Slowpoke.
We finally got
Yeah.
one. I finally got one.
Show us the answer.
Wait, what if we're wrong?
There's no way.
It is Slowpoke. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hundo
Alright, so
P.
2-2. We're tied up still.
That's right.
Yep, that's right.
Alright, see if we can get the tiebreaker in here. See if someone can.
Has to be
pull
Dark
ahead.
Bright Chiampao. Yeah, you
This
got it. You're
Pokemon's
good.
body is covered in blubber and impressively round. It's faster for it to roll around than walk.
Okay.
Spheal.
This one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Spheal.
I think I got it too.
Okay.
I think
But
so.
the blubber's kind of throwing me off.
It's Spheal.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Because I was thinking roly-poly.
Wait, is that a Pokemon?
Roly-poly, yeah.
Roly-Coly the
It's Spheal.
roly-poly.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm confident on this
It is
one.
Yeah?
Spheal.
Okay, I don't know. Let me think a little.
It's the tiebreaker, eh?
Yeah.
I think we still have more than this, but we'll
It
see.
is Spheal. Spheal. Spheal.
Okay,
Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in my guess for this.
It's got to be Spheal, right?
No, I'm not, so I guess Aaron's going to win this too.
Okay.
You go first.
I go first. I say Spheal.
That was what I was
That's
thinking.
a good guess.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Well, I'm going with roly-poly.
All right, Spheal, roly-coly.
Come
See what it
on.
It's
Spheal.
Look at it. It's so cute.
It is adorable.
Yeah.
It is an expert in round, as the TCG card would suggest.
That's true. That's true.
All right, so 3 for Aaron, 2 for Ray,
Okay.
but you can come back.
Okay.
Because we've got another one.
Oh, good. I need all the help I can get in this game.
Whoa.
Me too. It can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focus it.
Okay.
Has to be like a psychic type, right?
Okay.
Huh.
Arians.
I'm trying to think of actually transparent Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like nothing is coming to mind.
I have one guess, but I don't think it's
Really?
right. Yeah.
I actually think I also have a guess for this one.
My guess is not a psychic type, which is why it feels wrong.
I was thinking of a non-psychic type too,
Oh,
which
are
is
we
why
thinking
I
about
think
the
it's
same
wrong.
thing?
Really?
I don't know.
Interesting. What type?
Normal.
Normal type. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you have a different answer.
I was thinking a ghost type because they can become transparent.
Full body transparent.
I am thinking of a psychic
Zorua?
type for this one.
Or Zoroark, maybe?
Psychic type. Clearing its mind and focusing.
All right, what's your answer? What's your final answer?
Rose, you got to participate in this one because it sounds like we all have different answers.
Okay.
I'm curious if any of us can get it right.
Okay, I was thinking Reuniclus.
Ooh. I was going with Kecleon, but I don't think that's the right answer.
That does become
that's a
clear,
good.
though.
That
That's
is a good guess.
Yeah,
I think
but
you
Yeah,
might be right on
I don't.
that.
Does I don't.
Reuniclus is a really good guess.
Kecleon clear its mind?
I think it actually
No,
already
I think
has an
that's
empty
it.
head.
Kecleon
I
is
don't,
a-
know, I
yeah.
don't think so.
Clearing its mind.
Right.
You are
It's
right,
true,
Aaron.
that's
I don't
true.
know.
I
I'm
don't
still
know.
sticking
My
with
guess. What's your guess, Ray?
I'm just going
Zoroark.
with like Haunter again.
The default is Haunter.
Yeah.
It's a good guess though for like every single entry that we've had. So maybe one of us is right about this one, but we could all be
I think
wrong.
it's
I don't think
Kecleon.
any of us are right.
No,
on
I
this
think
it's
we're all
definitely
wrong.
Kecleon.
I don't know.
No, it's
so.
Kecleon for
Let's
sure.
see it though. Let's see it. Come on.
Let's see the answer.
Come on.
Dragapult? No way. Come on.
Wait,
What?
Dragon
I mean, yeah, I guess he's yeah.
transparent?
He's a ghost type and he's stealth fighter.
I would have never guessed that.
What does it
No,
look
I would
like
never
when
guess
it's
it either.
Is it just
Yeah,
actually
because when
clear?
you're seeing them in the wild, in Scarlet and Violet, it's always transparent. Like it becomes
does.
transparent
It like
for a little.
floats and then it like flickers.
I would not know. It's somehow Dragapult and Xianpao, the two VGC mons that have been featured here, we were completely off on. So
Yeah, no.
That was a good guess though.
Thank you. But it just didn't feel
That's
right.
yeah.
I never guessed Dragapult. Like, yeah, I felt like.
I don't think anybody would have guessed Dragapult. That's just kind of
But I guess
stupid.
Ghost is
What
like
the heck?
guess after,
Yeah.
So. That was a good one. Okay.
That was tricky. That was tricky. Wonder if anybody else got that in chat. Go ahead and see the next one.
Oh, Luminosity
People
is
fear it
playing
due to a belief that it
Obsidian
devours
right now?
any who tried to cut down
Holy shit, that was
trees.
fast.
Could be big, especially if Luminosity can get it sending to the tier 2.
Yes, that will create some pressure, waste some time, allow Luminosity to just get some
I wanna
resources
pause
that
right
they
now.
do need. Because looking at the levels, we have 3 level 13s on the side of Oma and Obsidian, and the largest level in Luminosity is only that level 12 Lapras.
Yeah, we might see 14 too by the final stretch. We, I think, have a great chance of that. They are going to have to take a little bit of time to take another Regieleki. Regieleki does give you a little bit of experience, though, so it's not the worst thing in the world, especially considering their half of the map is far. But this is a big push. Right before these final 2-minute mark, we're going to see a real big attempt to at least get some of this tier 1
this game was happening.
Themselves up for a big overdunk. However, too many members, they realize, of OM Obsidian are coming down to defend. Big bonus of
I thought it was just
having
doing
that
replays
Lua,
even more.
that everybody can rotate to wherever they want to. Everybody can go back, even if you get that first initial damage. And now look at this. Just back to mobility.
Well, right now, Luminosity is quite far behind against Abyssinian.
Yes, going to have to be the Luminosity to make the first big move, but look at this. We have Oma Abyssinian already in this central area, while Luminosity are just trying to farm up some experience, get those levels up and running. Everybody does have their Unite move, except for that Blissey.
Oh, yeah, but that's
Blissey doesn't have Unite.
That would be really useful. I mean, especially when it could be behind Overlord or Rin. That could be.
We don't know how far we are with.
Any but their damage dealers, of course. I'm not going to counter Curious as well. But this is really what you want, where you want to have it, and they're going to maybe try to build back a little bit of it, a little bit of an initiation.
Fight's happening.
Overlord still does have the combo on top of them, and that might be a lot
Oh,
of damage on the
yeah, that's gonna be a 4v1 right now. Oh, and the Trevenant! Oh my God, he got there! If they can kill the Leafeon, Trevenant. This is gonna be a rake flip.
Some of this damage is starting to go on Rayquaza.
Oh, starting to go on Rayquaza, but these team fights are so scattered. You have the Zoroark and the Urshifu and Comfy battling it out. Zoroark is going to back.
That Shedinja doll was huge.
Rayquaza is at half HP. We have everybody here trying.
We're gonna see a snipe. Oh, what Luminosity got it! And they're still alive! Luminosity might win this game. Holy shit. Easy score, easy dunk. Easy dunk.
Big Burgers, 46 seconds left, but there's still only a 40-second lead. All right, it's starting to build, and these points.
And there's the build.
Become unsurmountable. They would have to
It's not insurmountable right now. If they have to win a fight right now. Once there's if there's 15 seconds left.
We do see though Tempest gonna get almost undoubtedly this 84 in.
Yeah, 84, but it is no match to that 500.
Not enough.
Points that Luminosity have on
They're
the
still
board.
200 down. They need to get 2 more 50s, and they don't have the ability to do that right now.
Going into that final stretch, but you know what? When
200 is impossible.
There always is, and that fight
And that's
was
it.
so well in the favor of
Luminosity. God, their endgame team fighting is so good.
They were able to keep Overlord up, and that's the most important thing, is that you can keep Overlord from not exiting the fight, right? And there were some moments where there were some really big jumps against Overlord, but they did not fully have the damage to back it up. Like, I think he went down to maybe like 10% HP, maybe 20% HP, but one more big hit could have been it. And so, I want to know what the casters think about that, because that was really close to kind of getting out of the last lifeline for North America.
Down to the wire it was. Doom Snacks, LG, the last hope of NA. Well, making us sweat up here a little bit, or everybody back home in the NA region.
Oh,
With
man, that does,
classic, as you know, Lapras, the secure monster,
Yes.
stepping up,
correct,
getting the fairy Pokemon in there and sealing that thing up, and it was a great moment. And like Chef just pointed out, obviously the main target
Jesus
when any
Christ,
team is trying
I'm
to
just like,
engage in LG is to take down
big game.
Overlord and then do the work that you have left after that. And they just couldn't quite cross that threshold, and because of that, they were able to just start shelling in damage, getting themselves a Rayquaza, and subsequently a win.
I was worried about this double healer composition that Luminosity was trying to employ. I didn't have a whole lot of confidence in it. However, it looked real good when you're trying to support Overlord in their incredible Urshifu gameplay. And man, did it ever look amazing in this game number 1. Currently, they have a 1-0 lead. Reminder, whoever wins this is going to be in that winner's finals matchup. Luminosity definitely playing with a lot of fire.
Yeah, Omo Abyssinia, you see right there, I mean, they're trying to get the Hoopa portal down, was OMO, but they got chipped up immediately, and then when they were there, they were sitting ducks, and they got buckled instantly. So, I mean, good team fight out of LG, way to suss out the situation. Omo, though, they had themselves a pretty darn good game up until that point.
It was actually such an interesting decision there from the Hoopa on the side of Omo Abyssinia. They had the hoops.
We're watching game 2 and then on, but that was
in hyperspace
ridiculous.
Fury, and they chose Inteleon to try to stop.
Okay, let's swap over towards
unfortunately, it was the Lapras that grabbed his
towards VGC really just for a moment.
Choice. No surprises here for player of the game, by the way. Overlord going to take.
I have a guess,
but I don't think it's right.
I think
Lufia, do you believe that Devours are going to try to cut down the trees in this forest?
Steal it if I guess it?
No.
Pokemon shares wood with it.
No, I'm
Trevenant.
still caught up
That's
in the fact
absolutely
that
Trevenant.
it devours people. Or just any, I guess.
Oh, it devours anything, I guess.
Like
I
other
mean, that's-
Pokemon.
Wow.
That's
yeah.
That's
let's
Trevenant?
That's Dex
let's
entry.
skip over that a
yeah,
little bit.
okay. We're just gonna count down. 3, 2, 1.
Trevenant.
Oh,
it's definitely it.
You think?
Yeah, I think we
That
both
has
got
to
it.
be it. I was thinking about like Drampa, because he also has a really interesting Dex entry for anyone that wants to go look it up. But I think you two are right. I think you two are right.
Be.
I hope so.
Show us Trevenant.
I don't know.
Now we're right.
Yeah.
Trevenant, yeah.
Let's go.
Solid.
I lost count of the score, but I think it's
tied.
4-3.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
It's tied. It's tied.
Okay,
it's tied.
and we're going to pause this again and flip back over to Unite.
Solid
As you
team
can
fight and
see.
a game 1 win. They're going to look to repeat that, but first, we got to get ourselves through this ban phase.
I love this early strategy.
Does that count as a shiny Equus?
Ban away the Slowbro with the hopes that you can grab the Lapras. However,
a shiny Equus
LG playing
cameo
really well
by
into
seeing them
that time
flip
frame. They're gonna be
through
choosing that one as their
Sableye
main. So,
in
two
the
defenders
bans.
now off the table. Umbreon is going to be in tough contention. However, of course, Inteleon and even Leafeon, which Homo has definitely been showing a lot of draft priority to all weekend long. They could try to grab this early. However, I imagine we're going to be looking at either Umbreon or Inteleon here.
That's a great call out. Something I want to shout to Omo Abyssinian. A lot of the teams from the East don't respect Slowbro as much as the teams from the West.
Yep.
And to see Omo make a nod to the Slowbro, get that off the map, shows to me that they're thinking through this event and evolving a little bit, locking in another premier defender in Umbreon.
Wow, look at this aggressive draft from Luminosity, taking out two
Wow.
incredible damage-dealing Pokemon, Inteleon for their attacker, and then taking away the Zoroark from Omo Abyssinian. If they want to play that double speedster composition, they're going to have to be moving a little bit farther down the tier list in terms of speedsters to round out that play style, thanks to Overlord grabbing one of the best in the game.
Well, two things to note. In the face of those damage dealers, they've given themselves another bulky Pokemon in Blastoise, but that pivots over, and you wanted the Elo Hoopa. They're hovering it now. This might be our first opportunity to see it today because, man, it is something special to watch Elo work with that Pokemon.
I know you have been in your Hoopa training arc for many months now, it seems like.
Yeah, and I'm not getting any better.
Okay, good. Well, now is the time to focus up, Deuce. Next, Elo is about to put on a clinic, I know, but what is Omo Abyssinia going to grab for their support pick? Umbreon really can fill in that role.
Right.
Blastoise can fill in that defender role, but honestly, both of them like that more flexible position. Grabbing a true support Pokemon like Eldegoss is a really good round out. Now, what I honestly do not like out of this draft for Omo Abyssinian is this Espeon pick. This bottom path has been such an important one, and time after time, we've seen the Alolan Ninetales be a bit stronger of a pick here, but due to Espeon being picked, that natural counter of A9 into Buzzwole, it does not exist, and now this Buzzwole pick feels a lot safer into this combination of Omo Abyssinian. All they're going to have to do is avoid those Umbreon mean look stuns, and other than that, they're going to have free range to run around.
Yeah, I kind of thought maybe that Eldegoss would become a Clefable, at least get the gravity coverage there.
Yeah.
It's like a pseudo coverage, but a big shock to me and something we haven't seen almost at all this weekend. There is no Urshifu in this game. Not on the bans, not on these teams, which means they are going deep in the well to figure out how to break each other together here and move through this Worlds
Interesting.
event.
Wow. Well, I mean,
Buzzwole?
Abyssinian had a draft that I definitely had some question marks to in game number 1,
Espeon.
but they made it an extremely close game against the current reigning
Have we seen
world
all the
champions
evolutions now
of
so far?
Luminosity Gaming. Let's see how game 2 looks as Kello and Wonder
Sorry, yeah,
Chef
this is very
take us
sneaky,
away.
so yes, exactly,
Alright,
perfect.
here
It counts.
we go,
It
Chef
counts.
Oma Abyssinian versus
Have we seen all the
Luminosity.
evolutions now?
Luminosity,
We've
they are
seen
looking
Espeon
quite
play,
fierce.
we've seen
They take
Umbreon
this.
play.
They're going to
Oh, I haven't
progress
seen
their way
Sylveon
through that
play
winners
yet.
finals and send Oma Abyssinian down
I think
into that
we've
lower
seen
bracket.
all the other
That's right.
Eons. Leafeon,
I'm
Espeon,
still
Umbreon,
shocked
but
from
we haven't
exactly
seen
what Dukesnack
Sylveon.
said. An LG game where there's no Urshifu. I actually do not literally remember the last time that we saw that, so I am very surprised. But on the other
Oh, I
side,
gotta do my
obviously,
Duolingo.
they were just 2 picks
Yeah,
away from
Sylveon's the
having the
only one
full
left
EV
that
team.
I've
I feel like they should have just done it at this point.
Look, you gotta rock those full EVs, get that little boost.
Yeah, yeah,
thing, but
1%
no,
buffs.
No, we have Squirtle and a Gossifleur there. We're fine. Otherwise, we are sending that Leafeon into that central area. It makes sense. You want to get it online, and we do have the Gossifleur. I believe it'll probably end up taking this red buff for themselves to just slow down their opponents.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be the most confusing little phase where you have 3 EVs on the same team. You're going to figure out which one is which by looking at those kind of health bar portraits. But once they start getting that level 4 involved, it will be a lot more simple. But whoa,
Yeah.
okay, aggression going on. This Buzzwole might go down right off the bat. Great heal there.
It's really funny that we
It's
see
not
3
quite
EVs in the
gonna go
same
down,
game.
but a surprisingly high amount of damage from a Gossifleur / Squirtle path up on top. That seemed like that was not going to be quite that much.
Look, it's just all about getting that experience earlier on, trying to get those levels, especially coming up to a Buzzwole that doesn't evolve at all. Squirtle and Gossifleur, they have to play it safe. Otherwise, down in the bottom half, we do have some aggression. We have Luminosity getting those first points of the match. So that is some stacks on the table for them.
Oh, the Sobble going down instantly, but then in return, the Leafeon going down instantly. This is just, they're just playing Leapfrog, but with, I don't know, it's KOs, I guess. That's going to be huge EXP on both sides. I mean,
Yeah.
being able to take down the Sobble very quickly is a really great way to shut it
They're all
down.
very
He
even
doesn't
at the
hate its
moment.
early levels because its current water gun
But
is
although
very,
it does look like
strong,
Luminosity
but
has a bit of a
you
leg
really
up in terms of
want to
DXP
kind
just
of nerf
generally.
it for a little bit later
3,
in
4,
the
4, 5,
Well, we
5.
do have that
4, 4, 4,
follow-up
4,
attack
6.
to Overlord. It is
They're
able to
about the
survive
same.
and make it on out as we
Luminosity
have
now
the
has
Buzzwole
one
and
level,
the
I think,
Phantom
above right
there
now.
to protect it. Going back, going to make sure to get
2
those
levels,
buffs in.
down
But you know
where I
what?
keep it.
Hooper Portal is going up, it's going down. I don't know.
Wow, that
But
Zoroark
we
is
have
already level 7, and we're not
Curiosity
even
in the
2
bottom
minutes into the
half,
fucking
once again
game.
trying to
That
contest
Zoroark
this
is getting
farm,
hella
trying to
fed.
get that level 7 ASAP.
But he died for it.
Yeah, Curio's having a little bit, I wouldn't say it's too difficult of a time, but, you know, had a little bit of a tough time getting all that early EXP. Still, the overall lead in EXP is going to go to Luminosity, and whoever's going to get this 8-minute spawn is going to be at a huge advantage. And that looked like that was not Psyshock looking like.
No, it isn't. It doesn't have that secure.
Yeah.
Instead, it is... I can't even remember what that move is, Chef.
I know.
Oh my gosh, my brain's just blanked. There we go, we both blanked.
You know, to be honest, I blinked out on it, I threw it to you, and I was really...
How often do we
I
see
blinked
an
on the spot. I
Espeon?
know.
All right, here we go. We do have another KO. Zoroark is down for the count right now. We do have Trevenant making sure to be in that front line, making sure they do not get any dunks. They want to keep that as a donut.
Oh, yeah, but, oh, wow, that's so much damage. Look at, even on the Umbreon, Temp is having to get out of there, the liquidation. Oh, immediately doing so much damage, but also doing so much damage is going to be that Solar Blade. So this is just going to be damage to damage. Once again, Inteleon is going to be a really key part of all of this. I'm actually really surprised that we ended up seeing Curios get that Inteleon again. It's going to have to deal with the Leafeon this time around, with Schwa piloting a different speedster, which is arguably maybe even a scarier speedster, but depending on how it plays. And there we go, that's exactly why, especially with that Unite, one of the greatest kind of targeted KO options in the game. But who's going to get the last hit? That's going to be, once again, Schwa on that Leafeon, looking to be popping off once again, I say as they get KO'd.
Yes, that is a bit of a trade there, but we have the Zoroark on the hunt. Overlord wants some revenge, but are they going to get caught out? No! Slash is there for some backup to use a huge Horn Leech, and now we have a reset there from the Hoover Portal. They are diving back in. Umbreon is left all alone.
And there we go.
Not survive that at all.
Luminosity's got a
That Solar Blade
significant
took
step
over
up right
half
now.
of Curios' HP in one single hit, but then it was just like, yeah, I'm just going to farm up a little bit of damage, try to get that over 100k at the end of the game, but I'm going to let you take that gold because I definitely cannot solo defend that. That's one of the biggest things. Oh, speaking of that, getting taken down immediately. Wow, Overlord just running amok. Oh, but getting taken down by the foul play, it looks like maybe. Oh, no, actually, it was the Espeon that took down in the end. So finally finding some answers, but we're not seeing as heavy of a support on Overlord Overlord this time. So we'll see if Overlord can stay up as much as he was previously.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade there. We do have Buzzwell trying to get in their dunks, but Le'Veon was there to try and stop that. Going in back for a reset and allows this Le'Veon to take those Swabloos for themselves.
Oh, try to get that last hit with the Solar Blade. Solar Blade's such a great secure option. That's the biggest thing, is one of the best secure options, maybe the best actually, from a speedster in the game. I think that's actually true. I've never really considered that, but it's almost definitely true. And we'll see if it comes into play again here one more time. Like, we don't have the side shock, so we're gonna.
Oh, that was a really, really good snipe there. Very brutal.
It's gonna be just an attempt to back up. They've got to back up. They've got to defend this.
They did take a death for it, but
if they wanted to, but aggressive out of Luminosity. They're going to be using the hoop unbound, trying to pull the entire team over. However, they're all kind of falling into the danger zone, as it's going to be one going down.
Zora went down.
Minimum, trading for the Blastoise.
This is aggressive. This is over aggressive.
Numbers in their advantage.
Very risky.
2 down on the side of OMAB and CDN, and that's going to be LG taking that tier 1.
Now, because
that was such a risky situation.
It wasn't as
It
great
ended up
of
working
an
out, but it
overcap,
was
but you know what? That tier 1 is
very
gone, and it's
scary.
going to create so much space for Luminosity here. We do have a Reg Ice that has spawned in this bottom path. Overlord trying to solo it, but Eldegoss is sneaking their way over along with the Umbreon, hoping possibly to get a steal. But look at this sneaky Inteleon hiding in that tall grass. Is it going to get spotted? And can they get the snipe here? Reg Ice ends up getting locked down once again by Shua on the Leafeon.
Schwa has been an MVP player for sure this set so far, but I don't know if it's enough. Getting targeted there by the Buzzwell, managing to get away pretty well. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't Schwa getting targeted. That was going to be the Espeon. And big unite from the Blastoise. Not quite catch Rin.
Oh,
and that
just
is going
barely.
to be a lot of EXP they're going to be missing out on. They still did manage to get Hoopa at least, so we're going to get some of that. This is staying a very competitive game. I feel like this is closer than we saw in game number 1.
Oh, close indeed, but you know what? It was, if I do my quick math here, it's about 103 points in the lead to Luminosity right here. Look at that, I can do math. Otherwise, we have another Rings Unbound from the Hooper. They are trying to just apply some pressure. Phantom Force to just knock up that Leafeon, but they are able to speed away Eldegoss, being collateral damage there.
It's actually 97 points, but
you know. My bad. There we go, I can't do math.
Never try. I'm surprised that I got that one even. But yeah, also I figured out, by the way, Sword Power. This is going to be for Lucky for sure for Luminosity, but Sword Power is going to be the other move that we're going to see on that.
And now the little disadvantage they had earlier is now completely gone.
It might be an attempt to try and be able to kind of control some of this speedster ability.
Actually, it's not completely gone. They're actually still a little bit behind. 12, 12, 11, 10. 12, 12,
moves against them.
11, 13,
yes, well,
10.
we do have
So they're still 2 levels lower.
To take care of that Reggie Alecki, but all the meantime, as they are distracted, we have 3 members of Luminosity
but it's very
making
close.
their way downtown. We have the Buzzwell and Trevenant diving onto that tier 2, as everybody else is just farming up experience, trying to see what they can do and get their Unite moves back. Trevenant in a bit of a pickle does end up getting taken down. A really risky move, I must say, from Trevenant and Buzzwell to go down there.
And now Luminosity down by only 1 level right now.
Opportunity, I think that LG kind of wanted to try and take this basement Reggie. They're still kind of going around it. There's 20 seconds left. They could go for it if they wanted to.
They're going to try for it.
Starting to shift down, but they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to get picked at this exact moment, and especially the fact that now Slash went down as well.
They're not going for it.
Looks like they're not going to want to fully commit to it. They have a lead, but it's a lead that if Ray is taken, no matter kind of how many people are still up, this is going to be a really good spot for Omo.
Yeah, this is really interesting. The best games are the ones where the team that's behind in score is the team that's ahead in EXP, because then it forces a big old brawl.
Have to make this work.
But the benefit is everybody has their Unite moves as they hide in the tall grass, trying to find some unsuspecting prey here. Who is going to get caught out? Elo is wandering around, pops that Hooper portal down there to just distract them, waiting for that Rings Unbound to be popped out.
I feel like that Ray took a little bit of time to turn around. That was kind of strange, but there's no real big commitment. We've actually got Rin, I believe, up on that top path, looking to get a huge back score. Look at this, nobody to contest, and that's going to be a big initiation instead for Obsidian.
That's a big back-end dump.
But they're going to be the first ones to get taken down. It's going to be Schwa going down, and so LG completely in the lead, taking down 2 more.
LG just dominated there.
200-point lead. Luminosity going for this. Can Blastoise
There's a chance that Blastoise snipes it, but they don't win this
being
anyways.
chased down by Kyrios on that Inteleon. That's going to be it.
Nope.
No way
That's
come
gonna be
back
game.
from that 50 Eos energy in
Luminosity,
all of their
very
pockets.
clean.
That is going to be LG.
This is the benefit of having
Luminosity
that
is
Breeze
so good.
Unbound. Obviously, had that Buzzwell going and dunking in that top part, that as things started to look dire there, it made sure to come back as soon as it got those dunks. They are waving on in, trying to take them down. They have those shields on hand, but we do have Inteleon getting taken down. Hooper is still trying to kite around, save that shield, but you know what? 700.
Yeah, they're just so far behind. You can't win that there. Even if you ran all the way and they all got full dunks, full 100 dunks, you still don't get there.
We're going to get a few revenge KOs. We're going to try our best. 10 seconds left. You might not even be able to get to that tier 1 and get any of those points in. Regardless, it wouldn't matter. Luminosity keeping the dream of the West alive as they're going to be moving into the winners finals 2-0. Congratulations. A great showing.
Look, this is why they were the world champs in 2022. They want to take this back to back, and they are really showing us what they are made of. But obviously, it isn't over for Oma Abyssinian yet, as they do make their way down into that lowest bracket.
Yeah, they've been playing amazing. I felt like they were doing really well in a lot of those situations. I think a lot of this just came down to those Rayquaza fights. Again, we saw such amazing speedster play out of Schwa in particular, just destroying the early game, especially when they were given that Zoroark. They were able to do so much. Even when they were given the Leafeon, they might not get as many KOs, but their secure power was off the charts. It came down to LG being so comfortable, I think, with how their team comp works in those final moments, and they came out on top both times.
And you can see during this graph, they held
Yeah, that was just
lead.
clean.
They held onto it very,
Okay, let's go
very
back over
tight,
here.
and
We'll
they
do
did
bam, bam. And then we can do, once again, click here, interact.
All right. All right, I think we have another one.
We have another one?
It elegantly avoids attacks with dance-like steps, then launches a devastating blow in the same motion.
Could be Oricorio. It could be, or it could be,
I'm thinking Oricorio or Quaquaval for this one.
yeah, Quaquaval. That's the other one I was thinking of.
Is it Quaquaval or Quaquaval? I literally have never gotten this one right.
Quaquaval.
Don't look at me. I don't know that one at all.
I have not seen that Pokemon.
I think.
Getting this.
Mike, it's Quaquaval.
Okay. We've all got different answers. Let's see what's right. What?
Metacham.
Oh no.
Wait, does Meta? What?
I didn't know he was dancing. Like I thought he was meditating. Yes.
Decorates itself with them. For some reason, flowers won't wither once they're attached to it.
Okay.
Oh, this is comfy.
This is too obvious that I'm worried.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's comfy.
Okay.
Count us down, Rose. Do you have a guess?
You got a
yeah,
guess?
but I mean, I'm thinking it could be any of potentially 3 if it's right.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
well, this
You have
is
to
gonna
pick
be
one.
the tiebreaker.
I'm picking one.
Okay.
Okay.
This is gonna be the tiebreaker, so
Okay.
you both gotta lock it in.
I'm confident on.
Okay.
Well, I'm confident. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm confident that I believe it. Yeah.
I get it. No,
Okay.
no, I'm with you in that one.
All right.
All right, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1.
Venusaur.
Oh my god.
Venusaur?
Oh, that's
No, it
actually
doesn't. But
yeah.
it doesn't decorate itself.
That was my other guess.
Okay. Comfy's
Yeah,
good.
there's also the possibility that it's
Huh.
it's like Blossom.
Vines? Is Comfy a vine?
I don't
Is it a
know.
vine?
I didn't know it was a
But
vine.
no, with vines, I don't know.
I think it's a vine. It's like
Yeah,
a
it might
circular
be.
vine.
Let's see it. Let's see
Okay,
the answer.
well, is this a tiebreaker?
Yeah.
It is comfy. Yeah.
Oh.
Aaron?
See the casters have. We'll get into it as soon as we can, but yeah, what's been your highlight from today?
You have this amazing Gastrodon you can see here on your screen. You could receive your
But over on Kenjo's side of the field.
Oh my God, there was so little happening for all that time.
water combination.
Are we still? If we go live, are we still?
Magma storm. So this
Actually,
is gonna
going
do
live,
a
I'm
chunk of
basically
damage to the
exactly
Thunderous,
where.
But critically trap it in that swirling magma. Going to keep Thunderous on the field. It has no escape at this point.
That is huge damage coming out from the Heatran, as well as trapping that Thunderous, which is an added secondary effect to this move. making the Thunderous unable to switch out. It is in a prime position now to utilize that Prankster ability, though, and go for something like a Thunder Wave and then combine it with that Hex that we've just seen from the Fluttermane to double the damage on that move, which puts the Heatran in a little bit of a precarious position because double damage might see that Heatran go down this next turn. The Rillaboom, though, does have access to U-turn, so can probably bid a healthier position. The Heatran maybe goes for a Protect. We see a U-turn come out here, so just allowing Kenjo to reposition.
Yeah, that'd be good. Some great positioning here from Kengo. You're going to see the Thunder Wave go down into that Rillaboom. The Prankster priority going to be able to connect that status move before Rillaboom has a chance to attack here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the U-turn go just to follow up. But here's the Hex, the synergy we were talking about. Not enough to get the KO though, however, and U-turn goes into that opposing Fluttermane. Little bit of chip, and now does allow Kengo to go for these switches. The Assault Vest, I think, on Rillaboom there, really, really strong.
Definitely helping, but a great call there from Joseph, not falling for the trap, going after and chasing that Heatran, making sure that he is getting some use out of that turn when the Heatran protected. Urshifu now hitting the field, that single strike. Urshifu gonna put on a little bit of pressure in particular to that Fluttermane.
Yes, Fluttermane is choice specs as well on Joseph's side, so it's not going to be able to protect at this point. It's going to have to possibly fall victim to something like a Sucker Punch. Speaking of falling victim, Thunderous has gone down thanks to that Magma Swarm from the Heatran. You can see celebrating in the background.
Yeah, and it looks like Joe is going to bring in that Landorus now, going to drop and intimidate onto this single strike Urshifu. Obviously, it is going to affect it on the side of that close combat because of Wicked Blows. High chance to critical hit or guaranteed chance to critical hit. That's not really going to affect it too much. And the interesting thing that you would say from Kenjo's side of the field is it does have access to terrestrialization, and the one thing that you would maybe say here is that he could go for that Poison Terror type. It would have been great until that Landorus came out. But if you go for it, you're going to have to risk taking a big Earthquake in return.
Yeah, Landorus looking mean and ready to go here. Wo-Chien, the fan favorite, is jumping onto the battlefield, however, for Joseph here. It's, of course, going to appreciate the grassy terrain, the opposing Rillaboom set up previously. Heatran's going to get out of here as well. Lots of ball position changing up here. Kengo wanting to make sure that the Heatran is preserved a little bit for later. Doesn't want to have to worry about the Landorus. Wicked Blow comes out there. The critical hit guarantee chance does a huge chunk, but it looks like it's going to have to do 3 more in order to deal with that opposing Landorus. Landorus not connecting into that Cresselia because of his Levitate ability. Great switches all round.
Yeah, it's a nice option, the Stomping Tantrum as well, coming into this match in particular where you are seeing Rillaboom, where the grassy terrain would actually lower the damage of the Earthquake.
Yes.
The Stomping Tantrum not affected like the Earthquake would be in your single target attack as well, but going into the Cresselia there on the switch in from that Heatran, not getting any return, but this next turn, Stomping Tantrum should be doing double damage if it does make contact with its targets.
Fantastic catch there, Lee. Landorus able to survive another one of those Wicked Blows and in prime position to go for that Stomping Tantrum. Will connect down. Huge chunk of damage into that opposing Urshifu as Moonblast fails to get the KO on Landorus.
This Assault Vest on the Landorus is putting in a lot of work. The Landorus actually surviving there, and now the Urshifu going down. The Wu-Shen coming in and doing some work.
Fantastic plays there. That Landorus means business. I think it's great, though, like you were talking about the Stomping Tantrum, that's a new move that it's got access to. Previously had to go for that Earthquake if it wanted to deal with any of its physical ground type, same type attack bonus. Heatran joins the field, but it's going to be quaking on its little paws here in the face of that Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine here, if Kenjo is going to go for the terrestrialization at any point, it's going to be onto that Heatran to get that terrestrialization type. So it is going to be able to kind of not have to worry about those Stomping Tantrums coming out from the Landorus. And looks like we're going to see it, Lou.
Here we go, terrestrialization out of the blocks. It's going to be on that Wo-Chien, and it's going to be going for the Poison Terror type here. Great defensive capabilities.
Yeah, and the Wo-Shen doesn't really have a way to hit the Heatran either for good damage. It's got access to Foul Play, Giga Drain. Snarl is something that the Heatran does have to watch out for, but just going for the Protect this turn as that Wo-Shen does go for the terrestrialization, and we are going to see another Stomping Tantrum into that Cresselia, but the Moonblast coming out and going to be able to finally pick up the knockout onto that Landorus.
Yeah, long live the Landorus no more. It has been finally felled by that opposing Cresselia as Wo-Chien does go for the Snarl. I think you make a great observation that there's not a lot that Wo-Chien can really do to that opposing Heatran. Whereas the Heatran on Kengo's side has access to Earth Power. Now that you are this Poison Terror type on that Wo-Chien, you're going to fall vulnerable to those Earth type attacks.
Yeah, and if you can utilize that Magma Storm once again to kind of trap it in.
Earth
so
type attacks.
Sitting on the field, making sure that it
What in the
out,
shit?
And then you can utilize that and say, those Earth Powers after that. The one thing you've got to watch out for if you are Kenjo is that Snarl, because it will slow your offensive.
Hey, I want to grab some food.
And the one thing with Wo Chen is as well, it's a very good defensively built Pokemon. It's going to be able to soak up these attacks pretty well, and even better after a couple of snarls have been fired off, lowering that special attack on Kenjo's side of the field.
Very true, and it's time now for Joseph Ugarte to play that for Kengo to go for that terrestrialization, and it's going to be on the Fairy Cresselia. Really nice to see this coming through from Cresselia. It can always have access, obviously, with Moonblast to deal even more damage, getting a 50% boost to its Fairy-type move. Shadow Ball with a critical hit. Not enough to get the KO here, as Flash Cannon fired up from the Heatran is enough to get a knockout, but what a good survival there.
Well.
Critical hits all round, Lee.
Yeah, huge turn here. 2 critical hits back to back. And the Cresselia going for the Fairy Terrestrialization, really nice there, taking away that weakness to the potential Shadow Ball that came out from that Flutter Mane. Unfortunately, critical hit there for Kenjo. It's a little bit harder to take there, but the Cresselia setting up the Trick Room now, does have access to Lunar Blessing. Is it going to be able to get that off before that Wo Chen? It'll be interesting to see how the speed interactions work here. The Wo Chen in a position potentially to knock out that Cresselia before it can.
Yeah, he's just quitting because he can't win that. You're just fucked.
Everything pretty much on Kenjo's side of the field. Looks like we are going to see him lock in the forfeit here and Kenjo take game 1.
Wow, I mean, the Trick Room is very interesting there at the end. Wo Chen generally pretty slow, wouldn't have minded necessarily a little bit of Trick Room action, but like you pointed out, there were too many Pokemon on Kengo's side for the Slug to be able to try, well, the Snail, not the Slug, that's Gastrodon, for the Snail to try and prevail over here in this match. But this is why we have a best-of-3 set. Joseph has the possibility to now make some adjustments coming into this next match. What would you like to see, Lee?
I think he approached it. I don't think there was really too much wrong with how he approached it. Maybe some decisions in the game probably might be better. I think he got definitely caught out with the Magma Storm on his Thundurus. Really didn't get much return on that Thundurus at all. You know, he got some good damage onto the Rillaboom, but it kind of got out of there with the U-turn pretty quickly. I think you need to, if you are bringing the Thundurus, get a little bit more utilization out of it, because that fake out Magma Storm turn 1 really, really affected the ability for him to kind of utilize it probably the way he would like to.
Last thing, it's ironic that Joseph Ugarte's got a Heatran on his t-shirt right now, because there's a Heatran on the opposing side of the field that really put a thorn in his side with that Magma Storm.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe utilizing your own Heatran could be a way to go around it, but I do like the Landorus in this match as well. I think if you can get the Landorus onto the field once, you know, at any point, it really does threaten quite a lot of things on Kenjo's side. You know, the Heatran not going to appreciate any of those stomping tantrums, and it can terrestrialize as well. It can threaten things like the Rillaboom for good damage. It can threaten the Urshifu as well if it doesn't terrestrialize itself. So it can play a big role for Joseph. I think he's just got to get a bit more utility out of his genies that he's brought on his side of the field.
You could really see all the sparks fly as well with those critical hits at the end of that game 1 as well, getting lots of damage there, particularly with the Flash Cannon. But I think at the end of the day, the Wo Chen just had a little too late towards the end of that. It was a little bit too much of a mountain for it to climb. Coming through into this next game, I mean, the Urshifu, I feel like on Joseph's side has a lot of potential. It can deal some big damage.
Is it actually versus Peru? Is that
like
the
opposing Heatran, can even hit Cresselia.
Yes, it
Find a way
is.
to win, and we're going to see if either of these two teams can do it for you right now.
Well, 3 hats may be a little bit much to ask, but I think if we do see that, that might be the deciding factor. But yeah, these teams are going to have to play super consistent. That's the thing. You said it's possible to make it all the way through the losers bracket. You just have to be so good for so long. And we're going to start off with these bands.
Inteleon and Lapras bands.
Bet on the side of Peru, and Akjil is going to take out that classic Lapras pick.
Yeah, so without Lapras as a first pick right here, we're going to see what Akjil wants to grab. Some teams have been grabbing Leafeon, other teams have been grabbing their defender in this moment, and as you can see, we have Umbreon snapped up very, very fast here for Akjil. Of course, one of the premier defenders inside the game. But as I've said many times, and we'll say many more times before this thing is done, there are so many good defenders as we see Slowbro snapped up immediately by Peru.
I can't even imagine. After like last month, thinking that we might see Slowbro as the 3rd pick as a defender, and then a 4th pick here with the Blastoise. We could just keep going down and down. The Hoopa picked up as well. Hoopa has been super key, especially in our matches today. Even some of the off-broadcast ones on the B stream, Hoopa has just been the winning deciding factor that mobility is everything.
I think one of the key Pokemon throughout this entire tournament also is that Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales is just so incredibly powerful. As one of the ranged special attackers inside the game, not only does it have insane damage, but it also has that incredible push with Blizzard and then the stun when that combination hits and you're sitting inside of that ice vortex. I really think it is the premier attacker inside the game right now. As we look over to Ocjil, there's a Pokemon that I have been not very fond of this tournament, and that is Delphox. I personally don't love it, but you know what? I think the members of Ocjil could probably beat me in a match of Pokemon Unite, so what do I know?
Hey, you never know until you try. That's why we're going to challenge them after the tournament. But I love the
I forgot to
Chandelure
mention
pick.
that. We're challenging them after the tournament, all the casters versus Ocjil.
For all the money.
For all the money.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who everybody else does. But I do have to say the Chandelure, a pick that has been doing really well this weekend, but very rarely picked. So it's very strange to actually see it come out so few times. On the other side, the Glaceon, I also feel like it's done really well every time we've seen it. Also, Anemo in particular on Peru has done very well with that Pokemon. So I do like this comp. They've also got the Buzzwole alongside the Alolan Ninetales, so there's not going to be that counter lane. But we're going to have to send it over to the cast to see how it actually plays out in Game 1 of Actual versus Peru.
Kello, it is
It'll be an
elimination
inside again.
time in our top 8 bracket. For the first time today, we are going to be sending home a team who has worked so hard to get here. Oh, I cannot wait. Actual versus Peru. What a game we have on our hands.
What a game indeed. They have had that run there. Peru, I must say they have been looking good, but we'll have to see how they match up against Actual. I love this Chandelure pick.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Chandelure's a weird pick, but I don't think it's
I just love the moves, the
bad.
ability to lock them down, either with the Poltergeist or that other move.
Imprison.
Imprison, there we go. Lock them in, jail them up.
Yeah.
But the Delphox, the Fennekin, as we
Look,
did
it's
mention,
not, like,
it's
terrible,
struggling
it's
one
just
of the previous
funny.
games before. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see how it goes. But the AoE, the fireworks, they want to make this stadium shine. So it's just about getting that level 9.
It feels like a lot safer of a pick against this composition, though, right? I mean, Peru is also playing double mage on their side with the Alolan Ninetales and the Glaceon. So both these teams are going to be playing at pretty huge ranges. This is going to be a game more decided about, I think, big spikes of Unite move damage than anything else. The neutral game is going to be a whole lot of poke damage with neither team really being too comfortable to push on forward. Now, that's, of course, all going to change when it comes to tempo on this Buzzwole, who needs to be up close and personal to do any damage. When they're going up against Glaceon or Chandelure, they're going to need to play extremely careful while not to get caught up with those stuns. And honestly, the poke damage they take from range can be too much to take sometimes in the early moments of these fights.
But they do have a Blissey by their side,
True.
so it's just making sure to get their level 4. That way they can select their next move as we have the birds about to spawn here.
Wow, also, this Slowbro pick is really interesting here. Obviously, it is such a powerful Pokemon metagame-wise, but there's not many targets on the side of Actual that I'm too worried about grabbing with a Slow Beam in those situations. Maybe a Hoopa before it can use its Unite move and do a really early aggressive macro decision. Well, Peru already getting up on the scoreboard. This level 5 Buzzwole is here and ready to start dominating, but Actual has decided to move away from that and instead push into the enemy central area, sending Chobo in to try to steal this blue buff.
Yeah, but it's not only Chobo here. We have an Umbreon and a Delphox here for some backup. The Ninetales was able to secure themselves that blue buff. So it is a little bit of time wasted, but you know what? No KOs as of yet. But all the meantime, we have that Glaceon and the Blissey doing exactly the same thing in the opposite side.
Just trading places, these two teams switching up his play style. And wow, S4L on this Delphox, we talked about one of its biggest weaknesses is its early game, but you cover that by just doing an invade instead of a big flank. Problem is that Squirtle does go down as these teams are trying to take an early fight, and the Lampant is knocked out by a huge surf there from Team Peru.
Now, this is the problem with Chandelure or Lampant. It's a glass cannon. It is super duper squishy. Needs to make sure that it stays in that backline and does not get hit, especially against a Buzzwole.
Yeah, its range is, I would say at medium is probably the best way to describe it. However, that Imprison can shut down the target that is pushing towards you, but if you're the one advancing, you're right. It's a really tough spot to be in. You can't over-advance. S4L gonna find a huge knockout there, though, but trade it out yet again. Stark with some amazing play on this defender. Slowbro looking really fantastic here. And now we have 3 members from Actual gonna be trying to siege this bottom tier gold zone with a Blissey and a Slowbro, though that might be too much staying power to actually actually get any secures. Great surf call out on top of that Hoopa portal, just waiting for S4L to return. However, no KOs earned, but no scores earned either for the side of Actual.
But the thing is, Actual, they do have this positioning as we do have that Slowbro and A9 zooming on in. Bellisi is on such low HP, makes sure to pop that Shedinja Jolt, but ends up getting caught out by that mystical fire of the Delphox. Now, Peru, they have overcome, and they have actually taken the Rage Ice for themselves. Oh, wait,
no, they
didn't.
Actual steals it. The Chandelure with a very incredible steal. However, I do think Team Peru is coming away with a team fight win here. Tempo found their way to the back line, kind of undisturbed. Great poke damage from Anemo, and then followed up by amazing damage from Tempo to earn those KOs. A KO streak of 3, they do not earn that Regice buff. However, that is going to be an opportunity. Actual trying to push forward. A great surf from the War Turtle, but you're only going to be grabbing Stark. Not the best target to pull into your own team.
No, not the best target, but look at these Pokemon right now. They're on such low HP. They have to make sure to stay on pad, because that pad is only left on 2 right now.
Right, exactly. It's giving Peru a prime chance to overdunk and take a bigger lead than you would think when just looking at these gold zone health bars. Reggie Alecki also available in this match. Speaking of good scoring opportunities, this is going to be one of the best to really pull ahead in a big way. Tempo on a huge flank. They isolate S4L and get that immediate 1v1 knockout. Epe uses their Unite move in desperation, but Tempo takes them down. A KO streak of 2, and Peru with a huge advantage in the top half.
Tempo is looking buff, and this is why you do not want to come up against the Buzzwell. The ability to just pick them up, shut them down, it is insane. But we do have a Reggie Alecki here being poked out by...
I'll put my word to the VGC. I don't really care about this Unite games, honestly. I'm much more interested in the VGC happening right now here.
You might think, hey, Heat Wave, look great. There's 2 grass types opposing you, but that flash fire ability on the opposing Heatran will still be activated, and it's not going to take any damage.
No, and we are going to see the Rillaboom switch out once more, and the Urshifu come back onto the field here as the Protect comes out from Joseph's Heatran. Not want to contend with any big threats this next turn as the Thunder Wave finally connects with the Heatran on Kenjo's side to slow it down and give it that paralysis status.
The only thing that this Thunderous does better than Revenge is getting paralysis onto the field, able to go for Thunderwave after Thunderwave and really slow down the momentum that Kengo is trying to build up here. You can see the recovery as well from that grassy terrain. Really nice to gain that little bit of chip recovery in order to maybe survive these big moves like the Earth Powers.
Yeah, I think for Kenjo though, he's made a really nice switch. He's made it very difficult this next turn for Joel, because I think you may want to switch out your own Heatran, but you can't really switch out your Heatran into the Fluttermane because there's probably likely a Wicked Blow coming into that slot, and even if not into that slot, the Wicked Blow is going to be going into the Thunderous, and you probably don't have enough. Oh, it does survive though. That is a big survival.
Absolutely amazing. Windbolt Storm able to fire off back, not able to get a KO, however, as Heatran does go for the Heat Wave, will of course connect onto the Flash Fire, but does get the knockout onto that opposing Urshifu. It is down and out, and now Kengo only has 2 Pokemon remaining. The Rillaboom will be forced to come back in. And there's a paralysis on the Heatran. A terrible turn there for Kengo.
That is a huge turn for Joseph, and a great comeback here. He's really starting to build this momentum now. Getting the knockout onto that Urshifu, huge here. Making sure that, you know, the survival there, this Heatran able to take that Wicked Blow. Huge turn for Joel, so he's able, the paralysis obviously a real bonus for him not to have to deal with an Earth Power, even though probably at this range of -4 he would be able to probably take
What does Rillaboom actually do here, though?
The fact is that he's still got the Heatran, he's still got that Thunderous on the field, and the Rillaboom is going to enter the field, but
I mean, he is like Thunderous and Heatran are both really low HP. I can't tell if there's head tailwind up right now.
Maybe see a Protect on Joseph's Heatran here, just in case there is going to be that rogue fake out coming out from the opposing Rillaboom.
Yep.
You don't want to have to take any unnecessary damage, particularly as the Heatran on Joe's side.
But the fake out could go towards Thunderous.
You can try and fire off some big damage in the next turn. There's the Protect.
Yeah, and
I think it's going to go towards Thunderous. That's a smarter move, right?
Slot, but no, another Eerie Impulse.
Oh no, okay, no, guess he's not
really
doing it.
hindering this Heatran, putting it down to -6.
Oh no, because he didn't use
very much at all as the fully paralysis comes out from that Rillaboom. Not going to be able to move this.
Gross. Thunderous avoided the attack.
Avoiding as well.
I mean, that Thunderous is incredible. It's now dodged 3 of these Magma Storms from the opposing Heatran. And Heatran, you know, like you said, -6 special attack. It's really not going to be dealing too much damage at all. It's a lot of pressure being applied onto it to really neutralize the pressure it's got.
Yeah, the one thing you would have to watch out for if you're on Joel's side of the field is the Rillaboom on Kenjo's team does have access to Stomp and Tantrum, so that can be a big detriment to your own Heatran, so you've got to watch out for that.
Yes, only the Heatran taking a little bit of damage from this Windbolt Storm. You can see it's really not doing too much, but there's not a lot Heatran that the Thunderous can even do in this situation. Heatran, on the other hand, can do a lot to that opposing Rillaboom. There's going to be more paralysis to be had on Kengo's side. The Rillaboom's unable to retaliate and get some damage off. Magma Storm finally will connect back down onto the Thunderous. But to be honest, if I was Joseph at this point, this Thunderous is set on the field. There's not a lot more it can do. It's throwing out all the Thunder Waves it needs, and the Windbolt Storm is really underwhelming. I'd almost be happy for it to go down to bring my Flutter Mane in from the back to start cleaning up this match.
Yeah, I think that's what you would like if you're Joseph. You don't really want to make the switch and get caught with an attack on the switch. You kind of want to bring your Flutter Mane in a really healthy position and just get as much chip with the Thunderous as you can before it does go down to give you that free switch. And like you mentioned here, with that chip damage from the Magma Stone, giving them the free switch into the Flutter Mane, coming in fresh onto the battlefield and going to be able to throw out some big threatening attacks to both of these Pokemon. The Rillaboom now taking a lot of damage from that Heat Wave, putting it in range for this Flutter Mane to do a bit, you know, even a Dazzling Gleam here is probably going to be enough. But we are going to just see that Hex combination, double damage, picking up the KO onto the Rillaboom, and that Heatran in a position now where it is not really going to be threatening after all of those eerie impulses. Joseph managed this game perfectly, going for a substitute as well, as it is the faster of the two because of the paralysis. And another fully paralysis from the Heatran on Kenjo's side. Not going well for Kenjo in this game. Really unfortunate from that side of things, but really paying off for Joe, utilizing that Thunder Wave, and you can see the added bonus of that move and utilizing it like he has.
This is interesting right now because I think I'm pretty sure this Heatran just loses, like the paralyzed Heatran. But if Hex is going to do a nice chunk of damage, doesn't kill though.
In order to clean up that match, but it looks like Heatran's got its back.
Heatran's gonna die.
Oh! To get the KO, but there's really not a lot the opposing Heatran can do to remove the threat from Joseph's side. Here's the Flash Cannon going down into the opposing Flutter Mane. Look at that tiny damage. That's
does
something
nothing.
You see every day when a Steel type move connects with Flutter Mane.
No, not at all. The special defense drop there, not really going to matter
Does
too
nothing.
much, because this Flutter Mane in a position to just clean things up with that Hex now going into this next turn. And you've got to say that Joseph has managed the game a lot better in this game too, to tie it up, to take it to a game 3 here. It's inevitable now that the Hex will be enough to pick up the knockout onto this Heatran, and the battle of the Heatrans here was definitely won by Joseph. You got it, tying this matchup 1-1.
You can see how much more comfortable he was piloting that team as well in Game 2. The synergy that he wanted to get off was activated. He was able to drive a lot of offensive pressure with Pokemon like the Heatran. And as well, you know, the Flutter Mane, keeping that nice and safe in the back, but making sure that it could come in a position where it wasn't feeling threatened by that Heatran, I think was a really critical strategy for Joe to be executing there. Going into this Game 3, however, do you think Wo-Chien is going to come back onto Joseph's 4 that he's going to bring?
I don't know. I think that Joe led so perfectly in that match. I think it really put Kenjo on the back foot from the beginning with that Landorus coming out to support the Thunderous there. I think Wo-Chien could be an option, but I think the 4 that he picked probably are the right 4 into this match. You know, the Flutter Mane in the late game, once he'd been able to kind of do all the work that he needed to with his other 3 Pokemon, was kind of the perfect strategy. He got so much return from his Landorus as well, making the right choice with the Terastallization. Pressures the Rillaboom, pressures the Heatran. If it does Terastallize, it pressures that Urshifu if it comes in. And the thing is with Kenjo's side as well, with that Urshifu, the single strike, when you see it come onto the field, you kind of get a little bit antsy. You think, oh, this thing is going to be hitting really hard. But because of the lack of the choice band boosting that Wicked Blow, it's not hitting as hard, which is a great thing for Joe. And he's probably picked up on from that Game 1. So I think a comfortable lead going in with that Thunderous and Landorus, it gives you a lot of options. The Eerie Impulse really shutting down options on Kenjo's side of the field. So I think maybe going for a bit more of a physical offense this time around from Kenjo might be an option in what we could potentially see rather than that special attacking side.
What was that you said? Physical offense? Rillaboom and Urshifu are now on the field lead. So fantastic call by yourself against those unique combinations. Again, Thunderous and Landorus on the field for Joseph. The Intimidate definitely going to be detrimental to Kengo's side. So thank goodness Wicked Blow critical hits every time.
Yeah, but the one thing you would say about leading with both the Rillaboom and the Urshifu is they're both very susceptible to this Terra flying that could potentially come out from the Landorus. But Joe not wanting to contend with that, switching it straight out, keeping it for later.
Yeah, and there's going to be an Urshifu joining the field on Joe's side. It is, however, this one, the Rapid Strike variant. Going to have to take the cheeky fake out from the opposing Rillaboom here as Wicked Blow comes straight off into the opposing Urshifu, not going to be dealing too much damage. And now this Thunderous once again in a prime position to get out some good damage. The Wild Bolt Storm is going to connect down onto the opposing Rillaboom. Unfortunately not able to connect onto that Urshifu. That would have been great for Joe.
Paralysis comes in.
But there's an early paralysis
Get
on the Rillaboom.
absolutely
yeah, the secondary
fucked.
effect of that Windbolt Storm, picking up the paralysis and doing easy work with a bit of damage like the Thunder Wave without actually clicking into it. Now, the Urshifu switch here is nice for Joseph because he has been able to kind of soak up that big Wicked Blow that came out pretty well, pretty comfortably, but it is going to be threatened this next turn from that Rillaboom. It is going to threaten it, even if it is paralyzed. Paralyzed. It is still, if it connects with any of those grass type attacks, especially under the grassy terrain, going to threaten it pretty hard here. And the terra typing on it doesn't really complement a defensive typing to allow it to take it. It is that water type, so probably needs to kind of switch it out here. Both Pokemon have been intimidated, but we are going to see the Urshifu on Kenjo's side switch out this turn.
Yeah, it just wants to make an adjustment. Doesn't want its Focus Sash to get unnecessarily broken. This is a nice adjustment, though. The Choice Band Dragonite has graced us with its presence. As the Wild Ball Storm comes through, it is going to connect down to the Dragonite and break the multi-scale. That can be big later on in the game.
Yeah, breaking the multi-scale is really going to matter.
Combat connects down into the opposing Rillaboom. Urshifu now very, very vulnerable, having its special defense and its defense dropped thanks to that close combat. As the Wood Hammer is in retaliation, gets a solid KO against it, boosted by the grassy terrain. The defense drops. That was unfortunate there for the Urshifu.
Yeah, and getting some nice damage onto the Rillaboom here, but not quite enough. I think Joseph probably would have liked to have seen the fully paralysis there on the Rillaboom. I think that would have really helped him out. Keep that Urshifu on the field. The nice thing that he did get, though, was breaking that multi-scale on the Dragonite whilst chipping down the Rillaboom, putting it in a position now where potentially a Hex is going to be enough to pick up the knockout with that Flutter Mane joining the field. And the Dragonite, of course, it has just said, I'm just showing up. I'll come back later.
Yeah, particularly with its Dragon typing and multi-scale broken, doesn't want to have to take any unnecessary fairy damage. And there was the Dazzling Gleam as well. Will get the KO on that Rillaboom, but Heatran, the perfect Pokemon to switch into any of these fairy type attacks. And it looks mean and ready to get some retribution here. Wild Bolt Storm will connect, does actually a significant chunk of damage to that opposing Heatran on the switch in, and gets the paralysis on it. Insult to injury from this Thundurus. It is really staking up a rivalry with this Heatran throughout the set.
Yeah, it's a single target attack rather than a spread attack. It's doing a lot more damage, a bit more impactful. So Heatran really getting caught out there. The Dazzling Gleam picking up the Rillaboom. So Joe still hanging in there, trying to close this match back. A nice switch in from Kenjo, especially, like you say, with those resists to that Dazzling Gleam from the Flutter Mane. And you know that the Flutter Mane has now locked itself into Dazzling Gleam, doesn't have access to that Hex, which makes it a little bit not as impactful as it probably would like to be with that kind of paralysis combination, status combination. We are going to see the Dragonite now hit the field, though, for Kenjo, and not really going to be affected by the Eerie Impulse like that Heatran is, but still has to watch out for that T-Wave that could come out, Thunder Wave from the Thundurus.
And Joe knows the Dragonite is Choice Band, so isn't going to be able to protect here. I think it's a wise terrestrialization here from Kengo, going for the normal Terra type, just so you do not have that Fairy weakness. It's going to go for the Extreme Speed. Obviously, it's not going to be able to connect into a Ghost type, but it can connect down into the Thundurus and start applying some pressure. Rocky Helmet going to keep chipping away a little bit, and the Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam still dealing a significant chunk.
I'm just so invested right now.
In this next turn.
Yeah, not safe at all. The Wind Bolt Storm not making connection with the Heatran, but does connect with that Dragonite and does pick up the knockout, not really getting the impact that Kenjo wanted here. And this Thundurus putting in a lot of work for Joe in this game.
I love the way this Thundurus has switched to the offensive. Wind Bolt Storm after Wind Bolt Storm here. Flutter Mane does take a significant chunk from that Steel type move coming out from the Heatran, but it is able
Rin
to
just
survive.
sent a tweet that said, I got a warning for shouting no words during my pop pop.
Special defense on the Flutter Mane,
yeah,
but still big damage coming out from that Heatran.
Yeah, and the thing is, it hasn't been affected by the Eerie Impulse this turn, so that Flash Cannon you can see doing big damage, really putting that Flutter Mane into knockout position this next turn. And where the Urshifu kind of in the field now, it does have access to Sucker Punch, knowing that the Flutter Mane is locked into that Dazzling Gleam. It can go for the Sucker Punch quite easily here, or do you lock yourself into something like the Wicked Blow and predict the switch out? Because the Flutter Mane in a position now where, yeah, it's going to be a sitting duck to take that Sucker Punch this next turn. So you could catch something on the switch, maybe that Landorus if it does come in to try and get an Intimidate off, and also then double up with maybe a big spread. Oh, well, just a Magma Storm maybe from the Heatran. It doesn't have access to the Heat Wave, unfortunately.
Well, there is going to be adjustment. Landorus able to jump in. Of course, the Focus Sash still intact on that opposing Urshifu. Joseph has to find a way to hit it twice to be able to try and get the knockout. Wicked Blow is what the move choice was for the Urshifu. Does a huge chunk to that opposing Landorus on the switch, and here's the Wild Bolt Storm once again. The Urshifu dodging out of the way.
Oh my gosh.
Magma Storms, I can miss your Wind Bolt Storms. Magma Storm, however, is going to connect down onto Landorus and get the KO.
Yeah, not a really unfortunate miss with that Wild Bolt Storm onto the Urshifu, because you wanted to break that Focus Sash, and it's not the Pokemon that you want to be missing. It out of the two, you think, let me just hit the Urshifu.
Yes,
really
please.
unfortunate for Joe there. But a great turn from Kenjo calling the switch there, knowing that the Flutterman was in a really precarious position with what it was locked into with that choice specs, sitting duck for Sucker Punch and taking advantage of that with the switch into Landorus. No impact from that Pokemon. Kenjo putting himself in a really good position to look like he's going to be able to close this one out, but it's not over just yet.
It's definitely not. Urshifu in a great position, though, to go for something like that Sucker Punch. You know the Fluttermane can't protect, so to no surprise, Joe going for the Fairy Terra type onto that Fluttermane, dropping its Ghost typing and therefore its weakness to these Dark type moves. Whether it's going to be enough, though, we'll have to see. Fluttermane does not have very good physical defense, and we know that Urshifu can hit really, really hard as well. So if that is the target choice, and it is the Sucker Punch,
Oh,
will
it's
not
the
survive.
reverse.
The Terra Fairy
Yeah,
coming
here
in.
we go. I mean, two insanely powerful
Reverse
Pokemon
issue,
throughout
let's see if
this
there's an
tournament.
interesting
But of
draft or if
course,
it's going to be
there's
another
so many Pokemon
relatively
to ban.
boring
At some
draft.
point, it really becomes targeted. There are just things you don't want to deal with specifically on the enemy team. There are players that you say, I cannot play against you with this Pokemon. And as I mentioned before, it's the highest compliment you can receive in Pokemon Unite to be target banned.
Yeah, there was yesterday when we had the Trevenant ban in that one match. I was like, yeah, that is exactly, it is just a moral victory. But we are going to see the defenders being actually picked first, which is obvious, that's expected. But the first defender picked is Slowbro over
I really can't
Umbreon, which is
I
gonna
really
be
can't
picked
wait for
first on the
the
other side. Usually, it seems like we've been seeing Umbreon a
Grand
little bit
Grants
more
are really
favored, but
exciting.
obviously, all three of these first picks, probably great first picks.
Absolutely. And you know, it actually feels like there's a little bit of regional flavor here with the defenders. It feels like a lot of our Western teams here are more interested in Slowbro. They really value Slow Beam as this, you know, huge tool inside the final fight to destroy the enemy massive carry. And then on the other side, it seems like a lot of the Eastern teams are much more interested in Umbreon, much more interested in Trevenant, and of course, everyone wants Lapras.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras is almost not even defender territory. Also on the other side, you called it.
Yeah, calling Lapras a defender, like-
But the Blastoise, we're seeing that from pretty much every region, kind of here and there, not every single game, but it's certainly being flexed to a lot. I'm glad we are seeing the Chandelure once again, though. That really popped off, and it's going back to Akshil.
Yeah, and here we go. It actually looks like, you know, Peru coming in here with one of my MVPs of the entire weekend, that Alolan Ninetales. I just think it is so amazing right here. And once again, Delphox is out just so they can prove to me that I am wrong. I get it, Akjil. Jeez.
And I got to point this out again. Zoinks was talking about this in the last set that we saw, but the strategy, I think, for Peru is to always, or at least we've seen it twice now in a row, picking the Alolan Ninetales and the Buzzwole together so that you don't have to run into that as the Buzzwole. Gives you a little bit of an easier time. But realistically, we're basically in the same comps that we were seeing. We're not seeing anything really. That was the exact same?
It's the exact same.
Yeah, it is the exact same, yeah.
We're watching the exact same teams. And look, Akjil won with it, and Peru was ahead at the end. They felt like they maybe got a little unlucky here in this moment. So there you go. We have a situation where these two teams have decided to run it back. Peru needs to win this thing, and we need to throw this thing over to our casters. Kello, Zoinks, take it away.
Kello, that last one was really fun. Let's just do it again.
All right, sounds good. Well, these teams are going to have to do it again with not many changes. Why change something that isn't broken? But maybe we have Akjil here just trying to prove themselves and making sure that they can take this.
Being so quiet. Like, I want to be able to add more content, but I'm like, after a long day of work, I just feel so tired right now.
And I'm honestly really shocked to see that Slowbro first pick from the side of her. I think that's the biggest shock. I mean, a big shock, the one that we are seeing literally mirror comps again. I think the big shock to me is that first pick Slowbro again, because it's really not a dive composition from Akjil at all. Yet Peru has drafted themselves an extremely solid anti-dive, both Slowbro and Alolan Ninetales.
I think it's just that slow beam. Obviously, catching out that Hooper last game, whether they can do that again, it worked out really well in their favor. Otherwise, we obviously have them going in.
It's much harder to be able to commentate when you're by yourself and not able to
Yeah, I mean, it provides great value if you can pull off picture-perfect plays like that. It's just a whole lot harder than we normally see Buzzwole have to deal with. Or sorry, then Slowbro has to deal with. And Nemo on a very early flank, only taking their red buff and coming up to the top path at 920 mark, trying to shut down this Umbreon, I'm sure. However, Mule hitting that level 4, obviously not what Peru wants to see, but Akjil's game plan going exactly how they wrote it up.
Can I just say, Kea on the Shedinja doll, they have come in clutch so many times, and it has saved them.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the newest battle items that we have had added to Pokemon Unite. Of course, as soon as you press that, you just become a Shedinja doll for a few seconds. And of course, you are immune to damage, hindrances, anything like that while that happens. However, the opponents know your exact position. Umbreon with a big engage with that Foul Play. Mule all of a sudden caught up by Tempo, though. But the stuns are enough to force Tempo away. Focus Band procs for them, so they're able to stay in this team fight, but not for too long, as S4L's constant poke damage and Mule's finishing blow takes that KO.
Yes, they are going to go for a reset here, making sure their HP bars are at full. We still only have a chance. He hasn't evolved yet. But look at this, Hooper going in for an invade here, trying to apply some pressure on Anemo here.
One of the best invade Pokemon in the game, and you can see it actually worked out. They do have that red buff circling below them, so clearly Davian obviously getting some good success. Alola 9 just cut out. Yenji actually has to eject button across the wall into, neutral territory to try to escape being knocked out. They're going to try to take this 1v1 versus Chobo, but Chobo, relentless in their chase, is going to try to use that headbutt to move past that wall, but that last little icy stun means that they can't chase the knockout.
Putting up the walls, making sure that Wartortle cannot progress there. Otherwise, we do have those Swablu's and Altira being soaked up by S4L here all on their own.
Yeah, this happened for Axial last game as well. There's a little bit of a different approach to it this time, but again, their 8-minute strategy seems to be allow Peru to win that top half engagement and instead allow S4L to earn their experience from those Swablu's and Altarias that spawn in the middle of the map, and instead allow Peru
They're going to be a decent fight down bot. No, it didn't actually end up happening. I thought it was going to be a bit more of a poking.
On the side of Axial, along with a level 7
a level 8 Delphox.
Getting that next level or have its Unite move.
Ooh. You have 2 8s already.
Yeah, they're really struggling. Buzzwole.
Is there like a dominating position? But it's a, you have up,
these evolutions, getting that level 8 Unite move is so impactful, and Anemo certainly knows how to use this Glaceon to the best that we have ever seen. Early positioning kind of given over towards Axial, but Peru is moving in forward. Daystar getting some good positioning, trying to find Chobo, but that's obviously not the target they want to individually lock down. It's going to be Epe, who is dealing out so much damage on the other side, but great 3-person avalanche there from Yenji.
Yes, that was great to just put their backs up against the wall. They ended up not taking the Hooper or getting the reset, but Reggie still is super duper low. We do have Delphox there with the Unite move, but nonetheless, it ends up being the Glaceon that takes it down, but getting KO'd in the process with 3 members of Peru down and allowing Axial to go and empty out their Aeos energy into this tier 1 pad and break it.
We had identical compositions in our game number 2, but a mirror of our first Reggie fight in that top one. The exact same situation happened for Axial last game. They were able to take the Reggie, but they lost the team fight.
Had Magma Storm, which was putting on a lot of pressure on it, and it couldn't really do enough in return. But yeah, it was really, really good in the last set.
You have played against some really unique options, especially when we take a look at all the day 2 invites that are coming in, and Magma Storm is definitely one of those that kind of have to scratch your head a little bit looking at it. Is that a move that you prepared for going up against other Heatran?
Yeah, so it's a move that I've seen before, and I had even kind of tested a Heatran using Magma Storm before. So as you can see, I have the Heatran shirt, so love Heatran. But yeah, I tried it out. The thing with Magma Storm, which I guess you saw in that set, is it has a lot of risk, kind of the same risk you would associate with like the other moves. But I think the drawback of it is it's just so all or nothing when you're using your only fire coverage as Magma Storm, because if you just don't connect it, you're not getting any significant damage out with Heatran, and I think like that's kind of the risky part of using Magma Storm. When I saw it, I was definitely scared, because if they all connect, it's doing a lot of damage, it's trapping you, putting on a lot of pressure, but luckily, got some dodges in there, threw out some Thunder Waves, got some paras,
Listen, you talked about it. Hey, it giveth and taketh away sometimes when you're running those types of moves. Well, Joe, you're the type of player, you've had a lot of success on an international stage, 2 top 4s at international championships back-to-back last season, and you also ended up winning the Portland Regional Championships this year. You're 3-0. Are you feeling confident going into the rest of the day?
When I won Portland, I said I was coming to win the whole tournament, and that's what I really wanted, and I was going to do it, and that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to give it everything I got. I really, really want to take a world championship home.
Who's supporting you at this event?
I have to say, honestly, Sierra's right there. I love you. Thank you for, obviously always supporting me. Mom, dad, all my family who's watching right now. Also, all my friends, Navjeet, Argo, thank you guys. I incredibly appreciate you and everyone else, Pato as well. Yeah, just big thanks to literally all my friends and family. It really means the world to be able to do this, but also have people around that are like helping you and supporting you. So
It ends up falling on you at the end of the day to be able to play out the game, but it's always great to have the support to be able to team build and also practice with.
can I give one more shout out? Alfredo, thank you for being my Pokemon. Yeah, I training them. I would not have had my team if he had not helped me with all the resources he had in this game. So thank you.
Well, best of luck, Joe, to you for the rest of your rounds today, and congratulations again on this win.
All right. Well, thanks, I guess.
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. I'm going to give you a rest after that intense game number 3, so we'll see you all after this.
Hello Pokemon trainers, I'm here on the Players Board checking out some of the action that's going down at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I am joined by Jack, one of our video game competitors. How's your tournament experience in Japan going?
It's quite the experience for sure. I mean, I've never really travelled out this far before. I usually stick to the EU tournaments and such, and with London being last year quite close to home, it wasn't. I've never flew out this far. It's been incredible, honestly. Yeah.
And how's your tournament run going so far? Are you still in the competition?
I am, yes. 2 rounds to go. I'm 3-2, so I've got to hope and pray I can clutch it out. So I lost the round 1 in an incredible set against my opponent. We had a game where we lost. It was like a HP war and lost. It was going down to the timer and such. I placed Wolfie. That was a quite exciting time before I run back after I placed him in UIC last year. It's just some incredible sets. Like even when a match I felt impossible against a Dondozo plus insane offensive Chiyu Fluttermane, I still managed to pull it out with my Rain team. I've decided to go with Basket Legion and all that this time around. So
I was going to ask about your team, Rain team. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so I've struggled a lot with this format for sure. I went back and forth on different archetypes. I thought I was sold on Chimpao Dragonite stuff for a while, and then fell out in and out of love constantly. You're trying different pieces here and there. Saluna Crest was an interesting one, but eventually, it's not surprising in a way. I kind of fell back to my good old Rain core that I've loved for a lot of this year, which got me my Worlds invite. So I loved it in Reg B. I've got the Amoonguss Iron Hands a combination that I don't know why it works. It just works so incredibly well. The speed's maybe a bit lower, but the synergy, the rain, it just works so perfectly well to just really allow your other pieces to go hard with the Basket Legion and its Chimpao I've got now. I've got some crazy offense once you position yourself right. So
love to hear the Basket Legion. One last question for you. Which is your favorite Pokemon and why is it Gastrodon?
Well, Blue Sea for sure. In fact, I have to show, I have the blue Gastrodon ready in the bag here, so,
Everybody carries a Gastrodon for luck, right? It's how you win games.
We got to rep the blue Gastro, so, yeah. I mean, Chandelur's a fave as well, but yeah, you can't go wrong with this little slug here.
100%. Thanks for chatting to us, and don't forget, there's more Pokemon action happening at the Yokohama World Championships 2023.
Hello, welcome back to the Pokemon World Championship 2023. I'm your host, Anna Prosser, and I'm here on the floor with some new friends. Tell us, what's your name and where are you from?
名前は友秀と言います。今日は横浜から来ました。
沙織と言います。東京から来ました。
What are you most excited to see here?
今日はカード、ポケモンカードとあとはユナイトの試合を楽しみに来ました。
Nice. What about you?
でも私もカードとあとポケモンユナイトが好きですごく楽しみにしてきました。
Is there anyone you're specifically cheering on here?
いやもう誰とは言わずみんな応援してます。
And same?
そうですね。もちろん日本も勝っていただきたいですけども、世界のプレーを見れるのがすごく楽しみです。
That is totally understandable. We all love to root for our home country. What's it like to have the Pokemon World Championships here so close to home?
なんか日本でこの大きい規模の大会がやれてるってことはとてもすごく日本にいてとても感慨深いというかすごい良かったなってポケモン好きで良かったなって思ってます。
And what about you?
そうですね。私も 世界で開催されてるのは知ってて、まさか日本に来てくださるとは思ってなかったので、もうとても感動してます。
That's awesome. Now, I have to ask, before I let you go enjoy the event, what is your favorite Pokemon?
好きなポケモンいっぱい多すぎて、ピカチュウはもちろんで、ミロカロスが好きです。
Great. And?
やっぱりピカチュウは好きなんですけど、新しいので言うとニャオハがすごく好きで、可愛いなと思ってます。
Awesome. Choosing Pikachu is always a great choice. He is the boss. So, thank you so much for spending time talking to me. Have a good time at the event. And we will have more coming right up at the Pokemon World Championship.
Hello Pokemon trainers, I'm here on the Players Board checking out some of the action that's going down at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I am joined by Jack, one of our video game competitors. How's your tournament experience in Japan going?
It's quite the experience for sure. I mean, I've never really travelled out this far before. I usually stick to the EU tournaments and such, and with London being last year quite close to home, you know, it wasn't. I've never flew out this far. It's been incredible, honestly. Yeah.
And how's your tournament run going so far? Are you still in the competition?
I am, yes. 2 rounds to go. I'm 3-2, so I've got a hope and pray I can clutch it out. So I lost the round 1 in an incredible set against my opponent. We had a game where we lost. It was like a HP war and lost. It was going down to the timer and such. For place Wolfie, that was a quite exciting time before I run back after I placed him in UIC last year. It's just some incredible sets. Like even when a match I felt impossible against a Dondozo plus insane offensive Chiyu Fluttermane, I still managed to pull it out with my Rain team. I've decided to go with a Basculegion and all that this time around. So
I was going to ask about your team, Rain team. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so I've struggled a lot with this format for sure. I went back and forth with different archetypes. I thought I was sold on Chimpao Dragonite stuff for a while and then fell out in and out of love constantly. You're trying different pieces here and there. Saluna Crest was an interesting one, but eventually, it's not surprising in a way. I kind of fell back to my good old Rain core that I've loved for a lot of this year, which got me my Worlds invite. So I loved it in Reg B. I've got the Amoonguss Iron Hands hell of a combination that I don't know why it works. It just works so incredibly well. The speed's maybe a bit lower, but the synergy, the rain, it just works so perfectly well to just really allow your other pieces to go hard with the Basculegion and its Chimpao I've got now. So there's some crazy offense once you position yourself right. So
love to hear the Basculegion. One last question for you. Which is your favorite Pokemon and why is it Gastrodon?
Well, Blue Sea for sure. In fact, I have to show I have the blue Gastrodon ready in the bag here. So, you know.
Everybody carries a Gastrodon for luck, right? It's how you win games.
You know, we got to rep the blue Gastro. So, yeah, I mean, Chandelur's a fave as well. But yeah, you can't go wrong with this little slug here.
100%. Thanks for chatting to us. And don't forget, there's more Pokemon action happening at the Yokohama World Championships 2023.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back to the lounge, where I'm joined by Scott, Ray, you've seen them before, but another special guest for the weekend. We've got Yuki joining us, who's local-ish, I believe.
Yeah.
Yuki, tell us about your weekend so far.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really happy to be here. You know, we hang out a lot, and it's great to just be talking on this couch over here. And yeah, I was a competitor yesterday at the World Championships. I started 0-2, kind of had like a downhill start to begin with, and I went to 3-2, and I was like, oh, I think I can do this, just 2 more rounds. And then I hit a matchup where I just wasn't as familiar. I think I was using a team that gave me a lot of breadth. Like I can do a lot of things to various different teams, but I had to work really hard for it. And I just didn't think I was able to play at the level I had to. So unfortunately, I ended 4-3, but it really means a lot to me to compete in the World Championships somewhere that is like my second, home country.
I mean, we were rooting for you. We were all following you through in the day. I'm sorry you couldn't make it all the way through, but now we've got you free, which is really cool.
Yeah.
We get your insight on what we've been seeing. And so far today, okay, it's just been 3 games, guys, but the quality has been impeccable. Every game has been really, really good. I think I've enjoyed everyone in a different way. Scott, I know you and I have talked about it a bit, but after the 3rd game, what are the feelings about day 2 so far?
Yeah, I mean, we talked before about how the quality of the matches seemed like they're just way higher today, especially like the winning players are just so impressive. maybe even more shocking now, or we saw that dominant win by Eric Rios in the first round. He is now 1-2, which I think really establishes how difficult the tournament is today. I think the last round maybe was a little bit more kind of the randomness and the kind of like the chaos of Pokemon really achieved a new level that round, but it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, Scott, I don't know about you, but watching that most recent match kind of brought back some memories. Me and Aaron, the Aaron Cybertron Zeng, we're backstage watching that match and seeing Cresselia, Landorus, Heatran, Thundurus. It was like, what year are we in? And not only that, obviously seeing the Thunder Waves and the Paralysis and everything that was going on in that last match also brought back some kind of memories for Aaron specifically. But the only reaction I was seeing in that game was Wo-Chien fainting back to the Pokeball, but I'm glad Joe was able to pull that out. That was phenomenally well played. That was a fantastic match. I'm glad we got to get that on stream.
Yeah, and I kind of want to extend on what Scott was saying about like the variance, because I think there's variance not only between the matches, but between the same games in the same match. So, I think in the Joe match that we just watched, for example, in the first 2 games, I don't think there was too much like prediction happening. It was like a really steady state game. Each player was trying to get like incremental advantage on top of each other. And then, it kind of just like played itself out. Whereas in the third game, it was like pretty explosive, right? Like in the very end, we had the prediction that the Flutter main, wouldn't stay in, and then the Wicked Blow happened. If that prediction went wrong, it could just end the game on the spot. So I think it's really cool that in the game of Pokemon, you can have so many different ways of playing the game, even if it's the exact same 2 6-mon teams playing against each other.
Yeah, all the games. I like when it goes to 3 games. I'm a simple man. I like extra Pokemon throughout my day. Talking about Eric, actually, we watched him round 1. We were like, okay, Eric's in a great position. His schedule since then has been Joe Ugarte and Melvin Kay, who you were talking about when we were on for round number 2. That is a brutal schedule. And you've got to imagine that, yes, he still has it in the tank to bounce back. But there's a number of great players already making it to 3-0. I mean, thinking about it, you only need to go 5-2. I say only. It's a pretty tough field. But
I can attest to that from yesterday.
Yeah, the field's even harder. We dumped in like all the top players from around the world. We were like, hey, you guys enjoyed yesterday? Haha, top 8 from NA. Haha, top 12. Like it just got a lot less funny for some of those players and a lot more serious. But is there anything looking forward you're expecting to see or maybe hoping to see as we hurtle towards that top cut?
I'm kind of curious to see what comes out on top from like a metagame perspective, where Wo-Chien was definitely not on my checklist of things to expect this weekend. I'm really excited that Joe Ugarte is the one using it because the Joe-Chien jokes are so free. But yeah, I think it's just a matter of I think like the winning teams are very likely to have something strange like that, right? Like for me, Wo-Chien might be a little too strange. I'm rooting for him, but I'm not a believer. But I'm curious what it'll be, right? It's not just going to be, again, the top of the usage chart stuff, right? So I'm glad we've seen players change it up a little bit. It's been actually kind of surprising to me that it just seems like day 2, it's not like we're not really cherry picking the stream matches, I don't think. It seems like pretty reflective of the field. Like everybody's got something that's a little bit different, right? And I'm curious kind of whose trick is going to be the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, and we talked about this a bit yesterday with some of those top used Pokemon, how they can run so many different sets. And we actually saw in that most recent game, even though it didn't come out on top, the Magma Storm on Heatran, that's one of those moves that Heatran can run. It's an incredibly powerful move if it hits. But it's in the field, it's been a popular move that people have been testing on Heatran leading into Worlds. So I'm really excited to see just how far it can go, because it does lead to a lot of variance, but if it hits, I mean, that move is devastating.
Yeah, I think Scott and Ray really covered some of my points. So the only thing I want to add is that this is a really novel World Championships in the sense that this is the first time we've ever had a format only be around for about a month before the World Championships. And I think we keep talking about variance, but I think that has to bring in variance. Like imagine if you had a World Championships where the first day of the format was Worlds, like you wouldn't have any standard compositions. And it's only been a month, so there really hasn't been that much time for the format to develop. So I'm really interested to see, like, are we gonna have a huge breadth of teams that reflects that, or are there going to be certain compositions, like same 6s, that make it to the top cut, for example? Like I know a lot of Japanese players who both started in day 1 and day 2, moving into day 2, that have like the same 6 Pokemon, and I'm really curious to see, like, is that the winning composition?
Sometimes Japan do kind of all gather up and agree on the best 6, right? Like we've seen it in previous years, like, okay, this is the 6, we're going to play it better than the rest of the world. But interesting point, I think, on Regulation D. Yeah, this is the shortest kind of prep window we've had for Worlds. Do we think Regulation D is the format we really deserve for Worlds? Because I'm going to be completely honest, I 100% do. I've been enjoying everything so far. I'm really into what we're getting.
Yeah, I am too. thought it was a little weird when we first found out about it. Just kind of used to Worlds being like it's the first Worlds of a new game, kind of being like the capstone, like really featuring the regional Pokemon. And we're getting a little bit of that, right? I think we've seen most of the stars of this region. Palafin seems to have gotten lost somewhere, but like largely all the other big boys are here somewhere. I do think the format's been really cool, and I think in a way it's really helped me understand why the top players are the top players, because it's not just that they could play the most well-known teams the best in a well-established format. I do feel like the teams we've seen today and kind of just looked around that have been locked into the tournament a little bit better developed. And yeah, I mean, like, even the Japanese players, right, where they're coming from a little bit of a different qualification system, but I think looking at some of their teams have been cool. We saw the Glastrier team yesterday, and I don't think I've seen anything quite like that today, but kind of like similar ideas, right, where it's not just like, oh, here it is, the Cresselia Ursaluna team, exactly as we all expected. Can we stall it out? Let's find out. There's a lot of strange tricks, and I think it's just really cool, right, where people have picked really creative solutions to this format without like betting the house on just using like 6 Pokemon.
Genuinely boring right now. There's very little to do right now with
touched on this earlier, how we only have
Pokemon I go watch it, I go food, and everything hits the fan, dude. I'm never good at food again. I mean, everything hits the fan. Fucking
well, we actually
our
Gabriel Agati piloted that entire
our Team Luminosity is still there.
Introduced in Regulation D, and yeah, he performed really well. And so for some players, leaning on that comfort that they've had throughout the entire year, I think is really paying dividends.
Yeah, definitely. And as a player who also used the Regulation C team yesterday and didn't quite work out, I think it can definitely go both ways. I think what we call the player diff sometimes. But something else I want to touch on that's kind of related to format is how, I think at first glance, you see like we're hosting the World Championships in Japan. Oh, the Japanese players must have an advantage, right? Like they don't have to travel, they don't have to deal with jet lag. It's going to be easy peasy. But actually, year-round, the Western players are doing, have a lot more comfort in the format of best-of-3 open team sheet. Like the Japanese players never had to do that all year. Their Japan Nationals, like qualifying circuit, the actual Japanese Nationals itself, they were all closed team sheet best-of-1. So I think it would actually be like a pretty big moment for Japan if we can get if they can get a big representation in the top cut, because they really shouldn't be that well versed in this.
I mean, it's a definite change. I still forget about it sometimes. Like, oh yeah,
I'm gonna get some food because I'm like
This definitely changes how the game plays. So thinking about regional differences, I pose a question to you, gents. We've still got a lot of players in the tournament. I don't want to start picking names. I don't want to start getting down to that till we at least have an established top cut. But you got to pick a region. Which region is taking it? I know we started to ask the question, but we know the day 2 split now. Which region is taking it and why?
I think I'm still going Team Japan on this one. I think for me, it's like, I mean, they do have those disadvantages. Right? I think the format is more different this year than any other year, right? Usually, even just like adjusting to playing so much best of 3, I feel like it's a pretty significant disadvantage for the Japanese players. However, every year somehow it just works out for them anyway, right? Like the players are so good that they're able to overcome having to kind of not only battle against their players, but also kind of battle the format for the first time. And I really like a lot of the teams I've seen from many of the players from Japan, where I think they're clever in a way that will be really difficult to play against while still working when the team is face up. I think that's a really tough balance and kind of like the key skill of the open team sheet format. And while I think it'll be difficult against them, we saw like Joe Garte last round, who's played what feels like 1,000 tournaments in open team sheet already, and like that is a big advantage. I still feel like the tournaments or the trophy's probably going to stay right here.
Yeah, I've always historically been on Team Japan's
Okay, what is this?
Takedown. When you grab both Lapras and Trevenant, it's just
Oh, it's
showcasing
Orangutan
a
versus
focus on your
Nation.
defender play to be exceptionally brawly. Both of these Pokemon can do a whole lot of damage on their own rights, not to mention the crowd control they can both provide. BKZ is going to grab that Machamp again. Last time we saw this was a submission Machamp, so a pretty good answer for some individual shutdown potential. Again, this
More
Pokemon
Machamp
is very
plays.
tough, though, when it tries to get up close and personal to a Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales. Final selection from 00 Nation was hovered over Leafeon, but a last-second pivot
What
to
tier do we
the
put Machamp
Delphox. They're looking to play this sort of front-to-back strategy, and again, Blissey has a really
Another
tough
C
time
tier.
utilizing their Unite move in a good spot if there is a Delphox Unite on the table. So we'll have to see if that can be impactful enough. Also, wild to see Inteleon this late in the draft.
Yeah, and potentially Leafeon that we didn't even see. Both of those very, very commonly either banned or picked right off the bat. And we do know the Matzo was amazing Leafeon as well. So to see that switch, I like it though, because there's just so much chance that you just get picked off by either the Zacian on accident, or the Machamp just dunks you, or you get caught by liquidation, and then it's just game over from there. So I do like a little bit more of that ranged option. We'll see if that works out as we're going to go into the first game of Orangutan and 0-0 Nation. Let's bring back in Spraggles and Doob Snacks.
Ooh boy, here we go, Doob Snacks. What a game to bring you right here. Of course, we have Orangutan that looked incredible, and somehow 0-0 Nation, the Giant Slayers, down here in the losers bracket. One of these two teams is heading home. Their championship dreams are going to be dashed right now. The other continuing to climb towards those grand finals.
Snacks Spraggles Express got 3 stops on it, and we're kicking teams off at every single one. First up are these two, Orangutan, 0-0 Nation. 0-0 Nation certainly captured our hearts yesterday at the tail end of the day. However, Delphox was one of the Pokemon they brought on the B stage, and that was one of the matches they lost. They're still finding confidence in it. They're bringing it back here, something that you and I maybe raised our eyebrows about.
And we love raising our eyebrows at things. Just pop those bad boys up whenever we see something.
He's waiting
that
for
we're not
945 to
super
cross, so
in
he gets
love
a
with
little
right
bit
here.
more
As you can see
EXP.
this red buff being handed over to the Eldegoss there in the top path, making it so formidable early. It already slows you down with its auto attacks. This just makes it even worse as they're looking to pick up a KO with it. Right now, the Chansey's in a little bit of trouble right here. So is the Machop, looking for a secure on this wild Pokemon. They do get it, and somehow able to get out of that horrible situation. However, Chansey does go down as it looks like 0-0 Nation is continuing the aggression here.
Bulb coming up, getting that KO is your way to screen and get BKZ out of trouble. Chansey bites it for the respect of that to try and keep BKZ going. It works out.
Uh-oh.
It could have been worse. It could have been worse. And as the slows are coming in, it's looking dire here. Xingdi wasting a lot of time, really needs to be leveling up right now.
You can see 0-0 Nation wins 17% more of the time if they take the first basement Reggie. I want to repeat this for everyone who plays solo queue Pokemon Unite. You win 17% more of the time if you take the first basement Reggie. Obviously, such a power play, right, Doob Snacks? It just gives your team team-wide experience. It gives you a big pop of health. It also gives you whatever buff is there. It is a massive objective.
If it's good enough for one of the best teams on the planet, it's good enough for you at home. Basement Reggie, think about it. Now we got this Trevin Salto, great defender, caught in the mean look, and now they're level 4 getting shredded quickly. That is a great KO onto the Drizzile, and that's what you want to get online. That Inteleon with the liquidation can help take over the game, and Z-Ray is no exception here. Ice is playing incredibly far forward. They're a very aggressive defender. However, sometimes, and we've seen it a few times, it gets them caught out and in trouble. So Ice needs to find that balance, toe that line, engage when the team needs them to, and play a little safer when not.
Yeah, you can see right here, this Eldegoss just absolutely having a field day in this top path. All the while, we see 0-0 Nation just able to clean up that central area. Finally, they take this Eldegoss down. Here comes the mean look, and it looks like you are going nowhere.
That's the Ice I'm talking about. Aggressive, jumps forward, catches the mean look, and just on the outside of that hula hoop is that Delphox stuck, and now we're shredding through this 0-0 Nation team.
This combination is so incredibly brutal, and I have to wonder what 0-0 Nation's plan is to deal with it. We can see once again we have Submission Machamp, a build that I do not love, but that's fine. It's not up to what I love. The question is, how are they going to use it in this match? This looks like a counter to this Alolan Ninetales, right? Submission Machamp becoming unstoppable, able to run through the blizzard and still grab the target that they are looking for. So it could be an incredible answer to what 0-0 Nation is trying to do with this Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that we've seen be absolutely dominant here today. As this first basement Reggie is up, we know if 0-0 Nation gets it, they got a good shot to win.
Yep, and they're going to try and leverage that, but playing far forward is again Ice, and this time willing to sacrifice themselves to catch the body, but the KOs are being caught back the other way. 2 KOs for Xingdi right there, and now 0-0 Nation can't close the gap. Ice did their job. You want to talk about playing aggressive? That was it, and they didn't need to toe the line because they knew their job was on a I'm not coming home mission, and they delivered perfectly.
0-0 Nation.
It was a suicide option here to get that. That was a pretty good
in all of these fights. They may have gotten the exact kind of counter picks that they needed for this squad. The mean
They have like the same levels right now.
Devastating. We can see Machamp running like a silly goose right here, and it might not be able to make it home. Nice big snipe shot of Machamp.
Ooh, that
Just
was very
barely
close.
taken down.
The snipe shot in Teleon is a surprise to me, but Orangutan's gonna have to make it work. Nice bliss assistance on to Xingdi, who's gonna look for more opportunities. They got their first one, is the next one. Nice push and a horn leech. Fanciful fireworks come out, so the healing is down, but Zacian isn't even in it. We don't have to worry about heals here as the Trevenant's looking for a target. Ice is finally peeling back. They get blown up by the Delphox.
Trevenant should have died a million times
smoke
over.
there.
What the hell?
Yikes. Now, does 0-0 Nation has an opportunity to actually get on this goal zone, and that's the dumpster part of Snipe Shot. It has no pierce, so that way they were still able to close that goal zone despite the Snipe Shots actually hitting their mark.
Yeah, really nice fight there from 0-0 Nation, getting right back into this game right there. And obviously, we saw that Delphox Unite move. The amazing thing about a Delphox is it's going to have a Unite move at basically every single big fight they run into. It just has such a low charge rate on that Unite. And now we can see something is breaking out here in the central areas. Lapras just gets ripped apart here by Orangutan, moving up towards this goal zone. The question is, does anyone want to break this? Do we want to put the 1 point in? Does it even matter? Or are they going to leave this here? 6 seconds now as Machamp is moving in. Zacian moving in. Can anybody score? And they do.
Fanciful fireworks are there. The goal zone is closed out. Xingdi playing very far forward. Nice, Machamp Unite catches one. They're caught in the middle of it. Cross chop. Can they get out? That's the question. The pursuit is there. The Lapras is there. The Delphox Firefire is there.
Oh my gosh, that's Machamp barely survived there.
BKZ stands and lives to see another day as the rest of Orangutan peels back. What
That was ridiculous.
Going for the pokes. The Woodhammers are coming out, but there's no follow-up Spraggles until the Lapras pulls up. Mazo's putting the pressure on, but I don't know if they have the damage. Finally, Follow-up is
Champ
back
is
in the
back
mist,
full
chucking
HP.
fireballs, but like Mario, might just be a little bit late bouncing over that Goomba.
Insane escape there from Orangutan, just doing everything they needed. Like you said, the perfect screen, just blocking for their squishier Pokemon that somehow got out of that insane exchange. We see Ice diving in towards this Delphox right now as this Reg Ice is just being torn apart. Already at half here as the Woodhammers are flying, and Reg Ice is going down to the side of Orangutan.
Zacian takes it, but the pressure was real. Bliss assist on Xingdi to convert there. Kerr is peeling back, and so is the rest of Orangutan. They cannot overstay their welcome because 0-0 Nation's on the mission. They get the big-time KO that they want, and that's credit to Mazo for that one. The push continues. Kerr is the next one down. The Delphox Fireballs are finally hitting their mark, and now they're moving forward. Playing behind Mazo is easy. Lel's actually frontlining, and now they're sieging this goal zone. The Fanciful Fireworks are out. KO Shrink a 2 for Fob. They're finding their mark. Can they make it 3? No. Lola Ninetales gets credit for that, and all of a sudden 0-0 Nation says we back, baby. 100 Nation, we doing it, bud.
Look at this right here, up by almost 100 points. Incredible fight there from 0-0 Nation. They had, once again, that Delphox Unite move, able to cut them off at the goal zone. They saved it for the perfect moment when they wanted to fight right there. And of course, like any good Delphox, it will have it back here for Rayquaza. We now have Orangutan moving up to this top path, dealing with this Regieleki. It doesn't look like 0-0 Nation is going to want to do anything about this. Maybe look for a sneaky steal. Not going to happen right now as they're going to back away from this fight. They should be able to clean this up pretty easily and get ready for Rayquaza in about a minute here.
If 0-0 Nation is paying attention, Orangutan approaches every single objective the same way. Send Ice way far forward to try and buy as much time as possible as they rip the objective down. If 0-0 Nation can show up to an objective, not necessarily this game, as Rayquaza is the next one we got, but game 2, if they show up to the objective before the other team, before Ice can actually get deep, they can jump on top of the objective and get a surprise attack from the other team. Something to watch out for in the future, but we got 30 seconds to Rayquaza in this one.
Yeah, big moment here for these two teams. Orangutan behind right now, but not by much. They can peel off and get a score right here as we see Blissey being pushed back right now, and we actually have a little bit of a fight breaking out right before Rayquaza. That could have been our Ray fight if someone got caught
2 minutes, 10
that
seconds,
moment, but everyone is able to peel back. We have Unite moves full for every single member of both of these teams, and this is that moment that we always feel here. You especially feel it here in the stadium, the calm before the storm. You know something is about to pop off, but the question is, who is going to make the play as Ice gets vision for the team and pushes forward right here. You can see the Mystical Fire flying out. You can see the Snipe Shots looking for their mark. Mystical Fire lets you know when you hit a target because it gives you a reset, so they know Zacian was right there.
Salto's caught out. They're getting buckled. Xingdi comes in. Trevenant Unite pops because they have to use it. Ice is peeling back, but the Fanciful Fireworks are on top just to protect their Trevenant. The tree getting saved by a fire. Can you believe it? Xingdi gets caught out by the... Finally, Bliss is in the long range. Gets the KO on the Trevenant. They're able to convert. A level 9 goes in. 3 players with champion. I just found the mark. Delphox just makes it back, but they got enough firepower on the Orangutangs? That's a big question. 4 players down for 0-0 Nation.
Delphox
And now
needs to
Orangutan
snipe.
has flipped the script. Ice is playing in the face of the Delphox, and they're ripping another objective. Just the strategy I said before. Wasn't sure it would apply to Rayquaza, but they're getting it done right now. Bang! Rayquaza for
They
game
have a
1
minute
going
to score as
to
much
the
as they can.
Monkeys.
Orangutan taking this one here. Dramatic fight as they take down 4 members of 0-0 Nation, and the 5th stuck in a look that is so mean. Only Umbreon could supply it right here. 504, 194. We have 1 minute left, but they still have Rayquaza shields. They still have Eos energy in their pockets. They can continue to score right here, and what a beautiful fight there from Orangutan.
A very rare misstep out of Salto, one of the best defenders we have here in day 2.
Yep.
They get caught out on the tree, and it was really the beginning of the end. That was not the point in which they wanted to engage. They had to use 2 Unite move Spraggles just to try and sustain Salto. It was not enough, and Orangutan gets it done.
Orangutan getting it done here.
Okay, no, there's another goal. That's game over.
0-0 Nation right now. 1 game away from heading home. They are going to need to change something as we move into game number 2. They look like they had a great, match for a lot of that right there. Very, very close, but their fights just never really seem to come together. We're gonna have to see if they have a different draft strategy, something else, because they are on the ropes and their only lifeline is winning their next game. Let's throw it on over to Zoinks and Chef to break this whole thing down.
One moment really defined that matchup. Duzanax and Spraggles called it out perfectly. Trevenant being caught out in that position, and 3 Unite moves expended to save them. And not small ones either. Melissa Unite move, Trevenant Unite move, and the Delphox Unite move, all used in defense of Salto. Able to keep that player up, but in the end, it just comes down to the rest of Orangutan, who still have those epically powerful Unite moves to swing the momentum the other direction.
Yeah, and then the repositioning after that was so good. It would be very easy, especially, trying to use a lot of those Unites to try and save the situation where you can very potentially kind of be like, wait a minute, what was all of that? Where's everybody now? But we saw the rotation back from Orangutans being this really nice kind of re-engaged position, and they took full advantage of it.
Absolutely, and look at the story of that match, a very close game up until that final stretch. Again, I really want to hammer home that point of that final fight being so indicative of how this match went. Fall putting up a very impressive performance on the Delphox, though, regardless, 117,000 damage, with ZZ Ray with extremely high snipe shot game, actually running 97,000 damage on that Pokemon while using a very big burst last hit style move.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing really high damage now from a lot of these Snipe Shot Inteleons, but I feel like a lot of the time that we see the Snipe Shot Inteleon, it tends to fall a little bit short in those final situations. However, you mentioned this actually before. I do really like it based on kind of how the rest of this team worked. There's a lot of this frontline damage, and it's following up a lot of the engagements that you can take either with the Zacian or with Machamp.
I like to consider it the hammer and anvil style of strategy. You have a lot of setup coming from Snipe Shot because Eldegoss can only heal so much so quickly. You get that shutdown when the Zacian or Machamp can dive in at that moment. And those Machamp Unite moves from BKC were looking amazing. This is a Pokemon that gets overlooked in pretty much every competitive setting every time we see it, but BKZ putting on a showcase showing that this Pokemon should not be overlooked, and these Unite moves, if placed absolutely perfectly, can really swing a team fight. Wow, 0-0 Nation kept it extremely close in these final seconds, though. Blissey getting a KO on the Salto, and unfortunately Valve just not able to close out any specific knockouts. That's a secure on the Rayquaza, and Orangutan putting themselves up 1-0, and again, in an elimination match against 0-0 Nation.
And you can see, even in that victory screen there, they were stressed as they should be. But player of the game with 122,000 healing, that's going to be Ikura on the Blissey. Very well earned. That is a lot of healing. Look at that. Oh, that is actually a great gas.
Yeah, I absolutely want that. Yeah, Ikura, could I have that, please? They can't hear me, unfortunately. Yeah, I really want that Pokemon really bad. I'm a big Ghost fan. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but that I do like those Pokemon quite a bit. Gengar next game, maybe? We'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely.
When it comes to drafts, it's some interesting things, but we do want to take a look at a little bit more in depth at 0-0 Nation, as we have a cool team interview with them to take a look at.
Hello, we're are 00 Nation. We're the first seed from Brazil, and we're here to win Worlds.
We won 10 out of the 11 official tournaments in our region because, like, from the beginning, we're just like 5 good players. But then, with time, we gained more synergy as a team. We started playing better together, and then that translates well into this year and this tournament.
Last year, we got knocked out early in the tournament. No one expected because we won like 5 of the 5 tournaments. The loss was hard on us because we didn't expect it, but we move on. This year we have more preparation, so I think with our coach, Replicate, we have a really good preparation in draft and other stuff, in gameplay. We are confident to play this group.
We are very proud to represent Brazil. This is our 2nd year representing Brazil, and we want to prove this year that last year was just a fluke and that we can do much better than what we did.
And that we deserve 4 slots.
É incrível estar no Japão, porque como eu gosto muito de desenhos, né, animes orientais, é tipo como estar na casa deles, é muito divertido.
Quando eu ganhar o Mundial, eu vou sentir que o trabalho terminou e eu realmente bati meu ponto.
When we win the money, I will probably spend it all on like Pokemon Center plushies and electronics, a Game Boy and maybe a new Switch.
Now I'm gonna ask questions taken out of this hat to all these guys. If you could ban one team from the tournament, who would it be? And
LG.
Talibobo, because like they're the most threatening team in the group, and
yeah,
that would make life like a lot easier to make it to day 2.
Yeah, but they already made it day 2.
0-0 Nation celebrating on stage. You can see this. This was that iconic moment when they made top 8 bracket after defeating Tally Bobo Believers. What a game from this team. That energy is incredible.
I know. Look at them dancing. Elio, by the way, with the sunglasses, coolest look I think of any player that we had in the entire tournament. Definitely my big vote. I love 0-0 Nation. I love their kind of energy. I love their overall just mental, and right now, I mean, they're going to have to put it to the test because we are one match away from them being eliminated by Orangutan here.
Speaking of energy, Brazil fans,
I like Double Nation. They're a good team.
0-0 Nation, yours. Send them all your energy as they are down 0-1 in this elimination match against Orangutan. Obviously, they have proved that they belong here on this world stage, having a better performance than last year, but they are aiming for a championship title, and APAC East currently stands in their way.
I think, though, that they can do it. I think they're a team that could make it all the way through. Remember, when they qualified against Talibobo Believers, they were down 1 game, and then they won the next 2 straight. They're a team that really adapts well, and I think a lot of it is due to the fact that they don't ever seem like they're fully down mentally. They're just always can bounce back. They've got good synergy. They've got good friendship.
Oh yeah, you an accident?
Is going to be
you
locked
fuck.
in
Hello.
place for 0-0 Nation.
How you doing,
They're
PK?
able to implement that in the top path yet again. Orangutan does not have the option to grab the Urshifu. Instead,
The
both the
Double
Alola
Nation versus
9-tails
Orangutan
and
is going to be really
the
interesting
Umbreon,
again.
the best defenders in class, and they're actually
They wouldn't
choose
put
A9 over
winners bracket
Inteleon.
in,
So a preference towards this
in
ice
the
type instead
B,
of Inteleon.
on the B street,
That's
right?
actually very interesting. It's very rare that we see
That would be
Lapras
fine.
and
They're not going to
Inteleon
put
get in
on
the same team. Usually they're either
Luminosity
game
game on B street.
at least, or maybe both is going to be banned. The Blissey getting picked up as well, been working very, very well. Blastoise on the other side with the Hoopa going for the double defender.
Wow, yeah, I mean, Blastoise Hoopa is an absolutely wild combination, and now that you have Umbreon on your side, Blastoise is a whole lot safer. One of the biggest components of that Hydro Typhoon is that huge shield you get. Umbreon can take that away in a moment. However, having it on your composition means you're going to be a little bit safer. Gardevoir locked in here from 0-0 Nation.
Doge
Last
Rio.
time we saw this Gardevoir was in Path. They played
Hey,
it
the
in
audio on my
bottom
stream is
path,
louder
did
now?
not put it in the
Yeah, I
circle
adjust
area.
every once in a while.
Doge Rio gonna be
I'm manually turning it on and off, so.
This is the heart of Brazil, is this Dojo. It has defined their metagame for quite some time now.
I feel like there's a lot of directions that the 0-0 Nation could go as far as where they send each of their Pokemon in path, and that's going to be
I don't know how I feel about the Dodrio pick here.
but the final pick is going to be that
It's interesting.
It's been working extremely well.
It feels a little squishy to me.
The standout here is the Gardevoir. It can chunk down so many of the picks of Orangutan.
Like,
if it doesn't get knocked out first.
True,
right?
going for both Inteleon and Gardevoir here,
You're right.
I can live with that.
Perfectly. If everything happens for 0-0
But
Nation,
then also,
it can be incredible.
I don't know, it just feels really frail. Like, especially when you're comparing against, like, Zacian and Blastoise and...
in these big moments, so many pivotal Pokemon that can take
And
over
Umbreon,
games.
rather.
It is game number 2 of this elimination game. Orangutan on match point. Spraggles, Dewsnacks, bring us through it.
Oh boy, well I can tell you this, Doob Snacks. I think 0-0 Nation got exactly what they wanted
For it to
in
be good
that
if it gets a
draft,
good lead.
but I don't know
Well,
if
the
they
problem
got
is it needs to
exactly
get a
what they
good lead.
needed. We're
Like,
gonna have to find out as we head into
that's a big
this
if.
game with some really
If it loses a
amazing
lead,
picks,
it's worthless.
and then, for me, some head scratchers at the end.
How would you bring on win more bonds, right? You want to bring mons that can give you the advantage.
But what they're doing here, and especially the way that Orangutan closed out their draft, they are stress testing Akura right now.
Like, the only way that this would work is if they like invade on level 1. Or level 2, I guess.
An absolute hero play. Between the Gardevoir and the Dodrio, that's crazy amounts of static in the front. Be able to pot shot. This is going to be tough sledding, and I like what 0-0 Nation.
I have a feeling that he's gonna try to invade.
Crazy to see.
So otherwise, he'll just be behind, right? If Zacian invades,
Go as a final pick here.
yeah, he's waiting for the 945 to get a little bit more.
What has happened here in game number 2? This is a must-win for
EXP.
0-0 Nation, as we've mentioned before. Brazil's last hope here at the World.
I love that. That's such a cute little extra detail that I love that Orangutan knows how to do.
In this tournament, but they have to beat Orangutan.
That's a Math Court thing.
And that last match,
That's the thing that Math Court discovered.
handily at Rayquaza.
Without a doubt, I like this path. If you're gonna put this Gardevoir with anybody, of course, give it a nice.
The only thing is, if it gets a lead, is why you pick them as awful and behind or even. Yeah, exactly.
Up top is looking pretty good, as it looks like the Sabo was knocked out rather quickly, and now all of a sudden Orangutan has a couple points on the board, getting some stacks going. But Orangutan,
Oh, jeez. That Squirtle was made a bad decision.
Absolute beatdown on BKZ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
well, he
amazing
got out.
drill peck right there, but what a defense from the side of Orangutan, and that's just that Hoopa, man. I mean, such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. Nice drill peck, stealing away all of that experience right there, so that it was secured by the side of 0-0 Nation. And those are a lot of the plays we're going to be looking for as we head down to this bottom path right here. Zacian absolutely cleaning things up as this Lapras tries to defend on the goal zone. Gardevoir with the pot shots from afar, as we talked about, but they are not able to stop the score.
Believe it or not, it was actually Z-Ray's Blizzard Avalanche tandem that actually got Xingdi caught behind that block of ice and couldn't get the KO on Wolf. Otherwise, it would have
Bogus
been all
Ben is
three
busted, by the way.
players
Yeah,
down, and they would have had
stupid
a
busted.
great
Ridiculous.
siege of that goal zone.
You can hear the crowd in here cheering for our suits right now. Very kind
I
of
actually
them.
think that,
Every
like,
once in a while, they just look on over to us.
It's also that like Focus itself is a really strong item, which it is, by the way, don't get me wrong, it is. But like, because that all the other item options feel so mediocre comparatively, it ends up being such a huge part of the meta, right? Like, why are there so many items that nobody will ever take for any reason ever? Like, why is Leftover so offended?
Yeah, not only was it ripped apart, there's a quality KO. Xingdi got every Swablu in the middle, and now it's so much so, they're getting so large that they're literally looking to pivot anywhere else on the map. Akura is going to be able to move their players quickly, so every attempt on a goal zone by 0-0 Nation is going to be tough right now.
Nice drill peck, but getting caught right here. Able to jump kick out just barely, moving on in with a boosted, but not able to pick up a KO.
This is gonna be an interesting
Zacian
fight.
is back at
4v4.
full HP. The question is, do they want this fight? As Ice is in a lot
All
of
the
trouble.
tank
Focus
items are
man,
so bland.
speed pop, they do go
That Assault
down.
Vest is
We have
amazing.
this
Assault
amazing
Vest is not bland.
Super Sword, but Blissey
Buddy
stays
Barrier isn't bland.
Yeah, fortunately,
Score Shield
Akura
isn't
still is in
bland.
the pocket. They got opportunity to put the save down if they need to. They just go with quick Phantom Force for disruption. BKZ's putting tons
Focus
of
Band's
pressure
a little
on Valve,
bland.
actually. Oh, but the hoop is knocked out before it can reset. Now BKZ's desperately trying to make it back, luring the opposition into Xingdi, who is getting, again, rather large.
15% of your max HP is a really big shield.
Really nice stuff, and there's that
If it was bigger, it would be ridiculous.
BKZ. They're in trouble. Level 6 for this War Turtle. Not in a good spot right now as Registeel hits the bottom path. Reggie Alecki hits the top path right here. We're going to see what these teams want to do as 4 members of Orangutan are in this bottom path. And 0-0 Nation
I think Tenko on Rocky and Vest.
They don't have the Hoopa hyperspace.
Rocky needs a buff.
Exactly what I was talking about. Ice just runs
Vest
straight across
is
the map.
probably
It's
fine
always
as it is
out
right now.
there. They can't make any pressure. Lola Ninetales cutting off the Lapras.
I think people underestimate how actually ridiculous a Spell Test actually is against a special attack focus set.
Hoopa gets
That's
KO'd, or excuse me, Hoopa KOs the Lapras, and Blissey gets Alolan Ninetales back the other way. Wolf, though, is a Gardevoir. They are online, and they're looking for bodies, and they only catch one, as this Reggie is still standing. However, 0-0 Nation takes it. 17% better chance to win.
Here we go. Do they get their 17% chance? They do, for all you percentage heads out there in the audience.
Hey, I know our numbers, guys, in the back are popping off for that, just like this Dodrio. I mean, Fob is finding their mark and being able to leverage it in a big big way. Nice, very singularity to try and screen this goal zone. They want to close it now. Will they be able to?
Wait a moment.
Yes. Yes, they do. And what an amazing score right there. You saw Lapras able to score in that final moment there with 22 before
I haven't seen Vest in a while. Yeah, no, people don't use Vest because that's like the only time where Vest will ever see any play is exactly in draft leagues. There's no reason to play. Whenever I see Vest, I'll see people take off Buddy and it just goes meh, you know?
Level 10s dwarfing anything on the side of Orangutan
I mean,
outside of Xingdi on the Zashi.
the fact that it's always up is really big. You don't need to burn your Unite move for it. I think that, you know,
Nice mean look is trying to trap Bob.
circumstances,
Doing a
you
pretty
know?
good job, but not enough damage there to follow up. Unable to put the pressure on is Z-Ray.
It basically gives you the same base tankiness, the 51 special defense and the 450. Oh my gosh, that was a really big.
But it's not good for 0-0 Nation using the Bliss assistance to keep the guard.
God, Blissey is so broken.
Somehow they pull themselves out of that massive moment.
Xingdi comes up trying to make a hero play, but it's a 4-on-3, excuse me, a 4-on-1, and they get buckled. KO streak a 3 for the Inteleon. Now Z-Ray has to peel. The Surf comes through, kind of darts through, but doesn't hit their mark as Wolf is just out of range. And that goal zone sitting at 2 can spell disaster.
Obviously, they want Wolf to be able to put their 40 points in right here, but Orangutan knows this. They are defending this goal zone very well. We have 19 seconds now until we have another Reggie spawning in that bottom path. I don't know what the stats are on them taking a second Reggie, but you know what? I bet it goes up to at least 18, maybe even 19% if they get the first 2 right here. And you can see both teams deciding how they're going to want to play this. If they don't leave someone top on the side of Orangutan, they can run these points in. But at the same time, they have this Hoopa. So this is a play they can actually make right now as they decide to break it for only 5.
Break it for only 5 means that they can make plays other ways here, but they're going in for a big fight. We see the Hydro Typhoon come out, but it doesn't really clip anybody as they're putting the pressure on. It's just Lel trying to sustain themselves, but it's Z-Ray that gets the KO. They're sieging this goal zone a good way. Nice little stun on Southtown. We see the big laser beam from the unbound Hoopa as Wolf comes up. It's up to them to try and protect this thing. Dodrio from long range ships up Xingdi. They turn to the script and take out the A9. Z-Ray sent packing. Oh, they're putting tons of pressure on Spraggles, and this thing keeps rages on. Bob is trying to find their mark, but they get KO'd by the Surf, and somehow Orangutan gets some points on the board and doesn't get.
I have no idea how they managed to not get completely destroyed there.
Wonder whether or not it would have been a better call to not bring up Dodrio. Just let Dodrio secure that bottom objective as this fight is still raging on. The Lapras coming in with the Lapras Express and the Parish Song, not able to pick up that Hoopa as they're trying to chase
That was a steal. Double Nation got that.
Throughout all of this, 0-0 Nation gets this Reggie Alecki, and that Reggie in the bottom path is just hanging out all by their lonesome as Orangutan has to deal with this now, and now Dodrio on that bottom Reggie, securing it for the side of 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, we see, of course, Inteleon peeling down that way to help out as well. Mazo going to give a little bit damage as Xingdi is working. They get Lel. They're going to try and get Wolf. They get credit for that too, as 0-0 Nation secures the basement Reggie.
Very nice secure there from 0-0 Nation. Obviously, Gardevoir getting caught out was just sort of the cost of that Reggie for the side of 0-0 Nation. But boy, does Zacian just make quick work of a Gardevoir. As soon as it gets next to it, it is over. This Pokemon just been so amazingly dominant right here, especially in the hands of Xingdi, as somehow, Doomstacks, we're at the end of this match. And this could be the end of the road for 0-0 Nation. They are ahead right now. They are ahead by more than 100 points, but this fight could be incredibly close, and Orangutan has a game to give, so they could look to take this Rayquaza right now, and the fight's starting. Blissey with the Bliss assistance.
Ooh, here we go.
Lapras is not the target they want. The rest of Orangutan peels back.
Oh, they're so close, right? It's a 2v5. Station has to step away.
And they're on the chase. Can they get
there we go.
They can certainly get themselves a Rayquaza.
That is Double Nation who was
all
won.
of a sudden, a 0-0 Nation coming to life.
And look at this right here. What a beautiful score as that goes in. 98 some points right into 100, into another 100, 550, 129. Even with a minute and a half left, the points continue to rain in. 0-0 Nation is still in this thing. They are going to tie this up 1-1 against Orangutan. Woohoo! What a I mean, come on, Mazza, you can't hit him in their base like that.
I mean, they got every pick they could have dreamed for in that bounce back game. I mean, you look from top to bottom, these are Pokemon that they used yesterday to dispatch of Talibobo believers, and they're in here against Orangutan, and they're getting them all over again. They know how to play these Pokemon. They're going to leverage them very, very well, as they're committed to putting more points in and proving that they deserve to be on that stage.
Let me tell you, it feels like this Inteleon from both of these teams, whether it's Liquidation on the side of 0-0 Nation or the snipe shot from Orangutan, was a big difference maker in these games. I wonder what priority that Pokemon is going to get here in our next round, as we are in what is known as fun time. These two teams just get to continue to have fun, put insane amounts of damage. That Gardevoir Unite landed, you know what? They knew exactly where the enemy team was, folding them up like a big bag of grapes.
Beating them up like a big bag of grapes. They're just throwing the fists everywhere and stuff at this time. Like you said, we're in garbage time. They're padding the stats. They're getting those numbers up. And we're going to see how high we can actually get them as Shingi ends this thing with a KO streak of 4. But you know what? That's cute and all, but you just lost that game.
Yes, you did. All tied up here in our losers bracket. I need to hear from the dynamic duo, Wonder Chef Zoinks. Break it down for us, gents.
See the disappointment on the faces of Orangutan. They certainly did not want to be tied up against 1-1 to a passionate team like 0-0 Nation. You see them popping up, you see them representing their organization. I think more importantly in this situation, representing their region. They want to be pushing forward in this bracket, proving that Brazil is one of the...
Headering wants to switch out. If you're going to be doing damage to anything else that comes in, and even just a chip away is going to feel really nice to get that damage down. But Michael's taking his time with his turn to be able to figure out how to navigate this. Doesn't even want Didi to take that mandatory turn of sleep. Instead, going to cycle it out to be able to bring the Torkoal in. And let's go ahead and set the sun.
So I think even though Michael's turn 1 might have looked a little bit rough, I can see him completely sweeping potentially once the Hatterene goes down, because then you have Torkoal and you have your final 4 Pokemon out on the field, and they can just do so much damage, right? So the Amoonguss here is going to get outsped, but Psychic actually critically going into the Cresselia slot. So Amoonguss here fully healthy, probably expecting a Protect potentially on that slot. Now it is able to just get the knockout onto Hatterene, but I think Michael now has the position where you can bring out your final Pokemon and just potentially go for something like, if it's the Armarouge, for example, Eruption plus Expanding Force at this point. So for Yosuke's side, it is going to be the Armarouge. The question is, yeah, can you stall out these next couple of turns of Trick Room? You can potentially try to reverse it with Cresselia as well.
That would be so big. It would be so big if that happens, but when you're looking at the Torkoal, we've been able to see it just get some damage off right away when it comes down to the speed interactions of all of these Pokemon. We haven't seen Cresselia too much yet, but this Cresselia set, it does have the Trick Room, but it's also the Lunar Blessing. We've got the Moon Blast as kind of one of the staple moves on this one. And of course, we saw the Helping Hand and how much that was able to do. But Amoonguss is in a little bit of a weird spot. It's not able to do very much damage now to kind of either of these Pokemon, but you still can put stuff to sleep.
Yeah, and I think critically here, the Amoonguss wasn't brought down to 1 HP previously. There was the opportunity for Hatterene to target that slot. So, of course, you can go for pretty much a guaranteed score into the Torkoal slot. Torkoal's going to be the one to commit the Terra here. Could have been Grass Terra Armarouge, but as you saw, Yosuke actually did not target the Armarouge with the Spore, saying, okay, well, I know I get a guaranteed Spore off into the Torkoal slot because you don't have Protect, but here is going to be a very, very powerful Eruption coming from Torkoal. Sun, Choice Specs boosted. That just knocks out Cresselia in 1 hit after that Psychic from earlier.
Yeah, which is so wild to see based on how much bulk Cresselia has, but that's the power of the Drought plus the Terra plus the Choice Specs on the Torkoal. But it is going to be locked into that move and also locked into taking a turn of sleep in this next one. And Armarouge able to follow it up. It's down to the Focus Sash. That Focus Sash is now gone.
This is exactly what hard Trick Room likes to do, right? It's like you set up Trick Room and you just get your sweepers in and attack, attack, attack. So now there's Fluttermane and Ursaluna in the back. Obviously, we know that it's Choice Specs Fluttermane, so you can just go for something like an Armor Cannon into that slot, try to knock that out immediately. Of course, Ursaluna still has the pressure of Earthquake. I think what Yosuke is looking for is this end game where you can just sweep with Ursaluna, and obviously the Torkoal slot right now is just rendered completely useless. So I think the main question I have here is, for Armrouge, who do you decide to target, right? And I would expect Armrouge to be able to potentially survive a Facade or an Earthquake this turn. You could potentially go for a Swords Dance here with the Ursaluna if you're willing to be a little bit daring. And the idea is, okay, if I Swords Dance, I can just start Earthquaking or Facading everything, and just one-hit KO everything. And the other question then on the opposing side is, where does Armrouge target, right? Do you go for an Expanding Force? Do you Armor Cannon? I think for me personally, I would just try to get the knockout onto the Fluttermane immediately with that Armor Cannon.
That would be a really nice knockout to have, and then all of a sudden you're down to the Ursaluna, which you're likely going to be faster than when everything else comes back out. But the Ursaluna, like this is definitely very risky. But I could see a world where, you know, Michael, he had to make the adjustment last time around.
Switches Armrouge out!
Okay.
Wow, okay.
And Didi is coming back in. It is already quite low, but the Torkoal has to take that turn of sleep, and now we have to look at how the Ursaluna is going to go for the Sword Dance. Finding the opening, knowing that there is a huge path to get that Sword Dance off and then be able to make use of it later. Plus, you're going to be able to get that Guts boost heading into this next turn as well.
So Shadow Ball goes into the Indeedee slot. Now the interesting question is, yeah, like, if Torkoal wakes up and gets this Eruption off, that's just so much damage, right? So the main question I have here is Torkoal going to wake up? I think Ursaluna also had the potential to go for like an Earthquake, right? Like look at that double knockout. But then the awkward thing is the Armrouge comes back out and can potentially just Armor Cannon you. So the main thing here is Torkoal can't protect. Indeedee doesn't have protect either. It's only taken one turn of sleep. So my question is, does Torkoal wake up right now?
It has to. It absolutely has to, because this Torkoal is just the biggest offensive pressure that Michael can put onto Yosuke right now. And it looks like it's just going to be...
Indeedee stays asleep, but
yeah,
Torkoal is the main one. And
Torkoal
Torkoal is going to stay asleep!
It's
Oh
not
my
going to be able to
gosh.
do any damage. And so here just comes a Facade, and Didi has to take that, and it gets knocked out for all of its troubles. Now Michael is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and this is his last game to be able to get into this series.
Yeah,
Shadow Ball.
Let's see how much it does. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's so much damage. And once again, this is the Choice Specs Torkoal, so you
It's
clicked
just
Eruption
locked
earlier.
in.
Exactly. And so that was kind of the idea behind prioritizing getting this amount of damage onto the Torkoal, right? And yeah, it basically came down to, can you wake up with Torkoal there? If it wakes up, you just do so much damage, maybe even get the knockouts there. So Armrouge is able to come back out, but yeah, now you can safely Shadow Ball and Facade, and it's looking like a win for Yosuke at this point.
It definitely is. Really well done and so well navigated. Those first 2 turns of every single game have paid off in such a big way. You're able to bring Yosuke that much closer to the victory. With the knockout onto the Armrouge, it's just that Torkoal left, and Yosuke becomes your winner of this Swiss round number 4.
That was such a fast-paced set, and I think that's the nature of a matchup like this, right? Where it's like, how do I figure out what my best way of speed control is? And I think Michael just really prioritized setting up the Trick Room, but there are a couple things that made things a little bit awkward here, especially the Amoonguss, right? And I think what really gave Yosuke a huge advantage is he played turn 1 perfect. I mean, that turn one in game one is, that's truly, like, I'd say maybe the hardest read I've seen so far this tournament. Like, Shadow Balling in front of an EDD and going for Sludge Bomb instead of Spore, it's just remarkable. And of course, in game 2, going for that Fairy Terror to just distribute damage immediately, and having the conviction to just go for Spore immediately onto the Indeedee slot. You know, the thing is, even if Indeedee goes for a Grass Terror there, like Dazzling Gleam still does so much damage, right? So it's like, what does Armrouge do? Okay, if you set up Trick Room, well then Amoonguss now can outspeed things under Trick Room. If you go for Expanding Force, well, Dazzling Gleam does a lot. I think one thing that could have happened on turn 1 was potentially something like a Wide Guard from Armrouge, but then it's like, okay, if you Wide Guard the Dazzling Gleam, what is the Indeedee slot really going to do? So just really awkward to fight against.
I am
think
just
the lead from
not
Michael,
saying anything,
like,
dude.
needed to be re-explored, because specifically the Amoonguss plus the
I missed a Torkoal one-shotting a Cresselia? What in the shit? Wait, what? How?
But ultimately, Yosuke just
What?
called turn 1 so well.
Yeah, he really did. I mean,
one out on the field, and they can just do so much damage, right? So the Amoonguss here is going to get outsped, but Psychic actually critically going into the Cresselia slot. So Amoonguss here fully healthy, probably expecting a Protect potentially on that slot. Now it is able to just get the knockout onto Hatterene, but I think Michael now has the position where you can bring out your final Pokemon. Expanding Force at full turns of
we've been able to see it just get some damage off right away when it comes down to the speed interactions of all of these Pokemon. We haven't seen Cresselia weird
much a Arm Rouge, but as you because we don't have Protect, but here is going to be a very, very powerful Eruption coming from Torkoal. Sun, Choice Specs boosted. That just knocks out Cresselia in one hit after that Psychic from earlier.
Yeah,
Holy
which is so
crap.
wild to see based on how much both Cresselia has, but that's the power of the Drought plus the Terra plus the Choice Specs on the Torkoal.
That's pretty ridiculous, holy
locked
shit.
into that move. Talk about that Amoonguss too. Like, we have already seen Leaf Blade pop up over the course of the tournament so far, but when you're in front of an Amoonguss,
And here we go, nice big dynamic puncher. We're seeing a different Machamp here in this game. Huge Solar Blade, but up comes the Zacian. Everyone retreating slightly as Falb's pushing forward.
Solar Blade was lined up, can't quite get the KO, but now BKZ goes down. That Solar Blade, and the next one just claps them in twain.
You know, it's really impressive when you see a player on something like Zoroark and some of the plays they make. And I have to say, Leafeon is another playmaker like that. You throw your moves, you bounce back with a Razor Leaf, you get a reset on something, you move
After
back
me,
with the
Lilligant.
Unite
Oh,
move.
Jesus.
It really feels like there's so much skill expression from this Pokemon. And when you have a player like Mazo on them, they really put on a show.
That's without a doubt. Good experience going over to the side of 0-0 Nation, trying to get that Gardevoir online. They're level 7, but that Curly is about to take over. Nice engagement here. It's a 3-on-2. The egg comes in, but I don't think that's enough to save them from Xingdi. And no, we get a KO back on Ice the other way. So an exchange 1-for-1 here. Salto able to get credit for that. Now it's a 3-on-1 push. Z-Ray still a Drizzile forced to peel back, and that's going to be 58 points and an overdunk of 8 there to give them the point lead.
And obviously, the overdunk is not ideal, but what's super ideal is taking this first objective. We all know the numbers, baby.
17% for those of you at home. When 0-0 Nation takes it, looking to win.
They got a 17% better chance of winning once they secure that. That's how good our numbers people are backstage. They know stuff like that, and that's incredible.
Hey, throw more numbers on the screen. We will repeat them ad nauseum. We got you, dog. Come on, numbers team.
And here we go. We can see Xingdi chasing down right now, actually getting caught out a little bit by the Psychic and Psyshock there from Gardevoir as this Regieleki pushes towards the top path, and it's just something Goodra is going to have to deal with for the side of 0-0.
I'm sorry if I'm not talking very much. I'm just very much like enamored by the game.
Just deciding if they can score or make something happen against this Goodra, as all this experience is being gobbled up here by the side of Orangutan.
Good damage gone to Xingdi, and that's a nice backdoor by South. We see the
Basically a simple watch party, it kind of sucks.
Anybody, the Parish Song ticks are trying to go up, but Ice is trying to get out. Ice goes down.
Okay, so at this point, they could all honestly just dive all 3 of them and they would win every single time.
I gotta say, I love that Gardevoir Unite move. They said, look, I'm caught in a mean look. I have a very good idea where this Zacian's gonna go, right where I am standing. Unfortunately, not able to catch them right here, as we see Falb heading into the central area here of Orangutan, possibly picking up a big KO. Nice. And they do, using their Unite move, absolutely worth it for the side of 0-0 Nation.
That is an amazing expenditure of that Unite move. The Goodra just slime timing all over Xingdi. Rusted Sword getting a little wet right now, looking to get a little rustier. Falb, however, finally a Goodra, and now making an impact.
And here we see Z-Ray moving up to this top path. They did decide to go with Liquidation this time around, so switching up from that Snipe Shot. We see that Acrobatics on it as well, as we have a little bit of a fight in the bottom path. Unite move for Unite move. Is anyone go down? BKZ continuing to fight on this point. We're looking for another Solar Blade here from Mazo. They jump in. Can they make it happen? No, they miss.
They are able to muscle through the slow of the Goodra. That second Solar Blade, though, that certainly hit. And credit to BKZ. They just held that goal zone down in the face of 2 level 10s.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. Another big Unite move from Gardevoir. Only catches 1 as Orangutan is ready to siege this goal zone. Not a great overcap, but it is gone. That way they can deal with this Regieleki, push it towards a tier 2. But once again, 0-0 Nation on the other side of the map, taking this Regice, securing another. And as we said before, that's got to move it up to 19%, baby.
At minimum. You have to give credit again for Ice right there, catching the Gardevoir in the mean look so that the rest of the team could score on the backside of that goal zone, just out of range of that Psyshock attack. So good look by that. I mean, this is very even right now, Spragle.
Yeah, this match is so incredibly close. 0-0 Nation had some nice scores early, but in general, you look across the board, level-wise, almost the same from both of these teams.
The first acid spray and UCS. That's really funny.
As they are catching Soto here in the top path. Seeing if there's anything they can do. Big Unite move coming in from Leafeon. Are they able to pick up a KO? They jump on in, not able to take them down.
Barely don't get him.
Continuing the chase, but no, another miss.
That ice mean look was sick, dude. Diving in front, making sure that Mazo had to run around them if they wanted to get to Xingdi. Xingdi is now over half HP, and that is going to at least get them out of dodge. Another goal zone closed. The lead is growing for 0-0 Nation. But again, if you're just looking at levels, this thing feels even.
It feels incredibly even if you're looking
Yeah.
at levels.
If you're looking at levels, 11 across the board. Oh, actually, yeah.
Some big plays. Obviously,
it's
not
very
able
close.
To pick up the KO, but you have to give it to him. Great overcap.
They are down by one level.
And they're in a great position.
Orangutan is down by a level, but it's still very close.
Tier 1 goal zone means that Orangutan can make some really interesting plays.
And it's not like it's like lopsided either. It's like very much evenly distributed among everybody.
Heading up towards this top path at the 3-minute mark, possibly looking for a sneaky fight. 5 members now.
Jumping in, and the Unite move is expended. They're taking a fight right now, and that's one player down. Solar Blade doesn't hit anybody, so that was a quick like dive to get the Gudra, I guess. That's a big time question mark, but now the Zacian is going to have to get that Unite move.
Yeah, interesting. That was a really interesting fight for the side of Orangutan. One thing for sure is it put 0-0 Nation on the back foot. It's unlikely 0-0 Nation is going to be able to immediately take this bottom Reggie, and it looks like Orangutan knows that as they send 3 players down at it, and 0-0 Nation might be in a lot of trouble right here, as here comes Orangutan. They have the Zacian, they have the Secure, and they take it.
That was a nice little follow me as well to get Wolf off of the objective so they can't have a little pot shot and try and take it for the team. But we got 15 seconds till Rayquaza. The pressure's on Orangutan to make a move. They're down by over 100. That being said, the levels look good. They got a real shot.
The levels look good. They have their Unite moves. They have that Reggie Rock buff, and they are ready for this fight. For these two teams, it all comes down to this. Right now, Orangutan, 0-0 Nation, their tournament is on the line. Fighting for their regions, fighting for the championship, the chance to stay here in the World Championship Finals for Day 2. They're in our losers bracket. This game means it all. How will it start? Orangutan is behind. They are the team that needs to make the play. Ice getting pretty aggressive, getting some vision for their team. Falb staying here on the top path to make sure a score doesn't happen. And here comes Xingdi.
Xingdi goes straight for the dive, uses that Sacred Sword, puts tons of pressure on Falb. Now Falb's gonna have to do literally anything but join the fight. This might be the opportunity they're looking for. Tons of HP on Xingdi. They're moving forward though, nice engagement. But Champ Unite on the Gardevoir, they eject button through the wall. Bliss is in on the Lapras, they're trying to put the pressure on Inteleon. Force out the Shedinja doll. There's the Clefable though, trying to get the HP up, but no, the first domino falls for Orangutan. The pressure continues. They're trying to swing through. Xingdi's shelling in a bunch of damage.
Whoa! Whoa! Gardevoir Unite!
Jesus Christ. That was massive. So that's just immediately depletion wins.
Stands. 0-0 Nation looking to make it happen. No, look at the pressure on the Blissey 2, putting the egg bombs in. Spraggles. 0-0 Nation up the back of the Wolf. Eject button through the wall. Come back. Very singularity from way down.
It is not over. Members of
That was a
Orangutan
very crazy game. Oh, jeez.
The HP is very low. They take down Xingdi, and they're turning their focus onto Rayquaza. But here comes Orangutan. Inteleon is here. Clefable is moving through the top path. They have one chance to do something right here. The Solar Blade doesn't take it, but they still get it. 0-0 Nation secures Rayquaza.
0-0 Nation secures Rayquaza. They're looking dead in the eyes of Orangutan, and they've planted the 0-0 Nation flag straight on the planet of the apes. They're saying Thea Sky Ruins now belongs to us. Putting the monkeys back in the zoo. 0-0 Nation getting it done for Brazil.
And these are the last 5 seconds for Orangutan here in the World Championships as 0-0 Nation from Brazil makes it through.
That was a pretty crazy game.
Absolute war with Orangutan.
A war is an understatement. Great plays by both teams. I don't know how you look at that game and you don't. Everybody on 0-0 Nation needs to give a big ol' hug, high five, and a kiss to Wolf, because that getting caught in the Champ Unite, a check button through the wall, become a non-factor for just that split second. Very singularity to literally blow up the entire Orangutan squad. I mean, they look like balloons. Just pop right in the middle. Sick business.
After I saw Gardevoir caught there, I thought it was all over for 0-0 Nation. I thought they were completely done. Beautiful Machamp Unite. Like you said, living on a sliver, living on a prayer. That fairy singularity.
That's a pretty crazy fucking game, not gonna lie. The game 2 hours in the making, basically, yeah.
See these two teams, obviously.
Is that how long the B stream was down? Jesus Christ.
These are some of the best players in the world going at it here on the world's stage. Orangutan, amazing performance, amazing tournament, amazing year for this team. But 0-0 Nation, the Giant Slayers who took down Tally Bobo.
So is that now, are they now top 4?
Another massive team.
You have to give credit again to Orangutan for how far they've made it into this event. Top 8, of course, dispatched it in the losers bracket here.
Oh, let's look at the time.
So the watch, you know what time it is. It's time for 0-0 Nation to win their next game as they move on in this one. I can tell you, I mean, all of Brazil just went up on that win. Holy smokes, what a game, what a play. And I have to say it again, Wolf! With the eject button of the absolute century.
Incredible stuff right here. And you can see 0-0 Nation in control of a lot of that match. We talk about this a lot. This huge moment where a team needs to make a play. They could let Orangutan make a mistake right there. And I don't even think they did. I just think they got outplayed barely by 0-0 Nation in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, if Wolf isn't on Giga Brain Galaxy mode, I mean,
that was
the game is over.
LG versus Double Nation. That'd be an awesome fight, honestly. I would love to see that in grand finals. That'd be amazing.
Watch these highlights from this amazing game 3 Spraggles, which felt really even bell to bell.
Yeah, incredibly even. I mean, it felt like there were so many counters. I love this play, by the way. This Goodra picking up this KO. What a massive play right here. And Xingdi just felt like they set up every opportunity for this player. For this Sasha to do some incredible stuff. And here is that insane moment. You see this huge Unite move into this massive Fairy Singularity. There they come, grabbing 3 members.
You barely see Wolf, just the top of the Gardevoir head, show up on screen and actually fade back to hit that Fairy Singularity and make sure that it catches as many players as possible. And after that, it was just elementary. It was super Fisher-Price. The rest of 0-0 Nation just pivots on the Italian Z-Ray, the last person standing, and take themselves a Rayquaza, and a big-time win.
Huge win. They are still here in this tournament. Incredibly impressive stuff. And I have to agree. I mean, look, there were some amazing hero plays throughout this fall. Incredibly impressive on this Goodra. A Pokemon that we only see a few teams pick up, but when they do, ooh, it's so good.
It was incredibly good. It was incredibly good. You said, you know, they were able to get that 1v1 KO on onto Xingdi there on the Zacian, which was massive. They were able to slow targets down with that boosted auto, as you mentioned, and I mean, it was just so
Well, VGC is going to be back in 9-10 minutes. I kind of just want to be done now. When's the next friggin'...
to it right now with Lel. Zoinks, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. That's right, I'm on stage with Lel after an incredible game, avoiding elimination and taking down Orangutan, which I gotta talk about. You have now eliminated Orangutan, Iclin, and Tally Bobo Believers. An unbelievable list of teams you have taken out of this tournament. How do you feel your chances are at a championship?
I think
it's just
we
gonna
have
go
really
until
good chances,
about
like,
8 a.m.
I mean, it
That'll
was
be 7 more hours
It
to do
was
these
against
4
all the
sets,
odds.
right?
No one believed in us. So, I mean, we are really confident. We got out of the group of death. So I think our chances are really good and we are really happy. And let's go for it.
Awesome, awesome. Now, Brazil, obviously you have a bunch of fans here, but you also have a whole lot of fans at home. How does it feel to be the hope of Brazil in day 2?
It's awesome. I don't know if, I think no one knows, but Brazil has a bad historic on winning MOBA games. So what we did yesterday was like historic, right? So I think I'm really happy to represent this country. I love you all.
It's so
tiring. Man, it's the best cheer in the world, sure.
It's already been like 4 or 5
Best cheering
hours.
in the world. We love to see it. We are going to see more of 0-0 Nation later today. But until then, we are going to jump to a very, very short break.
Sleep? Dude, Pokemon Sleep has completely fucked me. Like, now I have proper sleep schedule. It's like, I get tired at like 11 o'clock, like a normal person. It's actually just so damaging. Oh, now they're both gonna be back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna just go use some mushroom. Dude, I've been playing so much Pokemon Sleep. I've been like uncovering all the little details behind there. I'm actually having a conversation right now about like a DB style project that I really want to get going. So somebody who made a very similar kind of like really strong project, and I want to try working with them to create like the best possible DB website possible. And other Pokemon from attacking Pokemon. God, that's a. Oh God, losers round 2, winners final. So we've got. Oh, so many more games left. I'll see winners finals for another probably hour. Wanna go pee. And not keep the film, yeah.
to Yokohama, Japan. We're here with the World Championships for Pokemon Unite, and we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. We are just about halfway done. We've said goodbye to some of the best teams in the world, and there are still some left that we still have to say goodbye to very, very soon, including our upcoming match. You hate to see it, but you love to see that one of them will advance. It's going to be Akjil versus Omo Abyssinian. But of course, I am Wonder Chef, joined by Kello. Kello, what a match we're going to have.
What a day it has been today. As you mentioned, halfway point, but you know what? This is not the final stretch just yet. But I must say, Akjil, Omo Abyssinian, both of the last remaining teams for their regions, are they going to be able to represent and make it on through?
Oh, it's a tough, a burden to bear, I guess. You know, you have to represent your entire region at this point. We started off the day with 2 APAC teams, but we're down to just 1 in Korea. Of course, only having 1 representative here in this top 8. We can take a look at the teams that are going to be playing. It's going to be Akjil representing Korea and Omo Abyssinian representing APAC East.
Yes, and just to recap, I must say, S4L, they are looking good out there so far. Chobo, Mule, Epe, and Darbin on Akjil. We'll have to see how they go, but I mean, these player shots, they are looking spectacular, Chef.
Oh yeah, I really like kind of just how this team has been like gelling together. We saw their video earlier where one of them said, oh yeah, like if I had to choose a dream team, I would just choose our team once again. And yeah, S4L along with Epe, they have been playing this really amazing backline of special attackers that have been synergizing together really well. But honestly, they've been able to flex through a few different comps over the course of this weekend, and you really have to be able to. If you're locked down into one comp, you are going to have a very tough time making it through when you're fighting the best of the best all across the world. And again, a very big surprise that they are just doing so well coming out of Korea, a region that I think a lot of people very much underestimated going into this weekend.
Yes, but as we mentioned, one of these teams will be going home today at this position. So we're going to have to see. Let's take a look at Omo Abyssinian.
Oh, another team. This is actually one of the teams that I feel was really, really feared. A lot of the teams that we talked to when they talked about like, oh, what teams do you feel like are going to be the ones to pull off the biggest upsets this weekend? Maybe not even upsets, just the ones that are less expected to win, but have a great chance. This is one of the teams that people have been talking about, Abyssinian. Honestly, following through on that, anybody who's still left in this tournament has had an amazing showing so far. Both of these teams included, but now it's going to be a little bit more of an underdog, I would say, for the side of Akjil, but just how they've been playing, this does not feel like an underdog match at all.
No, well, they are playing for that crown, but it's also that prize pool. They want to make it as far as they can to rack up as much cash as they can. Obviously, whichever team does go home, they do not go home empty-handed.
Oh, yes. Yeah, once you've made it this far, you are definitely far in the money. There is a ton on the line, I would say, this weekend, but we're going to go into the start of fighting for it as we're going to go to the draft for game number 1 of Akjil on the left, Omo Abyssinian on the right. Let's see what these bands end up looking like. It looks like we may get the Inteleon and the Zoroark.
Ooh, this is interesting. I feel like the bans have been pretty similar across the day. There are obviously these Pokemon out there that just shine. You do not want to come across them. But taking off Zoroark off the map along with an Inteleon, I know that Liquidation has been chasing some members down.
It has. Also, though, I really like the ban on the side of Akjil. We mentioned that they've got a really strong special attacker backline, and Zoroark just eats that for breakfast, quite literally. It's just like, oh, feed me. I want that experience. But it looks like we're going to have the classic Lapras first pick. I think nothing super surprising there. If you've been watching this weekend, or the month before that, or the month before that, you've definitely seen that as the first pick pretty much every time that it can be. On the other side, though, what they prioritize will be a good question. You ban out one speedster, it might be the Leafeon instead.
Look, you've got to bring in those evolutions. Umbreon and Leafeon, I must say, great combination together. You mean look them, and then Leafeon comes in with that huge burst damage. It is massive. But you know what? We have Hooper and another tanky defender, Slowbro. We have talked about this Pokemon endlessly today.
Yeah, this has been for quite a while the real big meta double defender pick, the Slowbro plus the Lapras, but now that Umbreon's here, it's a little bit different. They're actually going to be going double defender. On the other side, we're going to have the Umbreon plus the Blastoise, which is another great choice altogether. but the Glaceon, I feel like still this has been a really big MVP Pokemon for me that we see not that often still this tournament.
Well, we did see this earlier from this team, having those 3 evolutions plus the Blastoise and the Eldegoss there. The fake evolutions, maybe. I don't know. They may be in disguise. But Zoroark. No, not Zoroark. Zacian and Mew also being picked up on the side of Actio.
This, I just feel as far as like meta picks, this Agile comp is extremely scary. Having Mew to back up this terrifying front line, and then of course the support of the Hoopa to keep them up forever is going to be such a great comp. But on the other side, yeah, all these evolutions, they can be very, very scary. I think the biggest thing is, are you going to find great targets for the Leafeon, or is Leafeon just going to end up taking some collateral damage from the Sacred Sword out of the Zacian? Only one way to know. Once again, we're going into game number 1 here. Agile versus Omo Abyssinian, and we're bringing back Spriggles and Dupe Snacks to call the action.
I am back.
Here we are, Dupe
Imagine we had day
Snacks,
3 and win his finals
another
in tournament grand roll.
elimination game.
That'd be
Like you
amazing.
said
I would love
before,
that.
we've got 3 in a row. Call us in sync because we're saying bye, bye, bye to some of these teams right here. Omo Abyssinian, Agile, 2 incredible teams from their region, 2 first seeds from their region, going up against each other here in the losers bracket. And I might have to remind everyone at home, a team from the losers bracket is going to crawl all the way through this thing to the grand finals, and you could be looking at that team right now.
Without a doubt. And they've got a heck of a hurdle in front of each other because both of these teams are formidable, without a doubt. I was looking at this draft, and it really looks like both teams are incredibly strong. They got a lot. I mean, the triple EV comp is something that you and I have cast once before, not with these specific EVs, but it looked incredibly impressive. And then on the other side, you have Slowbro, Hoopa, Lapras, and then why not a Zacian and Mew to round it out?
Yeah, incredibly powerful compositions from both sides right here. And even though you have an experience-hungry Pokemon like this Blastoise, you also have 3 Pokemon that become amazing at level 4. 2 of them just ticked over. We've got the Glaceon and the Leafeon on the side of Omo Abyssinian right there. Obviously, there's so much value into a Pokemon that is good right at the start of the match. Take that lead and use it throughout the game. Don't let it go. Make sure that you're ahead early and don't let your opponents catch back up. That's what Abyssinian's looking to do here in game number 1.
Without a doubt, and they're off to, Agile is actually off to a good start as Chobo was able to get that K opener onto Eevee. So, I mean, that's why they're still missing that Umbreon right now.
And here we go. We can see them moving up the top path right here. We can see Hoopa kind of hiding out in this tall grass. A lot of this experience looks like it actually is heading over to the side of Agile. We got that level 5 already on the Lapras. Huge break point, big power spike. We're going to see if they're bringing out the Water Pulse or the Perish Song right here.
Agile doing a great job to split the attention of Omo Abyssinian there. They couldn't decide if they want to try to get the KO on the Hoopa or get the experience in the middle, and ultimately they didn't really get either.
Yeah, not great right here for Abyssinian as they are jumping forward, trying to take down this Glaceon. Great play, sending the Eldegoss down, using that X speed so they can make it there to support their team. But you can see S4L still hiding in this tall grass, moving back down, big boost and attack. Leafeon barely makes it out.
Now we got a portal in the middle and 3 players suddenly disappear, and I can't imagine they're coming back through that one. Nice play.
And these are the plays by Hoopa that they're able to make, right? They can head right into the enemy central area, put on a ton of pressure, and then just send everybody home through that hyperspace hole.
Great look here. Finally, the Leafeon is kind of chunked. They're peeling back, and they get hit with the Electro Ball, and then the hyperspace hole actually is enough to get the KO there. Quick work and nice movement by Agile. They've looked phenomenal.
Yeah, Agile looking incredible right here, making great use of their Hoopa. It feels like it's in every single engagement, putting down portals for their team. Also picking up some massive damage and some stuns. Incredible, incredible plays from Agile to start this thing. However, Abyssinian, the only team to put some points on the board here, 50-0 right now, as we are 20 seconds away from this first Reggie in the bottom top path.
Looking to fight a little bit is S4L. Chobo doing a great job on the front line here as Epe is screening well with Mew. I mean, Agile just seems to be moving in sync. Oh, the Slowbro gets poached on over by the Umbreon back on the other side. Solar Blade comes through. They're getting solo. Finally, the KO happens from Tempest. And not great when you're looking to do a 3v3 on this Regice. Now it's up to the Mew and the Zacian to get it done all by their lones.
And here we go. Looks like they were trying to rip this here, but a nice play to peel back and attempt to secure that. The Unite move does not hit it, but the Hoopa does.
Got it.
Once again, this Hoopa just doing so much work work for Akjil.
I mean, Dabin coming through, but finally they bend, and finally they break. 3 straight players get KOs, and now they use the Glaceon Unite move to put the pressure onto Chobo. Nice engagement here by Tempest, just so they can get some points in, and they close out that goal zone.
Huge goal zone closeout right there, even though Akjil was able to take the better of that fight to secure the objective. The push there from Abyssinian was huge. Like we talked about, those are those evolutions. Big Unite move right there at level 8, able to push forward and take a huge fight and win for their team, up by over 100 points already. And while this was happening, we finally have ourselves a Blastoise in the top path. And I say finally, but it's the 6-minute mark. They've done a great job of getting their experience.
Yeah, without a doubt, you know, all the credit in the world to Miva, as they know exactly what they need to get that Blastoise online. They hang out. Omo Abyssinia is able to do a ton of work without them present, and it totally pans out. Suddenly, Akjil is ripping through this Reggie like he's secured by the Zacian, and nobody really from Omo Abyssinian shows up for that, so they're going to peel back and just try and maybe catch this thing, not give up too much, as the Rapids and Water Spout is absolutely flying. Zacian shelling in damage. Eldegoss gets KO'd off the back of the Parish song and the Lapras follow-up, and just nabbing a berry and trying to stay in the pocket as long as they can, but this goal zone is going to be broken by plus 15.
Not a terrible overcap right there, and they get rid of a goal zone. A little tit for tat. You take our bottom goal zone, we will take your top, but you do get a little more value having your top goal zone gone than your bottom, forcing out the Mew Unite move right here. As Mew's looking to be a little aggressive right here as they push towards that Leafeon, and everyone just backs up. They don't want to take this fight too prematurely. We have a Reggie spawning in the bottom path here in 15 seconds, and look, I don't know the statistics on any of the other teams as to whether or not they get the first or second Reggie, what the odds are of them winning, but I can tell you taking these objectives is a huge boon for the team.
There is a percentage involved, and I'm sure it goes in one direction or the other. Chobo screening in front of 2. Finally showing up is Mule as the Lapras, able to put some decent pressure, but hiding out in that tall grass is, of course, the Leafeon, ready to Solar Blade any target that steps up close. Epe moving in with S4L. Those two have been working in tandem all game long. Chobo gets engaged on Tempest, looking for an opportunity. Regirock helping out a little bit, as now it's caught in the middle as the Zacian. They force out the Unite move, kicks up through Hydro Typhoon. The Mew takes the Regirock, and now they're going to try to use these shields to do something, but no, it's actually Omo Abyssinian that gets the KO and is able to sustain.
They send him to the top path with his Hoopa Unite. What a sneaky move right here from Akjil. After they took that victory, they send them up and they rain points into this top path. Omo Abyssinian trying to do something to push them back right here, but an amazing play. Hoopa not down at this fight, instead setting up this amazing moment for them to score.
So many
almost
points
evening up this game, and if they can score 4 more points here, they will break this tier 2 goal zone. It's pretty easy to do. 4 points is an easy amount of points to grab somewhere on the map. They could send someone up here, and then that Reggie Alecki will push towards their main base.
And it just has hit the
huge.
map, and all of a sudden, Omo Abyssinian knows this thing's going to be a problem for us. So Leafeon joins the fray. They're going to try and rip this thing on the map, as Umbreon and Eldegoss are trying to take the Zacian's attention. Finally, it is taken by Luis there, and it's sent into the goal zone and breaking it.
Yeah, easy decision there for
I
Akjil.
didn't even
They're
see what
saying,
you were
all
saying
right,
this
we're
whole
going to
time.
let that goal zone break with only 5 over. You won't get a good overcap
funny.
later.
Dude,
Little
that was
did they know the game was
hilarious.
actually
I wonder when
tied
we're getting more
in
Pikachu
that
Unite.
moment right
Honestly,
here,
that would be
204
chasing him
to
more impressive against
224.
balance.
At any point,
I
someone
think
can
it's
sneak up here
balanced
to this
ish right
tier 2
now.
goal
Like, it's
zone
very
and
strong, but it's
get
not
rid of it.
overpowered.
Akjil can break
Mewtwo
this
is
pretty
overpowered.
easily, and then that opens up the classic Yamada play. They have the Hoopa. They can bring the whole team to that central goal zone during the Rayquaza fight, and we may see that from Korea, a region that is really well known for their, prominence of score comp in the first season. I could definitely see them make a trick play like that heading into the final few minutes here of our match.
Yeah, before I had said that Reggie Alecki was taken by Luis, it was actually sealed up by Shua, the Glaceon there. But that's a great point. That's why we got to keep an eye on this goal zone, specifically Miva, see what they can do here if they even want to try and just insulate this goal zone as they get bigger. And Akjil says, no, we want to rip the objective. We want to get this Regirock. We want the experience, and we want to fight this thing in the middle. They got 15 seconds, and there's a lot of
Is what
HP
Mewtwo
going down.
should
First
be.
player down, 9-second timer on there.
I mean,
Shua gets engaged on. They get
Station is
KO'd.
still a level
Follows on top
overtuned,
of
but yeah,
Leafeon,
I
forcing out
agree.
the Unite
I
move. The pressure
constantly
goes.
just...
This is going to be our Rayquaza
Was
fight.
it going to kill
For the
Zacian?
KO streak of 3 as they keep moving through. That's 4L, puts the pressure on. KO by Lapras on
Even
the
kills
Umbreon.
Zacian.
3 players down. Those timers are pretty big, but they're forced to reset. The Hoopa portal comes through, and they're shredding this Rayquaza. It's down to 25%. Can they caught crash
Let's
coming
go
through?
versus
That's it.
Oh my gosh, wait. Clocking Crash won that? Holy shit.
flower to dream, and you're getting it done. Was this the 70s? Flower power, we getting it. Omo Abyssinian all of a sudden shatters in front, takes the lead.
Incredible
That was,
stuff here. 272 to 324.
that was a
This
steal.
is not over, but look at that massive Rayquaza shield there for Glaceon. We do not have one for Leafeon. However, there's another 100 points that can go in. There's a minute 20 left, so this match is nowhere near over as we see members of Occhill deciding how they are going to want to attack this. They have a tier 1 goal zone in that bottom path. 100 points inside there puts Occhill ahead. In fact, even less than 100, they can get there. The question is, are they going to be able to suss out the sneaky play that this Glaceon can make with their Rayquaza shield? Omo Abyssinian is up right now, and they just saw it. They see that Glaceon has this shield. This Glaceon is actually peeling back right now to try to deal with this push on this goal zone. We see Hoopa in the top path being pushed around by Umbreon. There's very little time left. 40 seconds. We're getting ready for the fight. Lapras Unite on the side of Occhill while we have 4 Unite moves on the side of Omo Abyssinian. And here comes the sneak play from the Glaceon. Hoopa coming up, but I don't think Hoopa's going to be able to do anything about it as they start to move down towards this tier 1 goal zone. Occhill needs to make a score happen here.
They need to make something happen. Solar Blade comes out. They're putting tons of pressure on. They're putting points in. They're still down by 116. And I think this defense is going to stand strong. Omo Abyssinian up the back of a legendary Cotton Ball. Holy smokes. They're back to the middle. The Hoopa portal brings them through. Can they get enough points? And I haven't seen anything tick up. Plus 10. But they needed far more than that, I believe. What is going on, Spraggles? Nice attempt by Occhill. But it's all on the back of that Eldegoss. Hero support plays front, right, and center, getting it done.
Amazing stuff there at the end. I mean, what a fight from Occhill, taking that moment so that they could push forward and secure Rayquaza. But they were actually running into 2 members right there. You had a Blastoise Unite move, and then, of course, we saw with the Unite move from Eldegoss securing Rayquaza, securing that victory there. Occhill, unfortunately, down 1 game. I need to hear this thing broken down by the 2 greats. Kello, Wonderchef, take it away.
My gosh, what a match. I think more happened in the last 3 minutes of that match. More happened in the last 2 minutes of that match, actually, than happened in some 10 full-minute matches.
Yes, indeed. Look at this graph. They were neck and neck. There was one point where they were actually tied in points, but that Cotton Cloud Crash coming in clutch. Oh my gosh, let's go look at these numbers.
Oh, speaking, also on top of that, 52,000 damage coming out of Cherabson from the Eldegoss. Not only getting that steal, but quite a few confirms, I would say, on some player Pokemon. Very well played overall. I mean, that was a lot of damage in general on the side of Omo Abyssinian. Actually was placing all of their damage really well, so it looks like less than it truly was, because it did feel like they were ahead for a good bit. But just amazing stuff near the end game in every direction from Omo Abyssinian.
Did you see that Blastoise? It is a defender. I don't know, we classify it as a defender, but I think it's an all-rounder. It can just do everything.
Yes. I know. Honestly, there were so many things that happened in that last little bit that we need to take a look at it again. We didn't even get a chance to talk about, for example, like the Hoopa stuff, so we're just going to start here. There was a huge commitment from both teams to try and take this basement Reggie, and that is so risky when you are at less than 20 seconds left until the final stretch. That means that we got to see a lot of picks here, multiple picks on the side of Omo Abyssinian, or I should say they go down on the side of Omo Abyssinian, and it felt like Occhill was really in a dominant position as far as where their positioning was going to be able to be, especially having a level 14 Zacian.
But this was the moment. The Hoopa coming down with the rings unbound to teleport Occhill and shred this Rayquaza. But wait a minute. Hold up. There's an Eldegoss in the sky and it crashes down, landing and the finishing blow on the Rayquaza, securing them those shields.
Yeah, and then you got to see that Blastoise Unite with it. It just went underneath everybody. It looked like they were playing jump rope. Very fun. But Schwa on the Glaceon, just such a star player to me from this team today, playing a lot of speedsters, but also this Glaceon, such an amazing pick to be able to do a ton of damage to this extremely tanky front line that we saw on the side of Occhill.
Can I just say, obviously they are the player player of the game, but we have to give special shout out to that Hooper.
Yes.
Like the ability, as I said, to just teleport their team over to the Rayquaza, but that final stretch where it teleported them all to that home base.
Yes, honestly, I mean, there were a lot of different MVP moments, I would say, throughout the course of those final 2 minutes. But yeah, I love the fact that we didn't get a chance to see it in the literal, like, final moment, but the Hoopa teleporting everybody over, the Eldegoss, of course, the steal, the damage from Schwa, everything is just, it was an amazing game. Love that game as the first of the day.
But obviously,
or not of the day.
the back cap from the Glaceon sealing the deal.
Yes.
That's the thing, they didn't account for that.
Yes, 100%, which was, I believe, Schwa. So let's see if there's any differences this time around. We're going to have the Slowbro ban coming out of Omo Abyssinian, and Akjil is going to be saying no Zoroark.
No, they do not want to deal with it, and I think these are pretty common bans across the board. Very, very similar, but you know what? As I said, we do not want to come across that Zoroark, the slash and dash.
Yeah, especially, again, with Schwa, a very well-known speedster player, picking Zoroark as a comfort pick earlier in the I think actually it was only like 2 sets ago on broadcast and doing extremely well. That's right, that was their match against LG where it was going head-to-head with Overlord. I mean, just think about that, when Overlord had a Comfey. So you want to get rid of that. Lavrit's first pick, as we expect. On the other side, we also are beginning to expect the Inteleon and the Umbreon.
Look, 2 incredible characters as we have seen, but this does leave open for Omo to pick up Hoopa and Leafeon as well.
Oh, the Leafeons. That might be the option. We've seen that before. When the Zoroark gets banned, you go to the Leafeon. That's a weird thing to say. Usually it's the other way around. We've seen Leafeon banned, I think, a little bit more, but we do get so much secure coming out of that Leafeon. It's really going to add a lot to that already strong team. And the Blastoise, which we've seen, I feel like almost every game over the past several sets, is coming back in. That Unite can be such a big deal if you don't use it right underneath everybody as they get popped up.
And once again, we have Shua on the Glaceon and Miva picking up that Trevenant. So obviously having those 4 defenders on the map.
Yeah, I like this. I like this like flex where they switch their roles, and that Glaceon, again, it works so extremely well. But S4L, we've seen play the Delphox before. It's a strange pick, I feel, here. There is going to be some healing, but that's not the healing that you can really prevent. That's usually, I feel, where you see the Delphox come into play, when there's like a Comfey and you want to prevent either that or maybe like a Clefable. But the Hoopa, totally different thing. They just want to use it kind of as this backup support for, I believe, Epe, who's going to be their kind of main range damage dealer. We've seen it in other sets. Looks like it's going to be this again.
But it's all going to come down to that front line there, right? They have to protect that Inteleon and that Delphox that are going to be doing that back line of burst damage. But I think we need to throw it off to our casters to cast this next game. Omo Abyssinian versus Akjil.
Here we go. Akjil in trouble right now. Omo Abyssinian having a miracle play at the end of game number 1. But that was an incredibly close series. I mean, amazing stuff from Akjil, able to take them all the way to the end there. They almost took Rayquaza away from them. So now the question is, can Akjil repeat that performance at the end of game 1, except actually finish it out? Or is Omo going to be able to move forward here?
Well, I'll tell you what, Omo actually wants to execute their strategy and not leave it up to Drabson. Absolute prayer play on the Eldegoss and Blastoise, by the way. They both use their Unite moves simultaneously to try and eat that Rayquaza out, and obviously it worked. I am surprised again by this Delphox, to be honest with you, Spraggles. I mean, I thought S4L's Zacian was going absolutely banana lands. Could have been a decent option. Maybe they're concerned about the range they had, but you still have the Inteleon as well. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, they've got an extremely tanky setup right here. So obviously they're going to have the Inteleon, they're going to have the Delphox to play from, you know, behind that massive curtain of defense. And hopefully that is enough. We've seen some amazing Delphox plays this tournament, and we've also seen Delphox sort of fizzle out, you know? The question is it going to be a firework, or is it going to kind of explode on the launch pad there?
It's going to be a real firework. We talk about snakes and sparklers out here. I mean, this Delphox needs to leverage because its only true prime target is going to be the Trevenant. I mean, Hoopa portals don't really care about fanciful fireworks, which, as we know, shuts down the healing factor of a lot of these classic support Pokemon. So we'll see how that works. Drabson being a real mean bully out here playing on the side of the map. Finally, S4L is about to gets credit for that KO. go, but a lot of time burned off the clock.
Yeah, and take a look at this here. Akjo looking pretty good here in this bottom path, leaving that Bumblebee behind them on one as the Solar Blade able to secure a ton of that right there. The Acrobatics moving on in, picking up some more critical counters there for Inteleon, but unfortunately not able to really pick up much elsewise, as we need some experience over here on the side of this Blastoise.
They're like you said, looking good, and they're trying to keep some level parity here, but the fact that that Drizzile is already level 6 is critical. Get the Inteleon online, let it play behind your tankier Pokemon, the Blissey, the Umbreon, the Blastoise, and then go to work.
And you can see Trevenant just being pushed all the way back. There's still a little Phantump, unfortunately. Not able to do too much into this Inteleon. Nice big water gun looking for the secure right there. Hoopa trying to pick this up and just putting so much pressure on the central area of Akjo.
There can't be anybody playing with more motivation right now than Drapson. I mean, after that clutch play in Game 1, you know they're feeling themselves here in Game 2, and they're playing like it.
We still have a Squirtle here in this bottom path. They just need to pick up just a little bit. There you go. Get them the War Turtle. And we have the Inteleon at the same time. Obviously, they're running that EXP search. So they knew they'd be a little behind on experience. But, you know, War Turtle is a tough Pokemon. You need to get that evolution at some point. EXP Share just makes that a little bit harder for Akjo. But we've got the early Inteleon.
Without a doubt. Now, finally, Luis looking for an opportunity to jump on the team, playing very far forward is Tempest. They catch quite a few. That's a big time KO. And all the damage is going in. Chobo gets shredded by the next Solar Blade that comes through. And all of a sudden, they find themselves by themselves as there. Dabine is just getting tons of damage shelled in. And this is a great early goal zone siege. And if they can get, they got it to 3. That's pretty decent. But most importantly, they're all over the basement ridge.
Yeah, this was beautiful for Abyssinian right there. And you saw that Woodhammer. They moved below the tall grass right there onto the other side of the ruin so that they were able to pull them out from
I am
that
so
bush.
tired. I think we're going to go back after
really
these games.
Amazing Trevenant play from the side of Abyssinian as we head up to the top path right here. And that is secured there by Akjo.
I really want to keep
We've
watching.
got
God,
James
it's going to be
Pond
up
on
at 8 a.m. I
liquidation.
can't stay
Quick
awake that
KO.
late. It's going to
Not a bad
completely
look
destroy
on
my
Chobo.
sleep.
On the other side, sent packing is the War Turtle. Here's my question, though. What are they
Crazy
going to do
how
with
we're
this goal
delayed by
zone?
an hour and a half.
Tempest
Intel
needs
just
to
dead.
frontline. They're going to try and get this
Like,
35
what happened?
in.
Why are we
They're doing
delayed an
pretty
hour
good.
and a half? What
They
do you mean by
eat
that?
the shot from S4L, and that goal zone is gone with a nice overcap.
Why are we delayed an hour and a half?
Playing an
What do you mean?
amazing game here on Trellis Press Tree. Incredible stuff right in the face of Akjo the entire time, positioning them exactly where they need to be. Great scores here from Hobo Abyssinian as they are starting off this game really strong.
Yeah, who was in the lead in the level race here for Akjo? The Inteleon is actually behind and just kicking over to level 9 behind the Umbreon and Delphox. So where I'm looking at the other side, I'm seeing this level 10 Glaceon, and it can start being a menace.
And now we see this Leafeon waiting up here in this top path,
Well,
trying
what
to
did he
secure
have with the
some
weight?
of that
Yeah,
with Solar Blade, but unfortunately missing a lot of it right here. Hoopa coming on
But
in,
because of that,
not able to
that
get
late,
knocked out
we're
there
like
by
an
the
hour and a
egg
half
bomb.
late.
It actually came back through a Phantom Force, if you noticed that, not through the portal. Mo, Fanciful Fireworks out.
Yeah.
Nobody looking at him like that video you took back in the day on your cell phone.
Please
We're trying
look
to put
at
some
my
wood.
fireworks videos. They're so beautiful.
Things people say all the time, guaranteed. Peeling back, though, and able to sustain is Elvis Press Tree. No questions asked. Tempest, you said, is kind of on one this game.
Yeah, Tempest looking incredible this game. I mean, the Trevenant plays are just unbelievable right here. See Leafeon trying to sneak something, but obviously Umbreon is still up here. There's the Snarl. Could jump in with the foul play, and they do. Able to secure the wild Pokemon experience as well. Kind of playing this Umbreon more like an all-rounder and brawler up in that top path with this huge stun and this huge displacement move. Foul play, able to jump in and then push the enemies around, and then the stun on Snarl is still massive.
Yeah, Luis with no fear running straight at S4L, having no problems drawing out Mule, and now they have a decent engagement, get a half HP down, force them to eat an egg. Decent support here by Dabine. Oh, that Woodhammer goes wide. They can't actually pull Dabine to the front, and now the liquidation is shelling in damage cut off by Tempest. So a good back and forth here between these two teams over this Regieleki, and now, oh, nice little poach on Mule, forces the Bliss Assistance out, and the Unite move by the Umbreon. Elvis Pressure comes through as well. Blissey gets the KO on the tree immediately, and now Mule's looking to put the pressure on. They decide to stop, to score, to get the time they need to close that goal zone. Akjo, nice little push.
Really nice from Akjo as they're going to be able to secure this Regieleki. Obviously, Abyssinian has had Hoopa in this bottom path waiting to bring the team down with their Unite move, but unfortunately, the fight here at the top did not go well. Come on, this tree!
Tempest coming through. KO Shrika 2, though, on the back of Miva, but that is all the work they wanted. That thing hits, and they close it with a plus 37, and all of a sudden, Omo Abyssinian finds themselves way out front.
Incredible stuff. MVP, MV Tree this game. Trevenant looking amazing on the side of Abyssinian with these hero plays as they secure Reggie Alecki and Reggie
just to edit those matches? Oh, Jesus,
Actually,
dude.
so much trouble here in game 2.
Without a doubt. And Drabson just looking great on this Hoopa. They, like I said, they're feeling themselves. They're playing forward. They're not afraid to engage because they know exactly what the limit of this Pokemon is, and they're doing a great job pushing it. Enough time for who else but Tempest to come in and start laying in some damage. Nice hyperspace hole. The Hoopa blinks out, takes their Phantom Force back, and that's a cool little Dipskirdu there and a good way to get back in the mix without just telegraphing back through the portal.
Dipskirdu, obviously a technical term that was used perfectly there by Doobsnacks as we see what's happening here in the top path. Akchil just getting some experience there for their Delphox and Teleon, waiting in that top path, seeing if there's anyone that they can catch right now. If you look around the map, there's almost no experience for anyone to grab, as now finally Akchil can head back up to this top free experience that they have for themselves there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I believe it's Epe on the Inteleon hasn't really been a factor this game, hasn't shown up to a lot of these fights, but they are level 13, so they're keeping pace with the Omo Abyssinian top players as well. So that's going to be important. The moment they step in, they have to have an impact.
And now we see we have 15 seconds here until Rayquaza. At any moment, the Rayquaza fight could start. We have Umbreon and Lapras kind of going at it in this upper area here near this top L bush, but unfortunately, no fight for either team right now, using the hyperspace highway to head back home and get full health on this Lapras. Omo Abyssinian up right now. They could take the very aggressive play and look to take Rayquaza off the map, but obviously that's something Akchil did last time, and it did not work out for them. So the question is, who is going to start this fight? As the Mystical Fires keep hitting 3 in a row for this Delphox, but they are going to just send the tree back through that hyperspace hole as they are crowding around this bottom section right here, pushing towards the enemies. You can see Abyssinian right now getting very aggressive in their positioning all the way towards Akchil's side right here. Lapras heading up to the top path, possibly looking for a little score here, but getting pushed back by this Umbreon. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Someone needs to start this fight. Delphox getting caught with some damage right here, but peeling back, and no one wants to make this decision. So much is on the line. Doobsnacks, the tournament life of Akchil hangs in the balance of this fight. 2 big wood hammers come out, but no, they still peel back.
Akchil needs to do something now. There's a minute left in this game, and finally, are they going to make a move? Shua just chipping into this Rayquaza, putting the pressure on Akchil to make a move, and they decide it's time. They're just shelling in damage, and Shua needs to make a move on the players. Blissey takes a chunk of that Icy Wind. Rayquaza resets. Finally, the rings are unbound. The Bliss assistance on to Chobo. They're trying to push here. Woodhammers are out. Hydro Typhoon catches. Nice little stun. First player down for Akchil. Omo Abyssinian looking to close this thing out. Next player down, and that's the Inteleon. They keep pushing around. Let's see if they can find the next target. Blastoise and Blissey rolling on each side of
It's going to be very,
horseshoe.
very close.
Surf
Are they going to try to...
through, but now it's time running out.
No, this is just it. Omo Abyssinian clean.
And honestly,
Oh,
this is kind
actually...
of fizzling out. Was the Delphox the trick? No, that was a Husker doing a Husker dunk with no scooter stick. And now Omo Abyssinian getting more points in with 10 seconds left. It's over.
Omo Abyssinian will take this game. They will eliminate Akchil, and they will move forward in our tournament. Akchil, the last team representing Korea, has been eliminated here on our World Championship stage. And you can see Omo Abyssinian feeling pretty good about that performance.
That was a great game 2. Game 1, a little sweatier than they anticipated, of course, putting everything on Drabson and that beautiful Eldegoss Cotton Cloud crash. But here we go. This is a little bit more to their strategy, more properly executed. They isolated the players they wanted, and ultimately get a big W.
That was Omo Abyssinian's game. They just looked amazing that game. They looked like world class. They looked like the kind of team that could head to the grand finals and really do something. They completely shut down Akchil, a team that we've seen be incredibly powerful throughout this entire series. Again, flawlessly winning their group, going 3-0 as they made their way here to day 2, but their run is cut short by Omo Abyssinian.
Omo Abyssinian looking to continually push through this loser's bracket now. And if they keep playing like that and executing their strategy like that, I think they've got a pretty good chance. I mean, look at this. They're saying goodbye. At least you love the respect that we see on stage between these teams, but you know that Akjil is hurting right now.
You know Akjil's hurting, especially after that first game where they really had that game almost sewn up there. 2 Unite moves thrown by Abyssinian. You know, the big problem is if you don't shut down the entire enemy team, if you don't throw that knockout punch at any moment,
That's so
they can
cringe.
come back.
No,
They
you
could
said
secure
to
Rayquaza.
Akjil's
They
profile
did,
thing
and
right
they
after they
come back
lost.
here
Oh,
in game
come on,
2,
that's
looking fantastic. We can see our score line right here. Omo Abyssinian ahead the whole way, all the way to the finish where they win this thing without taking Ray.
Yeah, and there really didn't feel like there was a time where Omo Abyssinian was out of control and had to regain the lead or make sure they had to preserve it in some wild way. Akjil just never really able to step up to what Omo Abyssinian was doing. I mean, we mentioned Epe on the Inteleon was a complete non-factor, and when you have a top 3 pick in the format right now, you cannot have that happen.
Let's go over to BGC for a bit.
No way Chien Pao is going to be able to clutch this one out.
Yeah, the support from Amoonguss is just too much here, being able to redirect any kind of attack that Chien Pao could throw out. And Fluttermane, of course, having enough damage here. The Iron Hands is way too low. And this Terrestrialization defensively is just flawless. It just ensures that nothing can really go wrong in this game for Mao.
Yeah, knowing where the board is, making your Terrestrialization super valuable has got to feel really, really good. So Mao Harada stepping one game closer to being one of our first players in Top Cut. I love that game. I think there was some really bold plays by both players, but Mao just, it felt in control, Ray.
Yeah, he felt in control the entire time. But I think there are some things that Abdullah gained from this last match. He learned a lot of important factors from how the teams interact. He learned that the opposing Iron Hands on Mao's side is faster. So like we saw in game 1 when Abdullah went for the fake out plus nasty plot, if his Iron Hands would have been faster, I mean, that would have been a fantastic turn. But learning the speed of the 2 Iron Hands, I think, is big. Seeing that the Chien Pao was outsped by the Fluttermane, I think, could also be pretty important moving forward.
Well, my thought is this. If you're going to play one of these hyper-offensive selections, which both teams are pretty similar, right? There's at least 4 Pokemon that are identical. Abdullah played it more aggressively. He bought 4 Pokemon that were all about offense. Iron Hands, I guess, is the big pivot in that one, but it still contributes with big wild charges, big heavy slams, particularly in this matchup. If you're playing it that way, you gotta go for it. You gotta make sure that you're flawless in that. And I think the Golden Go went down so early. You got a nasty plot, but you didn't get to capitalize on it. And that's what I really wanted to see, Ray.
Yeah, that was big. The fact Golden Go couldn't really capitalize on that. I think the adaptation of possibly bringing Golden Go in the back, because it does make a pretty nice switch into a lot of Pokemon, and so I think that could be a good adaptation. And then also the Urshifu, it got pinned kind of towards the end game where it was locked in with Choice Scarf, Fake Out was threatening it, Fluttermane was threatening, but you didn't have anything bulky to switch into, so you just had to leave the Urshifu there and just let it go down, because it's not like you can switch a Chien Pao in from the back there to protect the Urshifu. You're going to lose something, and so I like this adaptation to kind of adjust the order that you're bringing Pokemon and have a team that can kind of pivot in and out a little bit more to give you the flexibility to kind of switch when you have a bad matchup.
I mean, we were talking about 2011 at the top of the round. That was when we first got introduced to Amoonguss. It's still here. And I think that game shows why it's so ever-present, just being able to cause so many problems. Now with Terrestrialization, it becomes a water type, and Ice Spinner not even threatening it. So Mao controlling the game with the Amoonguss, a couple great switches, preserving the Fluttermane too, which was a very different play to what we saw with just letting the Golden go and letting the Urshifu go down. We're heading into game 2 though, and we're already seeing an adaptation from Mao. He's leading with the Iron Hands and the Landorus Therian, and a complete pivot from the side of Abdullah, who has bought his Amoonguss, and he's got his Urshifu in the lead. It will get intimidated for its troubles, not that it really matters, depending on most of the moves that it's choosing, but needs to be careful. I like this Amoonguss Urshifu a whole lot more.
Yeah, it's just tough here because, again, there's fake out pressure from the Iron Hands. It's not like Urshifu can protect or anything. It's Scarfed, and Landorus with potential Terraflying Terra Blast is threatening a ton of damage. I mean, there's a lot of ways this turn could go. I think playing a little bit more defensive here, Abdullah might have to opt for a switch because there is just so much threat of damage and one-hit knockouts coming out from the side of Mao here.
There's actually a lot that Mao can do on this turn, particularly with his Terrestrialization. That could be absolutely huge. As Amoonguss not feeling it this turn, just leaving the field, even though it can provide so much. will get the Golden Go in, so maybe trying to rely on the Ghost type to cause some problems that way, but an immediate terastallization in this game. They were held a little bit in the previous ones, as that Landorus goes with the Terra flying, so trying to put down huge damage onto the side of the Urshifu. It does have the safety goggles too, so was never actually worried about something like that, you know, that Amoonguss on the field. The Surging Strikes are going to hit, but with them not being super effective, they don't even bring this Landorus below half. This is
the target.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be that Urshifu that we were talking about. That is a massive opening turn from Mao. I love the Iron Hands and Landorus combination here. Just being able to cause problems. He gets to pivot his board too.
Yeah, we see the value there of that Volt Switch. You get to react to see what your opponent does. Mao gets to see the Golden Go come in on the switch, and now gets to bring in a Pokemon from the back in for free without any risk of damage, so he can afford to bring in a Pokemon that is a little bit on the frailer side, that can exert more offensive pressure. We saw last game where he was able to bring Fluttermane in this exact same kind of way. We might see it again here.
It really could start to up the ante, right? Just a big Shadow Ball into something like the Golden Go. What are you going to do? Keep it safe with the Amoonguss? Absolutely not when you're in the face of this Terra flying Landorus. There is the Iron Hands there, which could try and slow the game down a little bit with something like a Fake Out onto this very, very threatening Landorus, but I really don't see a way that you shut down the Fluttermane too effectively right now. The Amoonguss can buy a little bit of time with something like the Rage Powder, but that little bit of time is very little indeed, Ray.
Yeah, and the thing,
is one turn.
Yeah, and the thing is, this Landorus has safety goggles, so it can actually just ignore the Amoonguss. It really doesn't care about the Rage Powder. However, the Golden Go does have a very unique Terra type. A lot of times on these bulky, nasty plot style of Golden Goes, you might see a Terra Water, but this Golden Go is actually seemingly a lot more offensive because it's so fast, so offensive, and it has a Terra type of flying, and so the Landorus, it can actually avoid any ground type damage altogether while also becoming neutral to a Fluttermane Shadow Ball.
Yeah, it would be able to, of course, avoid the ground type attack, in this case, Stomping Tantrum from that Landorus. But then you're leaving the Amoonguss. It's a really tough choice for Abdullah here on which one he goes for with the Terastallization. He saw it in the last game. He lost to it in the last game. So he's trying it himself. Terra Water on the Amoonguss to take some of these attacks potentially a little bit better. In particular, Terra Blast. It will be Moonblast though into the Amoonguss. That's a whole lot of damage. Golden Go goes for the nasty plot. Will it be afforded an opportunity to use it? I'm just not sure. There's Terra Blast.
Yeah, great play.
An easy double target into this Amoonguss.
Oh!
But it holds
Amoonguss lives. Holy shit, that's
holds
huge.
on Ray, and it's able to land a Spore. I was worried he wasn't going to get to use this Golden Go, but Amoonguss with that defensive Terastallization has turned the tide of this game.
It really did. It hanging on there is actually huge. Golden Go is now safe. The Fluttermane's put
now
to sleep, so it's
Amoonguss
really
also
not
gets,
threatening here. And the Golden Go now finally, like you mentioned, Adam, it finally gets to take advantage of this nasty plot. Iron Hands could potentially switch in for Amoonguss, generating a little bit of healing and saving Amoonguss for later. You have Fake Out pressure as soon as you bring the Iron Hands in. This is now suddenly turning in Abdullah's favor.
That's
this is going to be a great finish.
That is one of the best uses of Terastallization I've seen all weekend. He learned from Mao in game 1, and he's showing him how good it was in game number 2. Thanks for the idea, but I'm going to try it myself. That is huge from the Amoonguss. Out it goes. It deserves Regenerator after that last turn. Iron Hands comes in, as you said, to apply that potential fake out pressure. The Landorus not having it. The Landorus just protecting this turn, which could be great for that Iron Hands, as we're going to see what the Golden Go gets up to momentarily.
I mean, protect is kind
Fluttermane,
of...
course,
Oh, wait.
unable to
It's
stick
already
this one out
protected.
as Golden Go makes it rain. Taking advantage of that nasty plot. This one is going to be an easy one over onto the side of the Fluttermane. So the fastest Pokemon on the field for Mao is gone. Its special attack will drop, but is still increased because of that earlier nasty plot.
Yeah, but here's what's interesting, because now Iron Hands gets a chance to come in. We know the fake out from Mao's Iron Hands is going to go before Abdullah's, and Landorus, depending on how this Golden Go is trained, is Stomping Tantrum potentially enough on the Golden Go now that Terastallization has been used on Amoonguss over the Terra Flying on Golden Go?
It's going to be
This is interesting.
Real photo finish.
It really is.
Honestly, if he brings in Iron Hands here, the mind games on those fake outs are going to be crazy. Making sure you're targeting the right thing, you know. Here's the thing, the Iron Hands is the only thing that can get caught by the fake out, right? You're really relying on it. No Iron Hands, though, as we see the Amoongus on this turn, so that is going to try and cause some problems of its own. I think the Iron Hands actually on Abdullah's side is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Golden Go doesn't care about getting spored. It's totally immune to it. It's faster than the Landorus. I mean, Landorus, it's safety goggles, not assault vest, and so Golden Go still at +1 special attack. Should be able to knock out Landorus from this range. Iron Hands also has fake out available. This is going to be really interesting to see how this turn plays out.
Yeah, this is a big call, but Abdullah's called it right. He looks real happy about that one as the Landorus leaves, scares that it's going to get caught out. So, the Amoongus protecting. That's fine by Abdullah, because he was going to shut it down anyway. He was just going to land a fake out on it. And look what he's got out of this turn, Ray. Let's see how impactful this becomes. As it's time to keep
my god, another nasty block. Holy shit.
We were all talking about it earlier. Boosting up is so good in this
Now a
format.
+4. Holy crap.
Turn. I mean, this Golden Go is getting out of hand. It's just boosting its special attack to insane limits. However, the Iron Hands with the Assault Vest, we've seen before, it took that +2 Shadow Ball just really well. I mean, Iron Hands is still going to be a bit of a problem. However, this Amoongus is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this Amoongus not feeling as safe as it was when it could terrestrialize to the water type. Honestly, the Iron Hands, you know, isn't really able to shut down something like this Golden Go on its own. The Golden Go just needs to keep on trucking. It's not like he can just drain punch off it because of that ghost typing. I really love that nasty plot from Abdullah, just getting ready to try and sweep through the end of the game. And you can see that they're doubling up.
Doesn't get it.
Failed double protect on Amoongus. That is going to take a lot of damage this turn. Make it rain. Brings it so
doesn't
low.
Kill.
It's not enough for a clean knockout, but it's okay. It does get to activate its Citrus Berry, but I do believe that there's going to be some help going into that slot. As you can see, Mao was very scared. There's the wild charge into the opposing Iron Hands. Not very effective, not much damage,
Yeah, that does
a little
nothing.
bit of recoil, but before the Amoongus can cause any further
That's gonna
problems,
kill
it's
Amoongus,
heavy
yeah.
slammed out of the game. We're now down to the last 2 for Mao here.
Yeah, Mal trying to call that Amoongus switch in with the wild charge there rather than focus on the
That's-
Golden Go, but the Golden Go being faster than both, I mean, this Golden Go's still in a really good position. I mean, even with those 2 Make It Rain special attack drops, he's got 2 nasty plots to make up for that, so it's still at such an insane special attack.
It's still essentially 1 nasty plot, right? Which is going to be more than plenty to try and get through the rest of this game. Let's see how this turn shakes out. I do like the continuous switching, actually. The Amoongus has been mad value for Abdullah in this game, just absolutely causing problems with that big survival earlier and potentially setting up some endgames, some new routes that he didn't have access to in game number 1 with that Xianpao.
Yeah, the way Abdullah's piloted this game too has been incredible, and that Amoongus survival was huge, but even just the adaptation to go for a more defensive style, utilizing the Golden Go much better than in game 1.
Oh yeah, I mean 2 nasty plots, 2 knockout. I didn't get 2, but it contributed a lot more. Here comes Water Terror Amoongus. Bit of regenerator health, looks a lot better than last time, as it's going to be a protect onto that Landorus, just not worried about it. Iron Hands not able to get anything really going, I think, unless it can land that wild charge. But there's the Shadow Ball into the protecting Landorus. It will wild charge. It's actually going after the Golden Go, brings it pretty low, but not enough to really be threatening. There's the Golden Go, activating its Citrus Berries, so feeling pretty good about itself at the end of this turn. And to be honest, with the Amoongus on the field, I'm just not sure if he's going to be able to keep going after that Golden Go, which is exactly what this Iron Hand wants to do with these wild charges.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough because Golden Go is going to be faster, because the Amoongus can support it with Rage Powder, and even if Landorus were to somehow string along multiple protects in a row and Amoongus were to go down to like a wild charge, you still have your Iron Hands in the back with that fake out pressure. I mean, Landorus is just going to have to get so many protects in a row.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot. It's got to be at least 2 or 3 to really keep this one going. Abdullah showing that game 1 doesn't matter, and he is able to bounce back. It's gone for the second one. It's not able to get it. Landorus is exposed. Amoongus drawing attention to itself with the Rage Powder. It is a water type, so it might not appreciate what's coming from this Iron Hands, but the Landorus left wide open for this Shadow Ball to fell it, even after the nasty plot boost. Critical hit just to make sure in that one, and it's now down to just the Iron Hands for Mao to see if he can clutch this one back. He will wild charge. The Amoongus will take it thanks to the Rage Powder.
Yeah, because it's water
the Amoongus
type.
will get knocked out because it is now a water type, but it's still a massive Golden Go. and it's about to get partnered up with an Iron Hands.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands on Mal's side, it is Assault Vest, so that means it's not going to be able to protect here. So Abdullah can just bring in his Iron Hands, go for a Fake Out, go for a Shadow Ball, and then Shadow Ball again. I mean, there's just no way that Mal's Iron Hands can
this
survive
game's over
at
at least.
What's
nice, tidy little end
game's happening over
Dracula
Unite?
to send us to game number 3 here.
UK versus
It's been a
Nation.
fantastic set so far, and I think it's just going to keep on delivering.
I
Mal
want to keep
throwing
watching.
the towel in this one.
I'm too tired to.
One game, essentially, Ray, a best of one to decide one of our first players in Top Cup.
Oh man, the pressure is on, but this is what you love to see if you're a spectator.
I'm gonna do that. Come over to Unite. Bam. Right click, I'm going to interact. I'm also going to pause it. And I'm going to say I'm done for tonight because holy shit, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours and it's 1:30 in the morning and I need to go to sleep. So I'm going to stop streaming. I will probably record the rest, whatever. I'm going to edit whatever the hell I want. I'm not even sure if I'm going to finish the Worlds video. Who knows? I've just been really low energy the last while and I realized I've just been basically restreaming with no content and I don't want to do that. So I will chat with you later, bud. Have a good one. Good night. Sleep well and enjoy Pokemon.